Chapter 1551. The saber was the tyrant of weapons, boundlessly tyrannical. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons, the sharpest. One could not use the edge of the saber to block the other party's sword. Xiao Chen attacked from below. He gently raised his saber and chopped the incoming sword intent in half. This was the boundless starry heavens, dotted with stars and a picturesque heavenly river. This was also the final battlefield of two outstanding talents. Many people did not know what the outcome of this battle would be. Compared to the demonic god's vast invasion, Chu Chaoyun chose to be more hidden. Although the mysterious phenomenon in the Kunlun continent was strange, most cultivators did not know what was going on. Furthermore, they did not know that a battle that would decide their fate was taking place in the depths of the starry heavens. In fact, not many people knew about the name Chu Chaoyun. However, more and more peak cultivators of the Kunlun realm came to know about this battle. The many sovereign martial emperors and primes of the heavenly starry ocean landed beside Zongtian and the others. They looked at the depths of the starry heavens from a great distance and saw two upright figures. They were like two resplendent stars, making the surrounding starlight appear much dimmer, unable to cover up the sharpness of these two. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun both stored up their auras, locking their gazes on each other, not wanting to miss out on any detail. Vaguely, there was an invisible clash between the two of them. This resulted in the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left buzzing and trembling continuously. Xiao Chen did not dare to attack rashly because he did not have a deep understanding of Chu Chaoyun. He had not fought with Chu Chaoyun for so many years. Xiao Chen did not know Chu Chaoyun's strength or combat style, so he could only wait and see. As the two faced off, their auras soared. Whoosh! The moment their auras reached their peak, Chu Chaoyun made the first move. He thrust his sword forward, gathering all his aura at the tip of his sword. His movements were like flowing water, incredibly smooth. His grasp of timing was very precise. However, the most brilliant thing was his understanding of the sword. The strength of the sword lay in its sharpness. It was indestructible and could break through anything. Chu Chaoyun was able to instantly gather all his aura at the tip of his sword without any gaps. It was sufficient to show that his attainments in the sword Dao had already attained perfection. The strength of the saber lay in its tyranny and violence. However, a tyrannical aura was not something that could be achieved in one go. He needed to keep accumulating, and the more he fought, the stronger he would become. Of course, if the opponent was weaker, he would have the advantage right from the start. There was no need for him to accumulate his strength, so it didn't count. Xiao Chen was the #1 saber cultivator of the current Kunlun sect. He understood this principle better than anyone else. The best choice was to retreat, temporarily avoid the sharp edge, and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, when faced with Chu Chaoyun's most advantageous attack, he absolutely could not retreat. Once he retreated, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they absolutely could not retreat. There was only one word: fight. Before the sword arrived, the sword aura had already arrived. This sharp sword aura blew Xiao Chen's long hair backward. The cold light at the tip of the sword grew closer and closer to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and chopped down with his saber. At the crucial moment, his saber coincidentally met the tip of the sword. Chi! The saber and sword clashed and sparks flew. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the sharp light in each other's eyes. Xiao Chen forcefully blocked this thrust. He felt his hand, which held his saber, go slightly numb. Blood seeped out of his palm. Needless to say, he was clearly at a disadvantage in this exchange. In such a situation, Chu Chaoyun clearly held the upper hand. He should not have clashed head-on. I thought that I had already improved very quickly. Unexpectedly, you were still able to keep up with me. Chu Chaoyun, it looks like you have suffered a lot in the past few years, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could not lose his momentum. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "This is talent. It is not something that can be achieved just by suffering. Take another sword strike from me." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he twisted his wrist slightly. His sword aura did not decrease, continuing to stab at Xiao Chen's forehead. At such a close distance, Chu Chaoyun could easily send out a second sword strike. However, Xiao Chun would find it difficult to send out another saber strike to block the cold light at the tip of the sword that had yet to fade. Because there was nowhere to store energy, Xiao Chun could not execute his saber aura smoothly. It was like an assassin using a dagger to get close to him, preventing him from using a long weapon. Oh no! He cannot dodge this sword strike. Emperor Forsaken, who was watching from a distance, exclaimed. He started to worry for Xiao Chun. What an incredible swordsman! It is hard to imagine that the Kunlun realm has such a strong sword Dao expert. Even though Ing Zongtian did not like Chu Chaoyun, he had to acknowledge Chu Chaoyun's attainments in the sword Dao. Xiao Chun can only retreat. The heaven-punishing corpse god shook his head slightly. Being at a disadvantage right from the start was not a good sign. Dang! However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chun blocked this sword strike and still sent out another saber strike. Xiao Chun spun around at an unimaginable speed. Then, when he turned around, he sent out a dangerous saber strike. To most people, Xiao Chun did not move at all. They only saw a saber light blocking that sword strike in an incredible fashion. After the second sword strike was blocked, the aura gathered at the tip of Chu Chaoyun's sword slowly dispersed. The sharpness of the sword strike was significantly weaker than it was at the start. At this moment, Xiao Chun finally turned the disadvantageous situation into a draw. Metallic clangs rang out continuously. Before the sword strike faded completely, Chu Chaoyun chose to attack quickly. Sword images filled the sky like a storm, charging at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun fought steadily, countering the moves as they came. In just a few breaths, the two exchanged 100 moves. A strong saber intent and sword intent spread out continuously as the saber and sword clashed. The saber intent turned into resplendent light that could be seen clearly from far away. The metallic clangs of the saber and sword clashing formed a storm-like melody. It stirred the heart and made one's blood surge. This was the most exciting melody in the world. As the saber and sword clashed, the instant the two brushed past each other, a mysterious phenomenon appeared behind them. A flawless moon appeared behind Xiao Chun. Under the moon was a vast sea with dragons hidden in the water. A powerful imperial city stood behind Chu Chaoyun. The imperial banners fluttered on the city walls, commanding the world. The two were still evenly matched. Neither side showed any signs of being at a disadvantage. The two brushed past each other. The probing had already ended. Next, it was time to fight to the death with full power. Dao! Xiao Chun shouted, and Dao Might appeared. A Dao disc appeared behind him, giving off a faint light. Carrying a boundless Dao Might, Xiao Chun soared into the air and took the initiative to hack down with his saber. Dao! Who knew? Chu Chaoyun shouted, and a Dao disc appeared behind him as well. He had also comprehended the great Dao energy of the sword Dao, and was not much weaker than Xiao Chun. The saber and sword clashed in the air again. Blood leaked out of the two's mouths as they looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Chun spun around, and the Taiji saber domain appeared. His body hid in the Taiji saber domain. Holding his saber, he charged over once more. The yin and yang energies in the Taiji diagram under Xiao Chun's feet each turned into a saber dragon. One was bright and one was dark, appearing and disappearing. Chu Chaoyun pushed off with his feet, and light and darkness flickered around his body, forming a black and white sword domain. The two started fighting again. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain merged, clashing endlessly, clashing intensely. They were like two huge, invisible gears that merged together but spun in different directions. Ka! 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 The sounds of the clash shook the air. Everyone who heard it felt their hearts tremble, reaching deep into their souls. These two are truly evenly matched. With their cultivation of the saber and the sword, it is hard to tell who is stronger. Indeed, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose in this battle. I really wonder, where did this Chu Chaoyun suddenly come from? He is so inconceivably strong. He is the Tianwu Emperor's descendant. Everything is easy to explain. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, it was the last Tianwu Emperor who severely injured the Qing Emperor, giving the Thunder King the opportunity to sneak attack. The breathtaking battle in the distance deeply shocked all the spectating primes and sovereign martial emperors. Be it Xiao Chun or Chu Chaoyun, their attainments in the way of the saber and the sword far surpassed that of their peers in the Kunlun realm. The exquisite martial techniques they displayed already baffled some of the primes, who could not understand their true profoundness. Chapter 1552. Up in the starry heavens, the battle between Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun grew increasingly intense. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain layered over each other. Countless sabers and swords made of light soared up from the overlapping domains. The two exchanged 1,000 moves, but neither managed to gain a clear advantage. As the two exchanged attacks, they brought out the advantages of the saber Dao and the sword Dao to their fullest. Both sides had reached the peak of their respective saber Dao and sword Dao in the Kunlun realm. They were stuck at the same bottleneck. This was due to the Kunlun realm's status, which could not compare to the outside world. If the two went to the outside world, their vast accumulations would allow them to quickly break through their respective bottlenecks. However, right now it was clear that the two could not break through their bottlenecks. Just by relying on their saber techniques and sword techniques, it would be hard to determine a victor. Light and darkness fusion. Yin and Yang as one, Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the two extreme energies merged in the black and white sword domain. Suddenly, his body burst forth with alternating black and white light. This looked extremely strange. A sword light flashed as it shot towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun did not show any weakness. The Taiji saber domain under his feet quickly merged with the two saber dragons, one bright and one dark. The saber dragons coiled around the saber and blocked the sword light of the other party's black and white sword domain. Boom! The two great killing moves clashed. It was like a star exploding, forming a horrifying shock wave that surged out. Xiao Chun quickly retreated. However, the shock wave still struck him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Then he pushed off a meteor and stood firmly. However, Chu Chaoyun was more severely injured than Xiao Chun. His long hair was disheveled, and saber wounds covered his body. Occasionally black qi poured out to heal these saber wounds. However, its recovery speed could not compare to Xiao Chun's Azure Dragon War body. It was slightly inferior. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the other party. Then he said indifferently, "It looks like your physical body is really your burden." Burden? A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He did not deny it or admit it. Perhaps. However, this will not stop me from defeating you. The limitless sword Dao soared traversing the sky. Chu Chaoyun also walked a different path. Unlike Xiao Chun's flawless saber Dao, his limitless sword Dao was extremely pure. The so-called Wuji was boundless and limitless. It implied that his sword Dao was boundless and endless. With this sword Dao as the core, he also created his own limitless sword technique. One sword across the sky, this was the first move of the limitless sword technique. With a flash of sword light, Chu Chaoyun charged over with his sword in hand. When the sword was drawn, it locked down the 9 heavens and completely froze the space. In an instant, Xiao Chun felt that the space around him had been locked by a sword aura. Imperceptibly, it formed a prison that locked him up and prevented him from moving. Breaking. Flawless saber technique, void breaking stance. After executing the first move of the flawless saber technique, Xiao Chun turned the tables and suddenly vanished. When Xiao Chun reappeared, he released a resplendent saber light from his body, tearing through the air. Limitless sword Dao, 1,000 turns and 100 turns. Chu Chaoyun quickly changed his move, and his figure turned blurry. The sword light was ethereal and formless. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense could not immediately lock onto the other party, much less make a move. When looking around, it looked like the other party's body was floating in a winding corridor, crisscrossing each other, creating a sense of spatial confusion. Limitless sword Dao, 10,000 swords become one. Chu Chaoyun took advantage of the moment when Xiao Chun's aura was exhausted, and his move was already over to charge back with his sword. After thousands of turns, the countless figures merged and turned into a sharp sword stabbing at Xiao Chun. This sword strike was too fast, too ruthless, and too accurate. Xiao Chun did not have time to change his move. He could only hold his saber horizontally in front of him to block this sword strike. Dang! Amid the clanging sounds, Xiao Chun nearly lost his grip on his saber, forcing him to retreat quickly. No matter how strong your physical body is, if you keep getting beaten up, you can only lose. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. Then he took advantage of Xiao Chun's mistake and chased after him while holding his sword. The sword move was sharp and indestructible. The starry sword light flew at Xiao Chun like a torrential storm. Ding! Ding! Dang! They were like raindrops landing on the ground, giving off a continuous melodious sound. With one mistake, Xiao Chun was pushed back again and again. Countless stars flashed by the two. The stars did not move, but the two were too fast. The stars looked like reflections flashing rapidly. Chu Chaoyun's sword moves became increasingly ruthless. He only had one chance. He could not give Xiao Chun a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, his momentum would plummet, and his sword would lose its sharpness. Xiao Chun remained calm, not flustered at all. Right now, he had many ways to counter the other party. However, for some reason, he did not really want to do so. Just based on the saber and the sword, the two should be evenly matched. Their attainments were about the same. It all depended on who made the first mistake. However, with other factors, Xiao Chun held too much of an advantage over Chu Chaoyun. Be it the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, Dermic World, or the Divine Lightning Eye, they could all allow Xiao Chun to turn things around in an instant. Up until now, Xiao Chun had thoroughly figured out his opponent's strength. Chu Chaoyun's cultivation was at peak prime. However, he also cultivated the demonic race's cultivation techniques. Hence, he could contend with Xiao Chun alone. Chu Chaoyun's sword skills were about the same as Xiao Chun's saber skills. It was hard to say who was superior. Chu Chaoyun's trump card was the state of primal chaos, a state even stronger than the state of cycle. Before primal chaos split, there was no day or night. There was no time, no space, and no cycle. However, from the very start, Xiao Chun discovered that the merger of light and darkness was not perfect. The reason was that Chu Chaoyun's state of light and state of darkness needed to be perfected. Primal chaos was not as simple as light and darkness. He had forcefully fused them completely by relying on his own willpower. Perhaps that willpower was his greatest trump card. It could allow him to go further and fly higher. Of course, that was under the condition that he could leave the Kunlun realm. However, right now, Chu Chaoyun forcefully raised himself to a higher level. Compared to Xiao Chun, who fought steadily, advancing step by step, Chu Chaoyun was like a tall, dangerous building. Since Xiao Chun knows his own situation, why does he still want to fight me? Whoosh! As Xiao Chun pondered, he became distracted. Then Chu Chaoyun stabbed his sword into Xiao Chun's chest. A black and white light flowed out of the sword and quickly entered Xiao Chun's body. The muscles and bones around Xiao Chun's wound immediately rotted. Blue Dragon King, you are distracted, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chun's chest. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I am indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I was indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. A smile appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face as he said calmly, No one has ever been able to guess my thoughts. Very well. Before I kill you, let me hear you out. If you guess correctly, I will not stab you with this sword. The tip of the sword stabbed into Xiao Chun's body, pressed against Xiao Chun's chest, releasing strands of black sword qi. Strands of black sword qi surged out from the tip of the sword and wrapped around Xiao Chun's chest. As long as Chu Chaoyun wanted to, he could crush Xiao Chun's heart at any time. Do you really want to say it? I feel that it is better to prove it with my actions. Chu Chaoyun was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw 3 purple petals spinning in his eyes. When the petals layered over each other, the power of the tribulation lightning instantly descended. Chu Chaoyun was immediately blasted away. His clothes were tattered, and electricity flickered all over his body. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. A berserk tricolor dragon appeared in Xiao Chun's left palm. As the wind blew, it charged at Chu Chaoyun, who was injured by the tribulation lightning. Pussy. Chu Chaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His internal organs ruptured, and he fell weakly onto a small planet. It was not over yet. Xiao Chun's body trembled slightly as he executed Dermic World. Then, his huge body stomped on the small planet. Rumble! The small planet shattered on the spot. Chu Chaoyun was in a sorry state. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he no longer had any combat prowess. Chu Chaoyun lay on a rather large piece of the small planet. Right now, he did not even have the strength to stand up. Dermic World vanished, and Xiao Chun pulled out the sword at his chest and casually tossed it aside. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he landed on the asteroid. Then he looked at Chu Chaoyun coldly and asked, "Am I right?" Chapter 1553. On the Shattered Meteor, Xiao Chan looked at Chu Chaoyun and said indifferently, "You should know my strength. Before I entered the Blue Dragon Palace, I might not be as strong as you. However, after I entered the Blue Dragon Palace and obtained the bloodline inheritance, I broke through the shackles of Prime. No one in the Kunlun realm is a match for me. Since a long time ago, you said that there would be a battle between you and me. Even though you knew that you were no longer as strong as me, you stubbornly insisted on fighting me. In the past, I could not understand it. Just now I finally understood why. In the end, deep in your heart, in the end, you were still unwilling to destroy the entire Kunlun realm to fulfill your wish. If you really wanted to achieve your goal, the battle between me and the demonic god would have been your best opportunity. However, you did not. This means that from the very start, your greatest goal was not to destroy the Kunlun realm. What are you trying to do? You are seeking death." Towards the end, Xiao Qin's voice became heavier as he enunciated every word. When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "You are right. Do it then. Borrow your hands to kill me. That way, I will feel more at ease and not feel too guilty toward those remnant elders of the dynasty." Xiao Chan did not make a move. He said indifferently, "However, I do not understand why you seek death so much." Chu Chaoyun remained expressionless, his eyes numb. He said calmly, "I'm tired. Do it. I have been waiting for this day for a long time already. I can only say that Xiao Chan, you have not disappointed me." Xiao Chan looked at Chu Chaoyun, feeling that he was very pitiful. Who could avoid death in this world? However, some people were not born to live but to seek death. You seek death wholeheartedly and have no regrets? Regrets? None. After I merged the 3,000 lower realms, no one above Emperor Wu can enter. Only the people inside can come out. The people outside cannot enter. The Tianwu dynasty is already established. Those remnant elders like to dream, so I will give them a dream. I've already done what I promised Leng Yu. He had also fulfilled the dying wish of the last Tianwu emperor, the Tianwu emperor, to fight with you. I, Chu Chaoyun, have nothing to regret. Seeing the other party's calm expression, Xiao Chan said indifferently, "You are lying. Do you not want to leave and ask the first-generation Tianwu emperor why he abandoned you?" Hearing this, Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "To be honest, this is the reason I am most unwilling to live. You don't know how powerful he is, and you don't know how terrifying his background is." After pausing for a while, Chu Chaoyun revealed a self-mocking expression. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. The establishment of the Tianwu dynasty was his springboard to leave the Kunlun realm. He has never cared about the survival of the Tianwu dynasty. They are just tools for him. Xiao Chun felt somewhat astonished. He had not expected the Tianwu emperor to have such a secret. "Send me on my way. I no longer have any regrets. I am really tired," Chu Chaoyun said again, getting Xiao Chun to make a move. Xiao Chun remained silent for a long time. Just as Chu Chaoyun gave up and prepared to make a move himself, a force suddenly restricted his body. It was Xiao Chun. He made a move, but he did not kill Chu Chaoyun. Instead, he treated his injuries. Xiao Chun was a prime in the first place. His injuries recovered very quickly. With the help of an external force, his recovery was even faster. Just as Chu Chaoyun's injuries were about to recover, Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the divine item that the Tianwu emperor left behind appeared in his hand. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing much. I'm just sending you out of this abandoned land. There are some things that you have to ask personally. When you are outside and truly have no regrets, we can have a good fight. In this life, one cannot live for others. Chu Chaoyun, don't disappoint me. I do not have many true opponents in this life." Xiao Chun controlled Chu Chaoyun and got him to activate the divine item. The palm-sized sword immediately merged with Chu Chaoyun's body. A vigorous energy started to erupt in Chu Chaoyun's body. His clothes fluttered about, and he had a malevolent expression. Clearly, he was in pain. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like tentacles about to come out. These were the side effects of the clash of light and darkness. Xiao! A sharp sword light shot out from Chu Chaoyun's body. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun went flying. The divine item slowly melted in Chu Chaoyun's body, suppressing the powers of darkness and light. Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, and a melodious sword hum came from his body. With a buzz, he broke the barrier of a world. Chu Chaoyun turned into a resplendent light, lighting up the entire boundless starry heavens. Boundless radiance radiated out from Chu Chaoyun's body. As the light spread out, all the stars in the starry heavens dimmed. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Kunlun continent saw a strange scene. In the pitch-black sky, only a resplendent star was shining brightly. Chu Chaoyun's body rose continuously. It felt like the entire world was getting further and further away from him. At this moment, the situation was already set. The restriction that Xiao Chun left in Chu Chaoyun's body no longer existed. However, Chu Chaoyun could not change the situation of being brought out of this world by the divine item. Chu Chaoyun searched for Xiao Chen's figure in the pitch-black space. Xiao Chen's figure and appearance slowly turned blurry in his vision. In life, one cannot always live for others, Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself, mulling over Xiao Chen's words. In hindsight, Chu Chaoyun seemed to be in control of the situation at all times, devising strategies. Everything, no matter how big or small, was under his control. Everything went according to his plans. However, in this life, Chu Chaoyun indeed lived only for others. He lived for the dying wishes of the last Tianwu emperor, for the remnant elders of the dynasty. It seemed like he never truly lived for himself. Xiao Chun, I promise you, when I have no regrets, I will truly fight you again. After making up his mind, a brilliant light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Then he vanished from this starry heavens, leaving this abandoned land. The instant Chu Chaoyun left, the starry heavens returned to normal. The stars filling the sky lit up one by one, and the night returned to calm. However, just at this moment, the heavenly Tao mercilessly erased all traces of Chu Chaoyun's existence in this world. Many of the primes and martial emperors watching the battle showed confused expressions, not knowing what happened. Only Xiao Chun failed again when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Chu Chaoyun from his mind. This was the same as when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Lu Ruyue from Xiao Chen's mind after Lu Ruyue left. It failed again. Everyone forgot about Chu Chaoyun's existence. Everything related to him was erased without a trace. It was like this person had never existed in the first place. The heavenly Tao was merciless. No wonder everyone questioned whether there was a peak above prime. Whoosh! 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 The various primes and sovereign martial emperors found Xiao Chun and quickly asked him what happened. Xiao Chun wanted to explain. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he felt his entire body tremble. Countless strands of strange killing intent descended from the sky, firmly locking down on him. If he spoke, he would definitely be killed. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. The heavenly Tao was not just merciless. It was simply heartless. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain. Xiao Chun casually brushed it off. Xiao Chun glanced in the direction where Chu Chaoyun had disappeared before turning around and flying back to the Kunlun continent. 3 months later, the Blue Dragon Totem was completed. Then Xiao Chun visited all his friends in the Kunlun realm. This was the last time he met with everyone before he left. His first senior sister by Wu Xiaotianing Zongtian Yu Bingyun, he visited all his friends that he had interacted with before. The Deep Abyss demonic world was Xiao Chen's final stop. That was where he met the only demon lord of the demonic world, Leng Yu. There were many places he could not bear to part with and many people he could not forget. However, he still had to leave the Kunlun realm in the end. It was just like what he said to Chu Chaoyun. There were many things that he had to do personally. No matter what Lu Ruyue's current situation was, at the very least in Xiao Chen's heart, his former master was the person he loved the most in his life. Many words lingered in his ears like it was yesterday. Even if Xiao Chen hid his feelings in the depths of his heart forever, not touching them or thinking about them, that person was irreplaceable in his heart. This was an undeniable fact. Before Xiao Chun left, he entered the Blue Dragon Palace one last time. Big Brother Dragon and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time already. Chapter 1554. You are leaving? The old dragon horse was the first to speak, guessing Xiao Chen's purpose in coming. Xiao Chen nodded. He had already done what he needed to do and met all the people he needed to meet. He needed to leave the Kunlun realm. Be it to search for Lu Ruyue or to climb to the peak of the martial Tao. He needed to leave this abandoned land. Big Brother Dragon Horse and the others were not surprised. However, there were some things that needed to be explained. The young girl behind him took out a spatial ring. Xiao Chun received it and sent in his spiritual sense. He discovered that it contained crystal stones flickering with a blue light, looking very crystalline. Such crystals felt like they had the aura of primordial energy. However, they were purer and more condensed. What is this? Xiao Chun asked as he withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at the young woman. I can feel the presence of primordial energy in this. However, it is much purer. The young woman explained, this is spirit jade, a natural or in the outside world. Cultivators use this to trade. The so-called primordial energy of the Kunlun realm is actually innate spiritual energy in the outside world. When cultivators reach the innate realm, they can absorb it. Spirit jade grows underground. It takes hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for a spirit jade vein to form. After such a long time of accumulation, the spiritual energy in the spirit jade is naturally much purer than the innate spiritual energy in the world. Big Brother Dragon Horse continued. There are about 2 million spirit jades in this spatial ring. The blue dragon bloodline declined, so I can only give you this much. The rest is to maintain the operation of the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chun put away the spatial ring and thanked the old man. Big Brother Dragon, you are too polite. In reality, Big Brother Dragon Horse was indeed too polite. After Xiao Chun left, he would understand how precious spirit jades were. Furthermore, what Big Brother Dragon Horse gave Xiao Chun were all high-quality superior-grade spirit jades. The azure-clad man stepped forward and handed an ancient book to Xiao Chun. He said, this is the book of the epochs. Most sects in the outside world give it to their disciples. Keep it well. It introduces the various things of the martial epoch, such as what cultivation realms there are after the veritable essence realm. There are many factions in the martial epoch. Some of the larger factions and sects have records of them. Xiao Chun took it and casually flipped through a few pages. It was a simplified version of an encyclopedia. Although it was not a secret manual, it was the most suitable for him at the moment. After leaving the Kunlun realm, he would not be clueless. Next, the artifact spirits took out some more precious personal items and left them to Xiao Chun. They were all Xian weapons used to save Xiao Chun's life at a critical moment. Finally, the old dragon horse handed a jade pendant to Xiao Chun to wear. As he placed the jade pendant on his chest, an ice-cold aura flowed out of the jade pendant and poured into Xiao Chun's body. Xiao Chun immediately felt a lot better, as his aura was greatly suppressed. On the surface of the jade pendant was an ancient Buddha sitting on a lotus platform with a serene expression. On the back were the words Jingxin. This was originally a Buddhist amulet. Later, someone polished it into jade. Although its shape changed, its effects remained the same. It can calm the mind and calm the heart. Of course, the most important thing is that it withdraws its aura. It can reduce the Black Lotus Seal's aura to the minimum. The Dragon Horse Big Brother had put in a lot of effort. In reality, he was the one who carved the original Buddhist amulet. For the sake of helping Xiao Chun suppress the Black Lotus Seal, the Dragon Horse Big Brother strengthened the effect of the jade pendant's aura withdrawing. However, you have to remember that this jade pendant cannot completely suppress the Black Lotus Seal. You still have to be careful. When Xiao Chun felt the Dragon King's concern, he thanked him solemnly. This could be considered to have resolved his greatest hidden danger. Thinking about what the Thunder King said before he died, Xiao Chun could not truly feel at ease leaving the Kunlun realm. If the Black Lotus Church surrounded Xiao Chun the moment he left, that would be too unjust. I would like to ask Big Brother Dragon, where does the White Dragon race stay? Xiao Chun had not forgotten his greatest purpose in coming to the Blue Dragon Palace. The Dragon Horse Big Brother replied sullenly, that is simple. Just go out and ask around and you will know. However, I believe that the person you are looking for will not be in the White Dragon race's territory. Who would be willing to pay such a high price to pull your friend out of the abandoned land? There is only one reason. Your friend's bloodline is extremely special and has great potential. Such a genius would normally be in Ancestor Dragon City. That is where the demonic geniuses of the various dragon race bloodlines gather. The resources there are the most and the competition is the most intense. Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chan thought to himself, it looks like Lu Riyue is most likely in this Ancestor Dragon City. As for where Ancestor Dragon City was, Xiao Chan did not ask. He knew nothing about the outside world. Even if he told Xiao Chan, it would be hard for him to understand. Now that he knew the name, he would just ask around in the future. Seniors, Xiao Chan will take his leave first. I will leave the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate to you. Xiao Chan walked to the palace doors and performed a cupped fist salute. The dragon horse big brother smiled and said, "Don't worry. I think that Lasemo-chan will be qualified to push open the palace doors soon. The Dragon's Gate's recovery will be faster than you think. Take care on your journey." The group sent off Xiao Chan with their eyes, feeling somewhat regretful in their hearts. Xiao Chan carried their expectations. Only when Xiao Chan became the Dragon Emperor would the Blue Dragon bloodline truly flourish. However, to become the Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chan would have to face not only the various demonic geniuses and geniuses of the dragon race, but also the inheritors of the other great desolate 100 races, and the many ancient holy lands. The pressure of such competition was much greater than in the Kunlun realm. Once Xiao Chan left this Kunlun realm, he would welcome the entire martial epoch. The abandoned land of the thousands of great realms was not even a drop in the ocean. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Ingzongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes and sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm were waiting. When Xiao Chen's good friends learned that Xiao Chan was coming to challenge the Kunlun Road, they had been waiting for him for a long time to send him off. Come look. The Blue Dragon King is here. As the sun set, a white figure flew towards the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. This was Xiao Chan, who had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace. Little brother Xiao Chan, this Kunlun Road has always been known as the Road to Death. For several tens of thousands of years, no one in the Kunlun realm has dared to challenge it. Today it all depends on you. Ing Zongtian glanced at the people at the side before turning his head to speak to Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan took out a jade strip and handed it to Ing Zongtian. This jade strip contains a strand of my will, a tenth of my strength. If I die, this jade strip will shatter. If I do not die, the will in the jade strip will grow stronger as my main body grows stronger. Ing Zongtian put away the jade strip and said, "Take care of yourself. I hope that you can make a trip back while I am alive. Tell Big Brother what the outside world is like." Xiao Chan said seriously, "I definitely will." After a simple exchange with the people he was familiar with, Xiao Chan stepped onto the Kunlun Road alone, heading for the unknown world. As the heaven-punishing corpse god watched Xiao Chen's back, he muttered, "I wonder if he can succeed or not. After all, this is the Kunlun Road." There were too many legends about the Kunlun Road. No matter how strong Xiao Chan was, everyone still worried for him. The Kunlun Palace's palace master said, "Don't worry. It will be much easier for Xiao Chan to clear this Kunlun Road than we expected. He has been suppressing his strength all this while. When he reaches the Kunlun Road, he will not have to continue suppressing it." When everyone heard this, they were startled. Right now, Xiao Chen's strength was already very horrifying. Unexpectedly, this was still not Xiao Chen's limit. On the mountain path, Xiao Chan, who was about to enter the clouds, suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on Bai Emo-chan, first senior sister, and Yu Bingyun. "Sorry, I finally have some free time, and now I have to leave alone again." Xiao Chan was not a heartless person. He and Bai had depended on each other for many years, and their relationship was the deepest. First senior sister was the person who took care of him the most since he came to the Kunlun realm. Emo-chan established the Dragon's Gate and helped him the most. Yu Bingyun was someone who had gone through thick and thin with him, a confidant who had gone through life and death with him. Xiao Chan could not bear to part with each of them. He swore to himself that he would return to the Kunlun realm one day. Not for himself but for these people that he could not bear to part with. Chapter 1555. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain towered into the clouds. No one knew what lay beyond the summit. They only knew that it was a path to heaven. A path that led to the outside world. A path to escape this abandoned land. Since ancient times, there had been too many legends about the path to heaven. However, no matter how they spread, there was not much useful information. Xiao Chen's figure entered the clouds, completely vanishing from everyone's sight. The instant he passed through the clouds, Xiao Chen's body felt relaxed for some reason. It was like the restrictions he was born with in his body disappeared. Xiao Chun understood that the heavenly Tao could no longer affect this place. The laws could no longer restrict him. After calming himself, Xiao Chun continued forward. The mountain path was rugged. Slowly, the environment on both sides changed at some point in time. The clouds were no longer there. Both sides were empty. There were many spatial storms in the empty space. When the countless spatial shards blew by, they flew around like shards of glass. As Xiao Chun walked on the mountain path, he felt the might of the spatial shards. He no longer dared to underestimate them, so he carefully avoided these spatial shards. The spatial shards here were on a completely different level from those in the Kunlun realm. The space here was clearly of a higher level. For example, it was like the difference between the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. This place should be a transition point between the Kunlun realm and the outside world. The space in the outside world should be of a higher level. Earlier, a spatial shard passed by Xiao Chun. He had been somewhat careless. Who could have imagined that it would leave a 1 centimeter deep wound when it passed by him? It was very scary. Xiao Chun looked at the summit. He did not know how long he would have to walk to the peak. Furthermore, he did not dare to fly here. As he walked, the danger of getting cut by the spatial shards would increase. If he were unlucky and got swallowed up by a spatial storm, Xiao Chun did not dare to imagine that scene. No wonder this Kunlun road was also known as a dead end. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Chun walked forward step by step, carefully avoiding the spatial shards. If he could not avoid them, he would use his saber to chop them apart. As the top bladesman of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun's skills with the saber had already reached great heights. Sometimes, when he could not chop the spatial shards apart, he would use force to break them. Oh no! A spatial storm passed above Xiao Chun without any warning. A strong suction pulled his body down. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. Greatly startled, Xiao Chun quickly unfurled his Blue Dragon Divine Wings and struggled against the suction of the spatial storm. Xiao Chun's body spun continuously under the spatial storm, unable to control it. In the spatial storm, many spatial shards flew over. Fortunately, Xiao Chun's movement technique, the fish dragon art, was very proficient in dodging over a short distance. Otherwise, even if they weren't pulled into the storm, they would be cut into pieces by the spatial fragments. When the spatial storm drifted away from his head, his body landed on the ground. Kasie! It sounded like something had shattered. The startled Xiao Chun looked down and saw a rotting corpse. He did not know how long it had been there. His original sovereign body had already completely decayed, and he crushed it with a single stomp when he landed. Beside his palm there was a rusty broken knife. "I'm sorry, Senior. It was unintentional," Xiao Chun said softly. This was a senior bladesman whom he had accidentally crushed. For this senior to be able to leave a corpse on the Kunlun road and not dismembered on the spot, he must have been a famous person in the Kunlun realm. Sighing, Xiao Chun continued on his way. The rest of the road was littered with skeletons. Every short distance they walked, they would see a skeleton. The pressure on the mountain increased. Slowly, it became difficult to even lift one's feet. However, there was still a long distance to the top. Suddenly, he realized that it had been a long time since he had seen any corpses. Xiao Chun came to his senses and stopped in his tracks. Why weren't there any corpses? Clearly, this was a forbidden zone. Most of the people who charged into this place didn't leave behind any corpses. Hu Qi! Suddenly, 3 spatial storms blew over from above. Xiao Chun paled slightly. Before Xiao Chun could react, he was lifted into the air, flying towards the center of the 3 spatial storms. Xiao Chun struggled with all his might. At the same time, he circulated his vital qi. Strands of dragon-shaped energy moved around and gathered into 2 cauldrons. With a loud shout, Xiao Chun punched the air 3 times. Each punch boomed like thunder. He used the huge rebound to push himself back. As for the spatial shards flying over, Xiao Chun simply ignored them. He could only let these blind shards fly past his body. After punching 10 times, Xiao Chun, who had exhausted all his vital qi, finally landed on the ground. Xiao Chun's body was covered in wounds dripping with blood. His white robes were dyed scarlet. His injuries and fatigue prevented Xiao Chun from continuing forward. He could only stop to rest and recover from his injuries, recuperating his vital qi. Even when resting, Xiao Chun had to be careful. He looked around and paid attention at all times, unable to relax. This was because the spatial storms here did not follow any pattern. It looked like the summit was less than a kilometer away. However, for some reason, Xiao Chun felt that it was a very, very distant place. After that, with every step he took, he would experience 3, even 4 spatial storms. Toward the end, there would be even more terrifying spatial tears. These spatial tears would close instantly. If he was not careful and got pulled in, he did not know when he would come out again. It might be 100 years later, or it might be a lifetime. On this 1-kilometer path, Xiao Chun took 3 steps forward and took 1 step back. He even had to rest midway, walking for more than 40 days. After almost 1.5 months, he finally arrived at the summit. This period of time was truly a nightmare. In the future, Xiao Chun would not want to recall this experience. It was too torturous. Xiao Chun turned his head back and looked at the Kunlun road, entering deep thought. Even Xiao Chun was in such a sorry state. If the primes of the Kunlun realm wanted to take this path, they would die for sure. This path should not be so difficult. It was practically a path of death. Something must have happened resulting in such difficulty. Perhaps the people of the Black Lotus Church really did something to it. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze. There was no longer any path ahead. He looked up and saw a huge spatial whirlpool in the distant sky. Is this the spatial tunnel to leave the Kunlun realm? Xiao Chun muttered to himself, looking travel-worn as he looked at that spatial whirlpool. Go! Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and did not hesitate to fly towards that spatial whirlpool. At this final step, it was much safer. He did not run into any trouble as he ascended. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to reach the spatial whirlpool, something strange happened. Black lotus flowers flew out of the spatial whirlpool and quickly formed a huge hand that smashed at Xiao Chun. A strong force gathered in the palm. When the pressure pressed down, Xiao Chun felt like he was suffocating. Sharp spirit finger. With this finger, Xiao Chun retreated quickly. Then cracks appeared in that huge black palm. The cracks quickly mended, but the palm continued to descend on him, wanting to squash him to death. Flawless saber technique, cloud-reaching stance. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to execute the flawless saber technique's cloud-reaching stance. Lofty aspirations surged in Xiao Chun's chest. His blood surged as he soared into the sky. Kasie. The saber struck that huge palm and cracks spread out again. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. Ice-attributed and lightning-attributed energies merged in Xiao Chun's left palm. A drop of blood dripped from his palm, and a berserk tricolor dragon appeared. Then the wind blew and the huge palm ferociously smashed into it. After a series of strikes, the huge black palm suddenly scattered, turning into many lotus flowers drifting in the air. Xiao Chun's heart sank. To think that the lotus flowers were not destroyed and still showed signs of regathering. However, the speed of regathering was extremely slow. Xiao Chun thought to himself, indeed, the Black Lotus Church did something. Aside from me, no one in the Kunlun realm can block that earlier strike. Xiao Chun wanted to completely destroy these lotus flowers. However, after trying a few times, he discovered that after the lotus flowers shattered, they would still split into countless lotus flowers. This was very similar to the Thunder Hell that the Thunder King once executed when he possessed the demonic god. This would only slow down the speed of the black lotus flowers regathering. It would not be of much use. Never mind. I'll enter the spatial whirlpool first. Xiao Chun shook his head and chose to give up. Then his figure flashed into the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 1556. As his body entered the spatial whirlpool, Xiao Chun looked forward. There was only one path in the whirlpool. At the end of the tunnel, a faint light could be seen. After testing it out, Xiao Chun discovered that it was very easy to move forward. However, when he moved backward, it felt like the entire world was moving backward. He had only experienced this feeling when he was reversing time and space. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. No wonder people said that it was much more difficult for the people of the outside world to enter than for the people of the Kunlun realm to leave. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only had to deal with those spatial shards and spatial storms. To the experts of the outside world, their realms far surpassed that of a supreme being, so they did not fear the spatial storms at all. However, every step they took in the passageway of the spatial vortex was equivalent to reversing time and space. Although the passageway was not long, it was enough to make one suffer. Furthermore, according to the old dragon horse, the stronger one was, the greater the obstacles one would encounter. Xiao Chun was a little worried about what he would do when he returned in the future. However, at this point it was useless to think about these things. He could only shake his head and brace himself to move forward. Fortunately, the Black Lotus Church did not follow up on this spatial passageway. It would be extremely difficult for the other party to tamper with this spatial passageway. The moment Xiao Chun stepped out of the spatial vortex, he looked back and discovered the place he had come from. It was a black whirlpool. The entrance of the whirlpool was like the mouth of a monster. Xiao Chun looked around. This place was the resplendent starry heavens, boundless and boundless. He did not see the Kunlun continent. Xiao Chun thought for a while. It looked like the Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this universe, truly an abandoned land. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chun found that this starry heavens was very different from the Kunlun realms. Firstly, the level of space was different. Here, one would not be as free as in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. He had to constantly consume true essence to maintain himself in the starry sky and not drift away. The spatial pressure was immense, and his speed and strength were greatly restricted. Xiao Chun flipped his hand, and the cycle throne appeared. Then, he gently landed and sat on it. 7 divine weapons appeared, each guarding a direction, forming a simple formation. Kicking Xiao Chun, he resisted the pressure from the starry sky. Sitting on the throne, Xiao Chun began to study the book of the epochs that the azure-clothed man had left him. He had to understand the outside world as soon as possible. Book of the Epochs, the end of the Great Desolate Era. The Great Desolate Continent shattered into countless fragments, and the world entered the Epic Era. The first sentence introduced the origin of the epoch, and it immediately drew Xiao Chun's attention. There was a lot of novel knowledge that Xiao Chun had never come into contact with before. It broadened his horizons and allowed him to have a new understanding of the universe. In the beginning, the universe was chaotic. There was no heaven and earth. Only then did the heavens and earth split apart, and only then did the boundless great wasteland continent come into existence. It was a post-mythological era where all the races fought for supremacy, and the descendants of the gods and devils appeared. That era was too far away. Only the most ancient records of the 10,000 races in the untainted land had records of that era. As for the chaotic era, that was even more distant. The great desolate continent shattered into pieces. Even the smallest piece was half the size of the Kunlun continent. The billions of pieces formed countless worlds of various sizes. Thousands of worlds formed the epic era that followed. The epic era had risen and fallen for many epochs. After the immortal epoch came the current martial epoch. With the birth of the new epoch, the lands of the old epoch would be excluded from the new epoch, becoming abandoned lands. 3 days later, Xiao Chun finally finished reading the book of the epochs. Xiao Chun let out a long sigh. The Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this entire world. The outside world was much larger than Xiao Chun had imagined, somewhat surpassing his expectations. He now had a certain understanding of the current martial epoch. After the veritable personage realm, there was the primal core realm, the cloud sea realm, the divine vein realm, the faux god realm, and the true god realm. Before the veritable personage realm were the ordinary realm and the innate realm. In the vast sea of people, there were probably billions of people cultivating in the martial epoch. However, most people would remain in the ordinary realm their entire lives. With some talent, they would advance to the innate realm. Only after becoming a connate life form and passing through the 9 heavens of connate could one be called a perfected being. For example, Xiao Chun had broken through to the enlightened being realm in his 30s. Even in most places in the outside world, he could be considered an outstanding talent. However, the Book of the Epochs also recorded that the cultivators with the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline had mostly reached the peak of the veritable personage realm at his age. Among them, there were many with outstanding talents who broke through to the perfected being realm. His talent was not bad, but the resources in the land of exile could not be compared to those in the outside world. His years of experience and combat experience were incomparable to the geniuses in the outside world. It couldn't be said that they were truly weaker than each other. Xiao Chun thought to himself, I need to find baleful energy quickly, and advanced to the Yin essence stage. After the Yin essence stage there was the Yang essence stage. When the three essences merged to form the primal core, one could break through from the veritable personage stage to the primal core stage. In the Book of the Epochs, Xiao Chun had seen a rough star map left behind by the azure-clothed man. Roaming the starry sky without a star map was equivalent to courting death. Not only were there all sorts of astral beasts in the starry sky, but there were also many astral pirates. More importantly, if a cultivator wanted to move freely in the starry sky, they needed the strength of a primal core realm cultivator. A veritable personage would barely be able to roam the starry sky, but they would not be able to remain in the starry sky for long. The expenditure of veritable essence energy would be too much. Xiao Chun recalled the information he saw on the star map. The land of exile, the Kunlun realm, was near the Profound Light Great Realm. As for the Profound Light Great Realm, it was in the Purple Sun region. There were at least 1,000 existences similar to the Profound Light Great Realm in the Purple Sun region. Xiao Chun needed to make a trip to the Profound Light Great Realm first. Firstly, he could scout out the situation there. Secondly, he could search for or purchase some baleful energy. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiao Chun used the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to drive the cycle throne to the Profound Light Great Realm. The air resistance in the starry sky was very low, allowing one to fly very fast. However, the air here was thin, and the pressure and light were extraordinary. If one was not careful, one might die. Those with lower cultivations than those who had not broken through to the veritable personage realm would not be able to survive in the starry sky. Originally, Xiao Chun would find it hard to fly for long in the starry sky. Fortunately, he had the cycle throne which he could drive with magic energy, saving him a large amount of veritable essence energy. Chi. After flying for millions of kilometers, Xiao Chun passed by an asteroid belt, and strange sounds came from there. There are many astral beasts in the starry sky. These astral beasts are extremely hard to deal with, and some are extremely strong. This was Xiao Chun's first time roaming the starry sky, so he raised his guard. Normally, he would not pass by such complicated environments. Instead, he would go around them. However, this time it seemed like he could not avoid them. Suddenly, several black bats flew out of the asteroid belt. They were all huge, looking like strange beasts. Due to the low air resistance in the starry sky, these huge bats moved extremely fast. Furthermore, these bats had strong auras. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary astral beasts. Every bat should have the strength of a veritable essence stage cultivator. Xiao Chun did not panic. He remained calm, wanting to test the combat prowess of these huge bats. Kill! Pride of the 7 divine weapons tore through the air. A saber light flashed, and a huge bat that bore the brunt of the attack got chopped in half. The saber light contained great Tao energy, making it easy to kill. Clang! Pride returned, leaving behind the corpses of several huge bats in the starry sky. Xiao Chun entered deep thought as he wrapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. It looks like my combat prowess is completely unrivaled in the veritable essence stage. I think that not many can comprehend great Tao energy in this cultivation realm. With the support of great Tao energy, Xiao Chun's strength surpassed that of an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. Unfortunately, I did not run into any essence stage astral beasts, so I cannot test out my true limits. Just at this moment, something strange happened. All of a sudden, a flock of giant bats flew out of the asteroid belt. Some of them had golden patterns on their bodies. When Xiao Chun checked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were at least essence stage giant bats. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Flee! Without even thinking, Xiao Chun suddenly stood up. The throne merged with his white robes as he quickly flew away. Chapter 1557. With so many giant bats, Xiao Chun could not deal with them all. Furthermore, there were a few leaders among them. This made things even more difficult. Running was the best option. However, Xiao Chun's speed was much slower than that of these ferocious beasts that grew up in the starry heavens. Their bodies needed to adapt to the environment of the starry heavens. Furthermore, the school bus had just arrived and was not used to the complicated environment of the starry heavens. Soon, a swarm of giant bats surrounded Xiao Chun. When they got closer, Xiao Chun discovered that these giant bats were nearly 10 meters long. They had sharp beaks and huge wings. The scariest thing were their claws. They were incredibly sharp and flickered with a cold light. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, these giant bats let out sharp cries at the same time. The cries were ear-piercing and unpleasant, penetrating into the depths of one's mind. Sound wave attacks. Xiao Qin's face sank. The sound wave attacks of these giant bats were not simple. They were all infused with mental energy. Most importantly, he was in the middle of the encirclement, so the giant bat's sound waves were all focused on him. Just thinking about it made Xiao Qin tremble in fear. If he was not careful, he might end up an idiot, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Dragon Tone Art. Without much time to think, Xiao Qin decisively executed the Dragon Tone Art. A purple whirlpool gathered in his chest. A huge dragon image coiled above his head. At the critical moment, Xiao Qin roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. The mental energy in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness, which far surpassed that of a regular person's, erupted with this roar. Not only did the giant bats fail to injure Xiao Qin, but they were also severely injured by the rebound of the dragon roar. It was no longer possible for the giant bats to attack Xiao Qin with sound waves. Revealing a smile, Xiao Qin looked around the encirclement and fixed his gaze on a giant bat with a golden line on its back. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader. Even if this group of giant bats wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Qin, they did not have the courage to do so. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Xiao Qin's figure flashed as he executed the fish dragon art and charged forward. The giant bats that pounced at him along the way were all easily dodged, leaving only broken afterimages. Chi! Suddenly, a gust of wind flashed in front of him. The wind was as sharp as a knife, and it scratched Xiao Qin's cheeks, leaving 2 bloody marks. Retreat! Bewildered, Xiao Qin quickly retreated. Only then did he realize that the golden-edged bat had flown over his head. What a close shave! If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been crushed on the spot. Just thinking about the giant bat's golden claws, which flickered with a faint light and overflowed with cold light, made one shudder. However, this also firmed up Xiao Qin's decision to kill this golden-edged bat first. After a few rounds with this golden-edged bat, Xiao Qin actually suffered a small loss. He couldn't help but shout, "Saber!" The 7 divine weapons merged together. Xiao Qin grasped the scabbard. He did not want to end up in a battle to the death, so he executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Qin's heart shattered, and he felt intense pain. Then he quickly hacked out with the divine weapon. Kasie! Who could have imagined that the golden-edged bat's claws would firmly grab the saber in the time it took for a spark to fly? What great vital chi! Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly as he failed to draw his saber. The golden-edged bat flapped its wings, and its sharp teeth flew towards Xiao Qin, forcing him to abandon his saber. Just at this crucial moment, the golden-edged bat suddenly lost all signs of life. Xiao Qin's heartbreaking stance ignored defense, directly attacking the target's heart. At this moment, the golden-edged bat's heart shattered, dying on the spot. Kasie! A saber light flashed. Xiao Qin drew his divine weapon and chopped off the golden-edged bat's golden claws. When looking at the cold, golden light and sharp claws, even a fool would know that these were good items. After killing this golden-edged bat, Xiao Qin did not linger. This group of astral beasts was harder to deal with than he had imagined. If there was no need, he would not linger. Look! There is a person being chased by a group of demon tone bats. So it is a veritable essence stage rookie. No wonder he offended the demon tone bats. When such astral beasts work together, even peak primal core realm experts would have to retreat. The demon tone bats are one of the overlords of this area. This person is dead for sure. Should we save him? What's there to save? Firstly, he does not have the emblem of a sect. Secondly, he has no experience. With one look, we can tell that he is an unreliable loose cultivator. As Xiao Qin retreated, a fortress ship passed in front of him. A group of people on the ship watched the scene of him being chased. When Xiao Qin looked over, he felt somewhat startled. This fortress ship was very fast. This should be an astral ship specially made for traveling in the starry heavens. It should have formations that could adapt to the starry heavens. Xiao Qin had a rough understanding of this in the Book of the Epochs. Just as Xiao Qin was thinking, A strong aura swept over Xiao Chun. A primal core realm expert. Just as Xiao Chun was feeling bewildered, a cold snort rang out by his ear. Scram further away. Don't lead the demon tone bats in our direction. Otherwise, this old man will take your life. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a blue-clad old man at the top of the fortress ship, looking at him coldly. It turned out that Xiao Chun was heading to the profound light world. The direction he was retreating in happened to be the same as this fortress ship. Xiao Chun was not in the mood to bother with this person, so he did not bother explaining. However, he still had to be wary of this person's strength. Xiao Chun lowered his speed. After all, it was not like he could not deal with the demon tone bats behind him. It would just be more troublesome. On the fortress ship, a man and a woman stood behind the blue-clad old man. The man was handsome, but his lips were rather thin, and he looked somewhat fickle. The woman had some baby fat on her face, but her facial features were delicate. While she was not very pretty, she was very likable. "Master, that person does not look like a bad person. We can save him," the woman whispered as she looked into the distance at Xiao Chun, who was slowly disappearing from her vision. The young man smiled and said, "Junior sister, you are too young. With one look, it is clear that this person is deliberately leading the demon tone bats in our direction. If we save him, we will fall into his trap. Then we will take the opportunity to leave. If he is more malicious, he might even take advantage of the situation to rob us." But master, how can a primal core realm expert fear a veritable essence stage cultivator? The woman argued, but she did not have much confidence. The blue-clad old man sighed and said, "Fei-er, your senior brother is right. At such a time it is better to avoid trouble. With your character, I am really worried about how you will compete with others when you go to Profoundine Island." "Master, don't worry. Luonan will definitely protect junior sister well." The young man immediately stepped forward and expressed his stance. However, the blue-clad old man shook his head and did not say anything. "If you go to Profoundine Island, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Why the need to boast?" The blue-clad old man did not think much of these two disciples. One was strong but soft-hearted. The other was biting off more than he could chew and was too arrogant. However, it was good for him to temper himself. The competition within the sect was still gentler. Outside the sect, suffering a little was good, tempering his character. 3 days later, the blue-clad old man delayed Xiao Chun for a while, so he simply stopped fleeing. He fought as he retreated, tempering his combat experience in the starry heavens and adapting to the environment of the starry heavens, as well as the higher-level space of this great world. By relying on the fish-dragon art, Xiao Chun could make thousands of changes in an instant, moving like a fish in water. Xiao Chun killed the 3 leaders of the demon tone bats one after another. Not a single one of the ordinary demon tone bats managed to escape. The vast magic energy in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness turned into mental energy, which he sent out through the dragon tone art. This allowed him to not fear the demon tone bats' killing sonic attacks. As Xiao Chun recuperated on the cycle throne, he thought about his war trophies. There were many pairs of demon tone bat claws. There were even 4 pairs of golden claws, the claws of the demon tone bat leaders. These claws were tougher and sharper, like divine materials. More accurately, they were of a higher quality than the divine materials of the Kunlun realm. Based on that primal core expert's tone, he seemed to fear these demon tone bats. Even primal core experts fear these demon tone bats. It seems like I can make use of them. When Xiao Chun thought of an idea, he took out a carving knife and a pair of demon tone bat claws. Then he slowly started carving. After another 7 days, Xiao Chun recovered to his peak state. He frowned slightly as he was carving the demon tone bats and stopped what he was doing. A gentle breeze blew in front, and the 7 divine weapons protecting the throne buzzed and trembled. This aura. There are primal core cultivators fighting in the distance. Xiao Chun stood up and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. The heavenly eye flew out and hovered in the air, watching from afar. After a while, when Xiao Chun saw the situation of the battle, his lips curled up in a smile. It was a small world. The fortress ship from 10 days ago ran into Astral Starry Heavens pirates. Chapter 1558. With the observation of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chun could see every movement in the distance. There was a smaller pirate ship in front of the ship that the blue-clad old man was on, but it was even faster. The bow of the ship rose, and a black scimitar banner hung on it. The entire ship was covered in sharp edges. This was especially so for the bow, which was as sharp as a knife. Although this ship was small, it was much faster than the other ship. It was also nimble. No matter how the other ship changed directions, the other ship could not shake off the pirate ship. The other ship was even forced to keep kicking back. Clearly, the two had been fighting for a long time already. Only then did Xiao Chen catch up. Otherwise, given Xiao Chen's speed, he would not have been able to catch up to the blue-clad old man's ship. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the pirate ship, revealing a fervent expression. Master, is there any way to deal with this black scimitar pirate group? We have already been hiding for 2 days, but we still cannot avoid them. The young disciple Luo Nan asked with a somewhat grave expression beside the blue-clad old man. The Black Scimitar Pirate Group was one of the 10 strongest pirate groups in the nearby starry domain. The blue-clad old man said, I'll go and talk to them. Brothers of the Black Scimitar Pirate Group, this old man is a second-generation elder of the Tianyi sect. Can you give the Tianyi sect some face and not make things difficult for us? Otherwise, our Tianyi sect is not that easy to bully. The Tianyi sect was one of the stronger sects in the vicinity. The sect had a spirit light venerate, who surpassed the core cloud realm, holding down the fort. However, it was not a local sect of the profound light great realm. Although the Tianyi sect was rather far away, it still had some prestige. If the Tianyi sect was smart, this pirate group would probably give it some face. Ha ha ha. This old man is not blind. I saw your Tianyi sect's banner long ago. Cut the crap. If you want to pass through here, hand over 100,000 spirit jades. Otherwise, this old man will have to go far away. A black-clad man holding a scimitar laughed maniacally on the pirate ship. Whoosh! 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 30-odd people charged out from behind this black-clad man. All of them were at least veritable essence stage. Many of them were at the Yin essence stage or Yang essence stage. There was even one person who had reached the half-step primal core realm. The veritable personage realm consisted of 3 stages: veritable essence stage, Yin essence stage, and Yang essence stage. The strength of the pirates on this pirate ship could be considered quite elite, comparable to some small sections. This was especially so for the black-clad man. He was at least a late-stage minor primal core realm cultivator. 100,000 spiritual jades? You must be a maple, right? Let me tell you, it's impossible. A trace of killing chi flashed on the blue-clad old man's face. He said sullenly, just a mere pirate, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Ha ha ha. Then let's cut the crap and kill all of them. The pirate leader revealed a sinister smile and shouted. The pirates on the pirate ship laughed strangely and charged out. All of a sudden, the cultivators of both sides quickly exchanged blows in the air. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao Chen withdrew the heavenly eye and revealed a doubtful expression. This pirate leader seemed to have another purpose. Didn't seem like a robbery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with an unacceptable price. I don't care about that. The grudges between the two sides have nothing to do with me. It's that pirate ship. Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea. When he saw the speed of the ship earlier, he was already somewhat envious. Then, he thought about how his cycle throne was like a tortoise compared to that ship. Compared to that pirate ship, it was like a snail. The core of an astral warship is the formation, followed by the warship materials. If I can obtain the formation and modify the cycle throne, is there a chance? Opportunities came from fighting. If one fought, there would be. If one did not fight, there would be no chance at all. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Then, he quickly headed for the place where the two sides fought. At the place where the battle was taking place, both sides were somewhat anxious. On the whole, the Black Scimitar Pirate Group held the advantage. Furthermore, their numbers were continuously expanding. The blue-clad old man was very strong, practically suppressing the pirate leader. His combat style was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely experienced. However, the situation of the disciples on the ship was somewhat unsightly. It was simply a one-sided massacre. They cried out miserably whenever they felt any pain. As for those pirates, they laughed strangely. These people, who kept their heads turned around, had a frighteningly ruthless combat style. The more injured they were, the stronger their baleful auras became. Fortunately, the two disciples of the blue-clad old man held on to the ship's side. Otherwise, they would not be completely defeated. Xiao Chun glanced at the situation of the battle. Then, his gaze fell on the pirate ship. "Senior brother, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats?" The girl named Feier exclaimed when she saw Xiao Chun's figure. Her eyes lit up. "Junior sister, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats?" The thin-lipped man did not believe it. However, when he saw Xiao Chun's figure, he was somewhat stunned, nearly getting injured by the pirates. "Damn! Am I seeing things? To think that he is still alive after being chased by the demon-tone bats. Even primal core realm cultivators cannot endure the sonic attacks of the demon-tone bats. They will end up hallucinating and severely injure their mental energy." The blue-clad old man, who was fighting with the pirate leader, also saw Xiao Chun. Hope immediately ignited in this experienced old man. A person who could escape from the demon-tone bats was definitely not simple. Perhaps he could tip the balance. "Young hero, will you lend us a hand? Our Tianyi sect will definitely thank you heavily in the future." The blue-clad old man had completely forgotten that he had misunderstood Xiao Chun and told him to scram far away. Xiao Chun did not care about the blue-clad old man, continuing to fly forward as if he did not hear what the old man said at all. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. To think that you treat a veritable essence stage bladesman as a treasure. However, what's more interesting is that he did not abandon you. Ha ha ha." When the black-clad man saw the situation, he started laughing loudly. However, the black-clad man only laughed halfway before he could continue. Xiao Chun flew straight towards his pirate ship. "Damn it! How dare he target my precious ship? Quickly, go and get a few brothers to chop him up. He is just an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Is he tired of living?" Immediately, 3 of the pirates fighting on the ship heard their leader's orders. Then they immediately flew out and chased after Xiao Chun. The blue-clad old man revealed a confused look in his eyes. He could not figure out Xiao Chun's intentions. What is he doing? Going to the pirate ship? Isn't that just sending himself to death? There were still experts stationed on the pirate ship. "Brat, stop right there." Of the 3 pirates chasing Xiao Chun, the one who specialized in speed was the first to charge over. Then he quickly hacked down with his saber. Kase! When the saber light landed, Xiao Chun shattered into pieces. Before this pirate could rejoice, he discovered that he had struck only an afterimage. What fast speed! The 3 pirates were startled, their hearts thumping wildly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun dodged this saber strike so calmly. The pirate whose saber light missed looked at the shattered afterimages in front and was stunned for a moment. Die! Suddenly, a figure charged out of the shattered afterimages in the air. This figure was like a sharp saber, giving off an unparalleled sharpness. Before this pirate could react, he got punched. 2 cauldron force, together with the great Tao might, instantly exploded. The pirate corpse was covered in shattered bones, turning into a clump of blood mist. Ain essence stage cultivator. Seems like he is not much. Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he withdrew his fist light. Right now, Xiao Chun urgently needed to figure out his strength. However, this was clearly not the time yet. Old 7. The 2 pirates behind were greatly startled. They could not accept this. Old 7 died just like that. Xiao Chun glanced over indifferently. However, he did not care so much. He gently waved his sleeves. And somersaulted in the air, spreading his arms and continuing to fly towards the pirate ship. This scene shocked many of the people present. No one had expected this white-robed bladesman to kill a Ain essence stage cultivator so easily. "Senior brother. He does not seem to be an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator." A bright light flashed in Fei Er's eyes as she exclaimed in pleasant surprise. "Perhaps he can help us." "Stop dreaming. No matter what, he is still a veritable essence stage loose cultivator. If you go to the pirate ship, there is a half-step primal core expert guarding it. You will die for sure. However, he can indeed help us attract some islands," Luonan said indifferently. not showing any emotion. Xiao Chun easily dodged the attacks of the two pirates. Soon, he landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Boom! The two pirates behind panted slightly as they landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then they shielded Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he looked at the skinny bladesman on the left. He said, "A young essence stage cultivator. Not bad. I can feel baleful young energy in your body. You are really not afraid of death. You do not show any fear when you see the two of us." The skinny man emphasized his words as he looked at Xiao Chun with a surging murderous intent. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly. "The two of you? You have the strength, but your aura is not enough to scare me." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged out from his body. During his 20-odd years in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun had experienced many trials and tribulations. The so-called aura was a reflection of a person's experience and mental state. Xiao Chun's mental state was far from what the two before him could compare to. As for experience, Xiao Chun was a legend in the Kunlun realm. How could these two weaklings compare to him? The moment Xiao Chun's strong aura appeared, the invisible aura put immense pressure on the two pirates, forcing them to take a few steps back involuntarily. Xiao Chun revealed a mocking smile as he said coldly, "You are full of openings. No matter how high your cultivation is, it is useless." Chapter 1559. For a person to have a strong aura, they either had a truly noble background or had experienced the vicissitudes of life amidst a storm of blood, experiencing all sorts of joys and sorrows, becoming a legend. Clearly, Xiao Chun was the latter. Such an aura was even more oppressive than that of those with noble backgrounds. The two Black Scimitar pirate group members standing in front of Xiao Chun trembled slightly. The pressure they felt was even greater than when they faced their boss. "Stop trying to mystify us, you insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman." The young essence stage pirate on the left suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted ferociously. Then, he drummed up his courage and charged at Xiao Chun. "Do you think that bluffing and deceiving others and yourself can boost your courage?" Xiao Chun revealed a disdainful smile. The other party attacked like the wind, possessing a strong aura. However, the other party's footsteps were messy, his expression nervous, and his heart flustered. If Xiao Chun stood still, there would be fewer openings. If he moved, there would be more openings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the other party's saber light was about to chop down. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage on the ground. In the next moment, a leg appeared. Xiao Chun's foot moved past the other party and accurately kicked the other party's chin, finding many openings in his saber move. "Kasie!" The pirate flew into the air. When he landed, he sprawled on the ground and twitched continuously. However, he did not get up again. The remaining essence stage pirate was frightened silly. He actually fled, no longer daring to block Xiao Chun's path. Naturally, there was no need to bother with these so-called nobodies. Although these pirates had pretty good cultivations, their mental states were far inferior to Xiao Chun's. It was like a beggar meeting the crown prince of a dynasty. No matter how strong the beggar was, he would be intimidated by the latter's aura and become fearful. Xiao Chun kicked open the ship's door and walked in without hesitation. He entered. This white-robed bladesman charged into the Black Scimitar pirate group's ship. How can this be? How can this veritable essence stage fellow be so heaven-defying? Such a scene shocked not only the Tianyi sect disciples. Even the group of pirates was incredibly shocked, wondering if they were seeing things. Fayer smiled and said, "Senior brother, like I said, this white-robed bladesman is not simple. Look, he has already entered the hold." Luonan thought to himself, if it were me, I could deal with these three pirates. However, it would be hard to say if they wanted to be as relaxed as Xiao Chun. Humph! He is seeking death. There will definitely be half-step primal core experts guarding the control room of the warship. Bunch of trash. You cannot even block an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. A bunch of trash. You can't even block an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. How dare you? The pirate leader, who was currently fighting with the blue-clad old man, was so angered that his entire body trembled. He wished that he could personally go over and kill Xiao Chun. Xiao spirit. of fighting and said he won and he of blood and of. Old ghost, don't be too pleased with yourself. My second brother is guarding the ship. He's seeking his own death. I don't need to send more people. The black-clothed man was in a bad mood, and said with resentment. At this moment the situation was delicate, no longer like before. The blue-clad old man said sullenly, "In that case, let's see if your subordinates kill my disciples faster or if I defeat you faster." As long as either side ended the battle, the victor would immediately be decided. Now that the 3 pirates were gone, the pressure on the Tianyi sect's disciples was much more relaxed. Most importantly, Luonan and Fei Er, these 2 outstanding talents of the Tianyi sect, were far stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. After familiarizing himself with the pirates' fighting style, his true strength was slowly being unleashed. The internal structure of the pirate society was unique. More than 10 rooms of different sizes with various purposes were created. Xiaochen headed straight for the core control room. His spiritual consciousness had already sensed that there was a half-step core cloud realm cultivator in the control room. The dragon blood soul breaking finger silently accumulated power as he hurried along. Xiaochen was not prepared to clash with a half-step primal core realm expert. This was not the time either. Killing in one strike and then quickly obtaining the core formation was the way to go. Kase. Xiaochen kicked open the doors to the control room. A rather young, middle-aged man in the room looked at Xiaochen coldly. The youths these days are getting bolder. To think that an insignificant veritable essence stage cultivator dares to target our black scimitar pirate's ship. The middle-aged man shouted ferociously. Then he waved his hand and charged at Xiaochen. Baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy slowly flowed around his palm, forming a subtle balance. His body also entered a certain balance, becoming compatible with the world. When the middle-aged man leaped up, the entire space moved with him, putting immense pressure on Xiaochen. Whoosh! The middle-aged man moved very fast, not intending to give Xiaochen any time to catch his breath, preparing to court death. However, a finger stretched out in the time it took for a spark to fly. A scarlet light flickered on the fingertip. A Soul Dao martial technique. Panic flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He wanted to retreat quickly, but he was already very fast in the first place. Retreating was easier said than done. Xiaochen only stretched out his finger and tapped the middle-aged man's forehead. It looked like the middle-aged man offered himself up. The eyes of the second-in-command of the pirate group slowly dimmed. His soul was severely injured. To think that he did not die on the spot. The soul of a half-step primal core realm expert was extraordinarily resilient. Startled, Xiaochen lowered his arm and clenched his palm into a fist. Then, he punched the second-in-command's dantian with 2 cauldron force. Bang! A hole appeared in the roof of the control room. The second-in-command vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Second brother. The pirate leader, who was fighting with the blue-clad old man, happened to see this scene. When he saw his second brother get knocked back, he showed no signs of life. The pirate leader immediately went berserk, utterly enraged. How can this be? My second brother is a half-step primal core realm cultivator. He cannot do anything to an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Return to the ship. All of you return to the ship and kill that brat. The black-clad man was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He called out, and the pirates on the ship scattered back to their pirate ships. A light flickered in the blue-clad old man's eyes. Actually, he could have kept the pirate leader here. However, the experienced and astute him chose to give up. Master, a half-step primal core realm expert, died on the pirate side. Let's call second martial uncle out and kill all these pirates. There was also a half-step primal core realm expert guarding the control room on the ship. Luonan immediately suggested after he arrived beside the blue-clad old man. Master, let's make a move. If we still don't, that white-clad bladesman who saved us will die. The blue-clad old man's expression did not change. He ignored Luonan's impulse and Fei Er's anxiety. He said indifferently, "It is not time yet. I need to watch first." Inside the control room, Xiaochen knew everything that happened outside like the back of his hand. Life bestowal spell. With a soft cry, many demon tone bat sculptures flew out of the control room. There were more than 20 of them. Finally, there was even a golden demon tone bat. Boss, it's the demon tone bats. There are so many demon tone bats. There are even chief-level demon tone bats. When the pirates who just landed on the ship saw a group of demon tone bats suddenly fly out, they were all frightened silly and retreated in a fluster. A few pirates were too slow. The demon tone bats' sharp claws dug deep into their chests, breaking a few ribs on the spot. Blood spurted out, and the pirates were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Chi! Chi! The golden demon tone bat appeared, and its sharp claws dug deep into the roof of the pirate ship. The other demon tone bats stood in a row around it, squeaking strangely. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the enraged black-clad man, his heart instantly turning cold. Demon tone bats. Damn it! Since when did my pirate ship become a bat nest? A strange look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. At this moment he finally made a move, charging out with a half-step primal core realm expert and a Tianisec disciple. The blue-clad old man spoke righteously, appearing very righteous. He shouted, "Black Scimitar, today is the day you pirates die." Chapter 1560. In the core control room of the pirate ship, Xiao Chun forcefully pried open the deck, and the starship's formation appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chun was immediately dazzled, unable to take it all in. The formation below the deck flickered with light. The formation was no more than 100 meters wide. It actually had more than 10,000 nodes. There were other formations within the formation, all interconnected, formations within formations. Every node had a spirit jade in it. The pirate ship did not look very big. At the core of the formation, there was an exquisitely shaped formation plate engraved with complicated patterns. This formation plate was definitely the work of a grandmaster. Activating it would require a significant amount of resources. A total of 10,000 spirit jades. Who knew how long it would last? I miscalculated. I should not have blasted that fellow to death. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This formation was very complicated. He could not figure it out immediately. It would be great if Imo-chan were here. Given her attainments in formations, she would be able to figure it out with a few glances. However, there should be a formation diagram in this control room. Such a complicated formation would be very troublesome to repair. Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin with his right hand. His gaze swept across the control room, searching for the hidden mechanism or the hidden interlayer. After a while, Xiao Chun discovered something. He found a wooden box in a secret compartment under the control panel. After opening it, there were 3 formation diagrams and a detailed star chart. The star chart included not only the purple sun region, but also the nearby astral domains. Good stuff. The star chart that Big Brother Long gave me is already very old. This star chart is really perfect. Xiao Chun studied it, and was surprised to discover that this star chart had markings of the nearby trade routes. There were also records of the valuable stars, remnants, and resources on the stars. It truly lives up to being a star chart used by pirates. It is really detailed. Now it is mine. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then he looked at the formation diagram. It was indeed complicated. Every formation diagram was folded, and there were a total of 3. After putting away the formation diagram, Xiao Chun sized up the formation below. Then he took out the formation plate. Immediately, the flickering light disappeared, and the formation came to a stop. It is indeed a good item. Just the materials alone are extraordinary, Xiao Chun commented bluntly as he held the array plate and sensed it. Next up was the spirit jades on the nodes. 10,000 spirit jades was not a small sum. Although Xiao Chun had 2 million spirit jades on him, such things did not appear to be a lot. Boss, something happened to our ship. The pirates fighting the Tiani sect were greatly startled as they spoke in a fluster. The pirate ship's spirituality had completely disappeared, and some of the glowing water chestnuts had stopped flashing. The entire ship shook violently in the starry sky. My ship. The pirate leader's lungs were about to explode. The Black Scimitar pirate group, which ran amok in this region, actually had their ship hijacked. This would definitely become the greatest joke among their peers. However, they could only watch helplessly as the demon tone bats guarded the ship's hold. Although these pirates were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Furthermore, There was still the Tannisek's large-scale counterattack. This group of pirates could neither advance nor retreat. All sorts of loud sounds came from the ship's hold. The strong pirate ship shook continuously in the starry sky. No one knew what was happening inside. However, no one knew that it was definitely not a good thing. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry." The black-clad man was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. His movements were disrupted, and several wounds appeared on his body. The pirates' morale plummeted, and they persisted bitterly, losing their initial ferocity. Following a loud explosion, the hull of the ship collapsed, and the deck began to peel off non-stop. The perfectly fine pirate ship became bare, leaving only the outline of the ship's skeleton. Pussy. When the black-clad man saw his treasured ship in such a state, he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He finally understood what Xiao Chun was doing. Xiao Chun was using brute force to tear apart the valuable parts of his ship, piece by piece. Now Xiao Chun met with someone even more ruthless than him. "Brat, I Hu Fei will not share the same sky with you." During the intense battle, the pirate leader took some time to glance at Xiao Chun. Then he became so angry that his entire body trembled. Xiao Chun did not hear what the pirate leader said at all. He held his chin and looked at the skeleton that made up the ship. Suddenly, the pirate leader's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and reached out to touch a branch. That was the backbone of the entire ship, the most important support point. How many resources had been expended to forge this skeleton? The pirate leader knew this the best. Crack! Xiao Chun pulled hard, and the entire ship's skeleton shattered, instantly falling apart. Xiao Chun tore apart a perfectly good ship just like that. "You!" Before the pirate leader finished speaking, the blue-clad old man took advantage of this opportunity to strike the pirate leader's chest. The pirate leader sent the blue-clad old man flying. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said in a trembling voice, "You are ruthless. You are ruthless." Since the situation was already over, the pirate leader did not dare to linger. The surviving pirates scattered in all directions, fleeing miserably in the starry heavens. After chasing away the pirates, the many Tannisek disciples and the two elders looked at Xiao Chun in silence, deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine that this white-clad bladesman before them forcefully tore apart the Black Scimitar pirate group's pirate ship. "Senior brother, should we take him down? He should have the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. If we refine the many parts of the pirate ship, they will be invaluable divine materials." The half-step primal core realm old man beside the blue-clad old man sent a voice projection as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't get anxious. I originally wanted to let those pirates go back and deal with him. Who knew a group of demon-tone bats flew out? This fellow is somewhat strange." The blue-clad old man's eyes flickered. After a while, he arrived before Xiao Chun with a wide smile. "I really have to thank you for allowing the Tannisek to escape danger this time. Would you like to come to my Tannisek's ship and have a chat?" The blue-clad old man asked very enthusiastically. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart as he carefully put away the bone structure in his hand. Xiao Chun intended to use the pirate ship's formation to upgrade the cycle throne. He came up with the idea on the spur of the moment and dismantled the entire pirate ship. Unexpectedly, the harvest was bountiful, far surpassing his expectations. As for this old man before him, Xiao Chun just smiled at him. After so many years in the Kunlun realm, he had seen all sorts of people. Xiao Chun clearly knew what the blue-clad old man was thinking. The other party's tricks were not very clever. That's not good, right? I wonder where that group of demon-tone bats flew off to. Who knows when they will fly out again? At that time, someone will tell me to scram again. Xiao Chun said indifferently with a cold expression. He was not a fool to board the ship. The blue-clad old man smiled awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding. Earlier I thought that young hero wanted to harm this ship. It really was a misunderstanding. That's right. My master is a good person. Now that you saved us, come on up and have a seat. Come on up and have a seat. You are going to the profound light great realm, right? We can bring you up. The girl with some baby fat fair invited Xiao Chun. Junior sister, why are you being so polite to him? Master invited him out of goodwill. Yet he is putting on airs. If he is not coming, then so be it. The thin-lipped man Luonan mocked as he rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun. Goodbye. After all, the other party was a primal core realm expert. Even if he harbored evil intentions, Xiao Chun could not afford to offend him. Waving his hand, Xiao Chun turned to leave. Wait! The blue-clad old man seemed to have made up his mind about something, suddenly calling out to Xiao Chun. The wary Xiao Chun did not rush to turn around. He only prepared for the dragon blood soul-breaking finger as he silently executed the divine lightning eye. What a strong wariness! The blue-clad old man noticed Xiao Chun's wariness and felt slightly startled. However, he did not intend to attack Xiao Chun. The blue-clad old man feared those elusive demon-tone bats. Before he figured out what was going on, he would not take the risk. You saved the lives of our entire ship. This old man has nothing to repay you for. However, I know a place with extremely high-quality balefulline energy. I can tell you about it. The moment the blue-clad old man said that, the disciples of the Channy sect and that old man were all shocked. They could not understand why the blue-clad old man would tell such a secret to an outsider. Peak-grade balefulline energy. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat as he thought quickly. Even though he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, he did not dare to act rashly. Although he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, the other party's offer had indeed tempted him. Agree? Or not? Chapter 1561. No problem, no problem. You can stay on this ship for the time being. Venerable meant that he was an expert worthy of respect. In order to have a chance to become a true god in the future, one had to build a good foundation in order to become a true god. Isn't that obvious? With a single glance, one could tell that he was a wandering cultivator without a sect. If they were from a righteous sect, they would have reported their names long ago. Fei happily agreed. After her master left, she looked at Xiao Chun and asked impatiently, Big brother Xiao Chun, which great realm are you from? Which sect are you from? You are very strong. Perhaps Xiao Chun wanted Fei and Luonan to interact more with Xiao Chun, because he wanted to use this opportunity to investigate his origins. When the other party raised his hand, it felt as though he was fused with space itself. With a single leap, it felt as though the entire surrounding space was lifted up by the other party. The enlightened being realm was divided into 3 small realms: true essence, yin essence, and yang essence. Only by combining the 3 essences and forming an inner core could one enter this realm. When Fei saw Xiao Chun hesitating, she kindly reminded him. As for primal core realm experts, even if they used their trump cards, they would not be able to harm their opponent. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, Young hero is right. This old man can only help you to this extent. After all, how can such a resource be without an owner? When Luonan heard this, he felt upset. This junior sister seemed to be overly concerned about this fellow. Profoundine Island was a land of fortuitous encounters. There were many high-quality balefulline energy hidden in the depths of the earth vein. There were even peak-grade balefulline energy. However, Yin Fiend resources were limited. Ordinary disciples could only rely on Yin Essence stones. However, some of the best Yin Essence stones were not much worse than Yin Qi. According to the rules of the Jianghu, one had to be outside. Unless the other party brought it up on their own initiative, they were not allowed to inquire about the other party's background. It was considered a taboo. Xiao Chun laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw the other party's innocent eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, All right, I will thank Elder first. Yin Essence stones and Yang Essence stones were very valuable treasures in the perfected being realm. The supreme grade balefulline energy was too important to him. Xiao Chun was very clever and immediately understood. He looked at the blue-clad old man and said, You want me to pretend to be a Channy sect disciple and enter Profoundine Island. The reason is because of you. Just like you said, don't ask about other people's origins unless they are willing. Xiao Chun in particular respected him very much. It's fine. Brother Luonan is too polite. Miss Fei, actually your senior brother is right. If someone isn't willing to expose their own clan, they must have some misgivings. The blue-clad old man smiled calmly and said, I still have a small request. Wherever there is a balefulline energy, there will be Yin Essence stones. You only need to absorb the Yin baleful energy. I will leave the Yin Essence stones for the other disciples to use. Back then, for the sake of this profounding island, the various sects fought each other. It was not easy to come up with this compromise. If not for his opponent's carelessness and the fact that he had coincidentally collided with his dragon blood soul-breaking finger, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to say. When the half-step Primal Core Realm pirate second-in-command made a move on the pirate ship, Xiao Chen knew that he was not a match for him. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "Big brother Xiao Chen, just agree. My master is sincerely repaying you. Senior brother Luonan and I also have to hand over essence stones to the sect. In fact, this pirate ship incident might even have something to do with it. However, this profounding island did not belong to the Tianyi sect alone." At the same time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step Primal Core Realm expert drank tea and chatted in a tea hall within the ship. The focus was on Xiao Chen, who was wandering around on the deck. Xiao Chen remained calm and collected, silently dispersing the divine lightning eye and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. The blue-clad old man before Xiao Chen was strong and shrewd with age. Interacting with this old man was like asking a tiger for its skin. If one was not careful, one would end up getting eaten. The blue-clad old man pointed to Fei Er and Luo Nan. Then he said, "This year, Fei Er and Nan Er did well, standing out in the competition between their sect members and obtaining the right to go to Profoundine Island. Senior brother, why did you give this fellow such benefits? He is not from a sect, has no one to rely on, and is decisive in killing. With one look, it is clear that he is a loose cultivator." 1 hour later, Xiao Chen understood the ins and outs of the matter. As for half-step Primal Core Realm cultivators, if they did not use Dermic World, the Divine Lightning Eye, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, and the Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger, it would be hard to say who would win. It was best to absorb peak-grade Baleful Yin energy, and peak-grade Baleful Yang energy in the Yin Cloud Realm, and the Yang Essence stage. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the blue-clad old man. "It is rare for Senior to be so kind. This junior does indeed need peak-grade Baleful Yin energy to advance to the Yin Essence stage. As the saying went, in order to become a god, one had to first become a human. Of the billions of cultivators, only 10% could break through to the mortal realm. Those who could break through to the innate realm were even fewer." The half-step Primal Core Realm expert was still brooding, not understanding the blue-clad old man's actions. "It's that simple?" Xiao Chen remained silent. It seemed like he had not seen such a naive girl for a long time already. As long as the other party had a chance, she could kill him at any time. Xiao Chen smiled, not minding it. His eyes could understand the ways of the world. Instead, the islands were managed by the surrounding large sections. At this time every year, the various large sects would send out veritable Essence Stage or Yin Essence Stage outstanding talents to compete on the islands. "Senior brother, how can you say that?" Fei Er said angrily. "Master wants us to properly entertain our honored guests. Quickly apologize." Fei Er seemed to understand but not really. After a while she nodded and smiled. "Big brother Xiao Chen, you really know a lot. With one look, I can tell that you are a good person." On this trip, Xiao Chen wanted to go to a star close to the profound light great realm. Xiao Chen already made up his mind to take a risk. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen boarded the ship with Xiao Chen. The three casually walked on the deck, admiring the scenery of the boundless starry heavens in the night sky. The Tianyi sect disciples on the deck all respected the three. The blue-clad old man did not care. He laughed straightforwardly and stood up. "Fei Er, Nanner, you are all cultivators of the same generation. You can interact with them. At the same time, help me properly entertain them. Your martial uncle and I will take our leave first. In my opinion, they are no weaker than the elite disciples of those rank 2 sections." The blue-clad old man was a Primal Core Realm expert. What was the Primal Core Realm? Luo Nan asked sarcastically, not waiting for Xiao Chen to reply. Luo Nan's words angered his junior sister. To Xiao Chen, it meant that he knew a lot and was definitely a good person. "Done." The blue-clad old man spoke casually. However, Xiao Chen could feel the bloodshed in his words. Cultivators who could reach this level could be called venerates in the Great Thousand Realms. Breaking through to the veritable personage realm and becoming a Primal Core Realm expert was worthy of respect, regardless of one's age. Luo Nan felt upset in his heart. However, he still said reluctantly, "Sorry, I was too rash earlier. Brother Xiao Chun, please don't take offense. As Luonan looked at the other party, the hidden meaning in Xiao Chen's words was very straightforward. Are you that nice? The female disciple named Fei smiled politely at Xiao Chun when she heard that. However, Luonan feigned indifference, not moving at all. Since ancient times, riches and honor came from danger. This person who dismantled the Black Scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands was filled with mystery in their eyes. The blue-clad old man was an experienced person. Aside from asking for Xiao Chen's name, he did not say anything else. We should just directly kill such an existence. He definitely has the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. That is something worth cities. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, That's easy. Please come on board for a chat. I will tell you in detail. There was an island on that star called Profounding Island. What is this? When Luonan heard that, he nearly vomited blood. These words were not an exaggeration at all. The sect had a Cloud Sea powerhouse, who surpassed the Primal Core realm, holding down the fort. It turned out that this Tianyi sect came from the Enlightened Great Realm, a rank 1 sect that bordered the Profound Light Great Realm. The blue-clad old man waved his hand and said, Young hero, please do not misunderstand. This matter is rather complicated. Now Xiao Chen more or less understood what he understood. Ordinary Yin Essence Stage and Yang Essence Stage cultivators would not be a match for him, unless he was an outstanding talent of a sect. Chapter 1562. The blue-clad old man said indifferently, Junior brother, you still do not see things clearly enough. Although this Xiao Chun is only a veritable essence stage cultivator, he has an extraordinary air about him. Think about it. How would a regular veritable essence stage cultivator behave when they see the two of us? The half-step Primal Core Realm expert quickly said, They would definitely be very respectful and amiable. It is normal for them to try to suck up to us if they feel uncomfortable. Before a veritable essence stage cultivator, a Primal Core Realm cultivator was a godlike existence. The blue-clad old man nodded. What about him? He is neither servile nor overbearing, extremely calm. With one look, it is clear that he is someone who has seen a lot of things. Such a person either has a noble background or has experienced many things. He looks young, so it cannot be the latter. Can only be the former. Could he be a rank 2 sect disciple or a noble clan disciple? The half-step Primal Core Realm old man was startled when he heard that. If that was the case, then they could not touch him. If they touched someone with a deep background, then the consequences. Yes and no. Senior brother, what do you mean? The blue-clad old man smiled strangely. It is true that he comes from a noble clan. However, look at him. He cannot even find a good baleful in energy, wandering the starry heavens alone. Is there such a noble clan? Then, senior brother, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, Ha ha ha. In that case, I'll say it directly. He is indeed a noble clan disciple, but his clan should be in dire straits. It is more likely that it was destroyed. That's why he is wandering the starry heavens, hiding from his enemies. The half-step Primal Core Realm old man's eyes lit up. After a while he gave a thumbs up and said, Senior brother, you can even guess that. You are amazing. Given this, it explained why Xiao Chun could kill the second-in-command of the pirate group. How could such a fallen disciple not have any life-saving trump cards? This also explained why Xiao Chen's aura and bearing came from. Noble clan disciples had seen many experts since they were young. How could they be so respectful to two Primal Core Realm cultivators? This was also why these disciples in dire straits had more treasures than ordinary loose cultivators. Just the formation diagram and formation plate of the pirate ship were enough for the two to make a move against Xiao Chun. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen's identity. No matter how one looked at it, this white-robed bladesman was a fat lamb. The blue-clad old man smiled in an unfathomable manner. I'll get Fair and Luonan to interact more with him. Youth should be less wary of each other. We should be able to get some information. In that case, why did we send him to Profounding Island? If his strength increases, it will be disadvantageous to us. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, You do not understand this. If we let him go to Profounding Island, he can help us collecting essence stones for free. This can be considered our contributions to the sect. Secondly, The intense competition on Profoundine Island will definitely exhaust many of his trump cards. How much can he improve? If I wasn't worried about his trump card, I could have easily crushed him. The half-step primal core realm old man smiled and said, "Excellent. Senior brother, with such meticulous planning, even if that Shao Chun had 9 heads, he would not be able to escape your grasp." Humph! This kind of person is already in decline, yet he is still proud and arrogant, believing himself infallible. He is the one who refuses to recognize reality. Now that he ran into me, I can teach him a lesson. A greedy look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. As the saying went, the world was dangerous. The danger was in the world, and the evil was in the human heart. Back on the deck, Fei and Shao Chun chatted happily. Occasionally, bell-like laughter rang out. This made Luonan, who was following at the side, extremely jealous. He could not interrupt even if he wanted to. As Luonan looked at Shao Chun, he hated that he could not use his gaze to kill Shao Chun. This was Shao Chun's first time seeing someone from the outer realm. He did not understand many of the local customs, sect grades, cultivation techniques, and divine weapons. After all, the Book of the Epochs only recorded a general idea. It would not record everything in detail, no matter how big or small. Fei's thoughts were pure. When Shao Chun occasionally asked questions, she would enthusiastically answer them. Shao Chun learned that the sects were the leaders of the Great Thousand Realms. Sects were divided into 7 ranks. Below rank 7 they were all unranked sections. Any sect with a rank had at least 10,000 years of accumulations. The Tianyi sect was a rank 1 sect with a Cloud Sea Realm Supreme Elder holding down the fort. As for a rank 2 sect, it required at least 3 Cloud Sea Realm existences to be considered a rank 2 sect. Generally, second-rank sects were powerful and would control more than one great world. They did not need to be like a rank 1 sect, which controlled an entire great realm. As for rank 3 sects, they were already considered extremely strong, with divine vein realm powerhouses holding down the fort. They were absolute overlord-class existences in thousands of great realms of an astral domain. Take the Purple Sun region for example. Any random disciple of the 4 rank 3 sects would be respected by a primal core realm powerhouse. When Shao Chun heard that, he felt deeply moved. This great thousand realms truly had limitless possibilities. No wonder so many cultivators of the Kunlun realm since ancient times stepped onto the Kunlun road without hesitation. It was getting late, so Shao Chun took his leave to rest. He planned to think about how to deal with that blue-clad old man. "Junior sister, I'll send you back. You should be tired from the battle with the pirates today." When Shao Chun finally left, Luonan immediately showed a smile. "Senior brother Luo, master is looking for you." Just at this moment, a disciple walked out of the ship and spoke respectfully. Luonan felt depressed. After so much difficulty, he finally got a chance to be alone, but it was ruined again. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother, go and see master first. There is no danger on the ship. I can go back alone." Luonan stared at Fei's back in a daze. "Senior brother, it's time to go." "Oh, I'll go right away." Inside the tea room of the ship, after Luonan bowed, the blue-clad old man asked with a smile, "Nanner, that Shao Chun spent so much time with the two of you. What did he say to you?" Luonan could not help cursing in his heart. This Shao Chun did not say a single word to me. He chatted with junior sister the entire time. Reporting to master, that Shao Chun chatted with junior sister the entire time and did not speak to me, Luonan said honestly, even though he felt somewhat upset. The blue-clad old man said, "Yes. What did they say?" Luonan nodded and repeated what junior sister Fei said, word for word. The more the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. Why did this sound like they were exposing their wealth? They told Shao Chun everything about the Tianyi sect's situation. Fei even gave Shao Chun a simple summary of the two's strength. However, Shao Chun's tone showed great respect for the two old men. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was a careless remark. "Stop right there. Who's asking you all this?" "I'm asking what that Shao Chun said." The half-step primal core realm old man rudely interrupted Luonan with a cold expression. Luonan spoke happily. He remembered his junior sister's words. Zhang Xian was stunned by the interruption. "Ask Shao Chun?" He couldn't wait to kill that brat, so how could he remember what that brat said? Tell me, what did Xiao Chan say? Don't leave out a single word. The blue-robed old man said expressionlessly. I. Sensing that his master and martial uncle were somewhat angry, Luonan flushed red. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember what Xiao Chan said. Master martial uncle, I really can't remember. Please punish me. Plop. Luonan fell to his knees, not daring to raise his head. Trash, what are you thinking in your head? Get out of my sight. The blue-clad old man felt enraged as he waved his hand to chase Luonan away. Luonan felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger in the first place. When he finally got a chance to be alone with his junior sister, his master and martial uncle called him over and ruthlessly lectured him. What is going on? Luonan felt so depressed that he wanted to cry. The blue-clad old man could not be blamed for being angry. Originally, he wanted to dig out Xiao Qin's background with the two of them. Who could have imagined that they would not dig out anything? Instead, they ended up exposing their own background. Who could not be angry? Senior brother, this brat is somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-clad old man showed an unfriendly expression as he snorted coldly. This brat is somewhat skilled. However, he chose the wrong opponent to fight with me. Just wait and see. Chapter 1563. Xiao Chun was dancing on the edge of a knife. The world was dangerous, and the human heart was hard to fathom. Xiao Chun had understood this many years ago. Previously, Xiao Chun had no value in the other party's eyes. Hence, the only comment he received was scram. The word scram was very clever. Only round things could scram. Humans were not round, they were straight. When a person said scram, the subconscious thought was, if you don't scram, I'll make you scram. When Xiao Chun tore apart the black scimitar pirate ship with his bare hands, the blue-clad old man's attitude changed drastically. Of course, it was not because Xiao Chun had saved him. In fact, Xiao Chun had not even thought of saving the blue-clad old man. It would be foolish to expect a person who could say scram to understand gratitude. Naturally, Xiao Chun knew that this person had ulterior motives. However, since he wanted to obtain the balefulline energy, he had no choice but to take the risk and fight with him. The fortress ship was divided into 10 odd rooms of various sizes. In the room that belonged to Xiao Chan, he raised his head and looked around, entering deep thought. In this place, any movement would not escape the blue-clad old man's eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun brought out the power of his ice domain. Immediately, snowflakes filled the room, and cold chi spread out. The space in the room immediately turned blurry. Amid the drifting snowflakes, Xiao Chun looked like he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man, who were observing Xiao Chun, exchanged glances. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. What strong ice-attributed energy! He probably comprehended a domain, the half-step primal core realm old man said. Although the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms had higher cultivations than those of the Kunlun realm, they could not compare to Kunlun realm cultivators in terms of wills and domains. The reason was simple. The Kunlun realm's martial cultivation was limited. Most cultivators could not advance further, and could only focus on wills and other aspects. However, the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms did not have such restrictions. As they cultivated, they spent most of their time on their cultivation. Life was limited. It was inevitable that there would be gains and losses. It looks like his primary cultivation technique should be ice-attributed. We should pay more attention to him. After the blue-clad old man understood the situation, he no longer paid much attention to it. Although the ice domain was powerful, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with just the ice domain. In truth, Xiao Chun was cultivating the divine lightning I amidst the hazy frost chi. The third layer of the divine lightning, I was clearly unable to threaten an existence at the level of the blue-robed old man. At the very least, it had to be at the fourth layer. As for the fourth layer, it was a qualitative change for the divine lightning eye. Being able to overlap the first 3 lightning tribulations would result in 6 lightning tribulations, and its might would increase by several times. The blue-robed old man would never have imagined that, compared to the ice domain, the lightning Tao was his main cultivation. Furthermore, they would not have imagined that Xiao Chan was someone who comprehended the complete Saber Tao. Half a month later, the ship stopped in the air above a star near the profound light great world. This was the mystic Een star. Most of the surface of the star was the Dead Sea, which was unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in. There was only one piece of land. It was Profound Een Island. The Tianyi sect disciples all came out from the deck and looked at the island below. Those with good eyesight could see that the terrain of the island was very complicated. There were many steep mountains and complicated valleys. Vaguely, a terrifying aura lingered in the air above the island, not scattering. The blue-robed old man walked out and called over Xiao Chan and the other two. You all can go down first. According to the rules, our ships can only circle in the air. When Luonan heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. We are going down ourselves? That's right. It's all the same. This unwritten rule has been around for many years. After we go down, there is a gathering point of the various sects on the island. You will know everything when you go there. Fei looked at the blue-robed old man somewhat nervously and asked, Master, what do we need to pay attention to? The blue-robed old man smiled warmly and said, Little brother Xiao Chan, I'll let you know. There are some things that I can't say. Xiao Chan looked at the blue-robed old man, feeling somewhat confused. Little brother Xiao Chan, these two disciples of mine have not experienced much wind and rain. I'll leave them to you to take care of Profound Een Island. When Luonan heard that, he felt unconvinced. Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of junior sister. Our Tianyi sect does not need to rely on outsiders. How dare you say that? The blue-robed old man reprimanded Luonan with a stern expression. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and said, Don't mind. Little brother Xiao Chan, I'll leave everything to you. Seeing the blue-robed old man's sincere appearance, most people would find it hard not to let down their guard. Xiao Chan did not say anything, only nodding slightly. Go on then. Don't embarrass the Tianyi sect. The three of them flew off the warship and landed on a flat land on Profound Een Island. Just at this moment, two cultivators wearing blue armor from the gathering point on the mountain peak shouted coldly, Who are you? What business do you have on Profound Een Island? When Luonan and Fei heard this, they felt the other party's domineering attitude. Come to think of it, this should be an expert from another sect stationed here. Before Luonan could rage, Xiao Chan stepped forward and said, We are disciples of the Tianyi sect. We are here to search for baleful Een energy. The Tianyi sect? Hand over the Tianyi sect identity token. We want to verify your identity. After the two blue-armored cultivators checked, they looked at Xiao Chan and asked, You are Yi Bai. This identity token belonged to another Tianyi sect disciple. The words Yi Bai were carved on the back. Xiao Chan nodded and said, I am Yi Bai. How can I help you? It's nothing. You do not seem to have a high cultivation. Unexpectedly, you are the leader. It is just strange. Come with us. After returning the identity tokens to the three, the two turned around and left. The group traveled on the mountain path like it was flat ground. One could often see cultivators wearing similar armor on this peak. Xiao Chan discovered that this blue armor contained a gentle fire-attributed energy. It should be used to resist baleful Een energy. The three of you listen up. As the cultivator leading the way walked, he said, This Profound Een Island opens to the public once a year. Right now it does not belong to any sect. Everyone is equal when they enter. Everyone has to do things according to the rules here. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences. Luonan felt very upset when he heard this, wanting to rebut a few times. Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, she felt more at ease. There are not many rules here, just 3. First, you can stay here for only 1 month. After 1 month, you have to return to this gathering point. Second, there are no rules in the competition of the same generation. You can use all means. Third, if you have any grudges, you have to forget them after you come out. Fei's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She whispered, Is the competition that intense? It is just baleful Een energy, yet it is so cruel. Xiao Chan retorted indifferently, Cruel? When this Profound Een Island was first discovered, the fight between the various sects was probably 10 times crueler than this. Baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy were too important to cultivators in the veritable essence stage. Cultivators of this realm were the foundation of a sect. The importance of profound yin island to these sects went without saying. It would be strange if the competition for such a strategic location was not cruel. At this moment, Luonan became much more reserved. Junior sister, this place cannot be compared to the Tianyi sect. Be careful. Fei nodded and did not say anything more. Xiaochan, Luonan and Fei followed. Soon they arrived at the highest point of the peak. There were many stone houses scattered in the area not far from the gathering point. The disciples of the other sects are already living in those stone houses. You can choose any one that is empty. When everyone is here, you can formally explore Profound Yin Island. After saying that, the two armored cultivators headed for the gathering point. Most of the stone houses were already occupied by cultivators. The three casually chose one, not picky in this regard. This one. Luonan pointed to a desolate stone house and immediately went in. After entering, the three each chose a corner and sat down to rest. Now that there was no one around, Fei asked out of curiosity. Xiaochan, my master said that there are places to take note of. He wanted you to tell us what we need to take note of. After saying that, Luonan looked at Xiaochan as well. Although he did not like Xiaochan, he was also somewhat curious. Why did their master get an outsider to teach them? Xiaochan looked at the two and saw the word inexperienced on their faces. After thinking for a while, Xiaochan said, "It is useless to say it now. When the time comes, we will naturally know." Acting all mysterious, Luonan muttered. Then he closed his eyes and ignored Xiaochan. Fei glanced at Xiaochan. She kept feeling that this person was unfathomable. However, her intuition told her that Xiaochan could be trusted. On an early morning 7 days later, all sect disciples heed my orders. Profound Yin Island is officially open. The voice boomed in the ears of the three, rumbling like thunder. Xiaochan, Luonan and Luonan felt stifled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from this voice. Chapter 1564. This person is very strong. He is probably a major primal core cultivator. Xiaochan frowned and murmured in his heart. The core cloud realm had only 2 stages, minor primal core and major primal core. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Although the blue-robed old man was strong, he was only a minor primal core cultivator. The pressure he felt from this voice was far inferior. Under the urging of the voice, the disciples of the various sects who came to search for the Yin fiends walked out of the stone houses. Xiaochan casually looked around and found that there were about 100 people. Some sects sent more than 10 people at once. It was extremely rare for sects like the Tianyi sect to send only 1 or 2 people. After checking, Xiaochan understood. In terms of strength and talent, the Tianyi sects Fei and Luonan were among the best of this group of people. It seemed that the Tianyi sect was a sect that pursued an elite policy. Actually, during the battle on the pirate ship, Xiaochan had already discovered that although the two of them were only at the veritable essence stage, they were able to fight against many Yin essence stage pirates. He had both talent and strength, but he lacked some experience in the Jianghu. Most of the sect disciples who came to search for baleful Yin energy were at the Yin essence stage. Only a few were at the veritable essence stage. Xiaochan pondered, it seems that in this place the true element boundary is the real master. So. From the stronghold on the mountain peak, 3 figures flew over like lightning, coldly looking at Xiaochan and the other disciples who were about to enter the hinterland of Mystic Yin Island. The leader of the group of 3 was a white-haired, black-robed old man. His entire body was filled with an austere aura. Everyone, including Xiaochan, felt an invisible pressure, like a tiger looking at its prey. A major origin core realm expert. Xiaochan thought to himself that his previous guess was indeed correct. An expert of this level was truly frighteningly strong. Just a glance from him was enough to make him shudder. The white-haired, black-clad old man's gaze was like a sharp blade wherever it passed. It made people feel as if there was a blade in front of their eyes. His head was spinning, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Xiaochan did not dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and avoided the old man's gaze. Mystic Yin Island opens once a year. Now, all of you can enter the interior of Mystic Yin Island. Everyone listened quietly, not daring to be presumptuous. Profoundine Island is a blessed land with ferocious beasts that are terrifyingly strong. Don't let your guard down. There are strange beasts guarding the inspectors, so you have to act according to your own strength. After pausing for a while, the white-haired, black-clad old man pointed into the distance. The interior of Profoundine Island is in this direction, about 500,000 kilometers away. Later, there will be a transportation formation to send you there. Back then, over a dozen sects fought over this Profoundine Island, and many people died. You juniors should cherish this opportunity. Now I will check your identities for the last time. What sect do you come from? Tell me your strength. If you lie, I'll kill you without mercy. The white-haired old man's gaze landed on a young man and he said, You first. I am Wei He from the Clear Feather sect. I am at the middle stage of the essence realm. Before the white-haired old man's gaze, no one dared to lie. The various sect disciples stepped forward and reported their backgrounds in detail. Fei and Luonan both felt worried for Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun gave himself away, not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the two of them and even the Tianyi sect. Yi Bai from the Tianyi sect. I am at the peak of the veritable essence realm. Xiao Chun said calmly before the white-haired old man's gaze. Yi Bai? The white-haired old man exchanged glances with the two people beside him. Their gazes revealed a trace of surprise, clearly shocked. It's over. Luonan's body trembled slightly, and his expression sank in anxiety. However, Xiao Chun remained calm. He believed that he did not give himself away. The Tianyi sect is truly incredible. You have been in this veritable essence realm for many years already, right? The white-haired old man asked seriously as he looked at Xiao Chun with a sharp gaze. Xiao Chun nodded, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. I have been sharpening my sword for 3 years, and today, I will not advance to the essence realm unless I obtain the best baleful energy. The moment Xiao Chun said that, he attracted the attention of several people. Good. You are ambitious. I hope you will gain something on Profoundine Island. Go down then. The white-haired old man and the two people beside him did not notice anything strange. They only felt that the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was unusually dense and dense. Xiao Chen's cultivation was incredibly stable, far surpassing that of the sect disciples here. The sect disciples here were all elites of the various sections. However, Xiao Chun still stood out from the rest. This was what shocked the two people. Normally, such people were proud and arrogant. They believed that they would definitely be able to spread their wings and soar into the sky in the future. Before advancing to the veritable personage realm, they would properly temper themselves. Before obtaining the best baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy, they would not advance rashly. Seeing Xiao Chun settle down, Fei and Luonan heaved a sigh of relief. Luonan thought to himself, this fellow does not look like much, but his acting is pretty good. You report your name. Lotus Sect's disciple Feng Yun peaking essence stage. Just at this moment, another person reported his sect. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said, Buddhist sect disciple? Xiao Chun felt a familiar aura from that Feng Yun. Fei smiled and said, Does Big Brother Xiao Chun not know? The Lotus Sect's disciple is a rank 1 sect subordinate to the Black Lotus Church. They come from the same great realm as our Tianyi sect. The Black Lotus Church. This startled Xiao Chun. However, his expression did not change, not saying anything. It should just be a coincidence. There could not be such a coincidence. The Black Lotus Church should not have discovered his tracks so quickly. Even so, he still needed to be cautious. After the 100-odd people verified that there was no mistake, they were all given a jade strip. The jade strip had been refined. Only the person holding the jade strip could enter Profoundine Island's interior. After putting away the jade strip, the group of people lined up and entered the transportation formation. While waiting, there were people in the surroundings. Luonan and Fei discussed the various dangers of Profoundine Island's interior in whispers. I heard from my senior brothers in the sect that the environment of this Profoundine Island's interior is very complicated. There are swamps, mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. This is especially so for places with baleful yin energy. There will definitely be ferocious beasts, even core cloud realm ferocious beasts. Fei exclaimed in shock. That can't be right? There are even venerate level ferocious beasts? There are. Suddenly, a handsome-looking disciple came over and the three of them hurriedly looked over. He. The three of you, I am the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. So, it was the first person to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, they were all lined up together. After the other party introduced himself, the three had to do the same. Yibai, just call me by my name, Xiaochen said calmly. How would I dare? How would I dare? Big brother Yi is someone that even the island's guardian elder views in a different light. Wei He quickly replied humbly. Luonan looked at the other party and asked, earlier, you also said that there are primal core level ferocious beasts. How did you know? It is just a legend. According to legend, the best baleful energy on this profound island has already existed for 10,000 years, and is guarded by primal core level ferocious beasts. That's impossible. The island's guardian elder already hunted down the 10,000-year-old peak-grade baleful energy long ago. How could it be our turn? Wei He smiled mysteriously. There is something you do not know. No one knows where that 10,000-year-old baleful energy is. According to legend, that baleful energy already has its own intelligence and can fly. How did you know? Xiaochen asked out of curiosity. Wei He smiled and said, the Clear Feather Sect is in the profound light great realm. Naturally, we know some secrets. However, this is just a legend. Many people who were tempted by it and blindly pursued it ended up with nothing. We wasted 1 month for nothing. Everyone, just listen to me. Xiaochen entered deep thought. If there was really such a thing, perhaps he might have a chance. His dragon-seeking secret skill could also be of some use in searching for gloomy specters. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Xiao Chan did not think that he could leave this profound island safely after obtaining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. It was better to focus on some peak-grade baleful energy. Chapter 1565. Soon it was Xiao Chen's group's turn. They stepped onto the transportation formation, and light flickered. 500,000 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were at a small transportation formation on a mountain peak. A few old men stood guard by the transportation formation. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month you have to leave. If you run into danger along the way and want to give up, you can come here in advance to receive protection. The few old men gave their final instructions. Xiao Chen's group looked around and saw a swamp below the center of Profoundine Island. Rivers crisscrossed in the distance. Farther away there seemed to be boundless mountains. The three of you, do you want to form a team? The center of Profoundine Island is filled with danger. It would be better for us to take care of each other. Wei He smiled at Xiao Chen's group of 3. Senior brother, big brother Xiao, what do you think? Fei felt somewhat tempted. After all, 1 more person meant 1 more force. Luonan looked at this Wei He. He looked handsome and had an extraordinary air. Before Xiao Chan could answer, he quickly rejected. There's no need. Wei He smiled and said, that is really unfortunate. Let's part ways here. After the group left, Fei said, Senior brother, why did you reject him so quickly? After all, it is a kind gesture from him. Luonan opened his mouth to say something. However, he found that he could not say anything reasonable. Xiao Chan said calmly, although this way he looks friendly, he came with the sect. However, he did not leave with his fellow sect members. Either he is used to being alone, or he has a bad reputation, so his fellow sect members are not willing to bother with him. Luonan nodded and said, that's right. Senior brother, my eyes are very sharp. I noticed that this fellow was up to no good long ago. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun, you also noticed something suspicious. You have some good eyes. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything. He looked around, observing the geomancy of the surroundings. Baleful energy was called Earth Ghost in geomancy. It was an extremely ominous existence. Aside from some special tombs, such things would not exist near dragon veins. The more dangerous the geomancy of a place, the more likely it was to have baleful energy. Hu Qi. Xiao Chun flew into the sky. Without Luonan and Fei noticing, he silently opened his heavenly eye. Within 100,000 li radius, the mountains and rivers, the grass, the trees, the flowers, the birds, the insects, and the beasts, as well as the busy disciples of the various sects, everything could be seen. Xiao Chan quickly recalled the records of the dangerous geomancy lands in the Paradise Secret Canon, matching them to the terrain before him. This place is really strange. It's actually a land of death. Could it be that this mysterious Yin star itself is an ominous star? Shaking his head, Xiao Chan retracted his heavenly eye and slowly descended to the ground. Big brother Xiao Chan, what are you looking at? Fei Er asked curiously. Xiao Chan said honestly, let me see if I can find some places where baleful Yin energy is hidden. So godly? Yin energy is hidden underground. Could it be that your eyes can see through it? Everyone relies on luck to find baleful Yin energy. When you reach a place where baleful Yin energy is hidden, you will naturally sense it. Luonan did not fall for Xiao Chen's trick. He said in disdain, Junior sister, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will find good baleful Yin energy. Xiao Chan did not refute. Luonan was right. This was how the sect disciples of Profound Yin Island searched for baleful Yin energy. However, this method was not only inefficient, but it also could not find baleful Yin energy that was more than 1,000 years old. As time passed, the baleful Yin energy absorbed increased, and the baleful Yin energy would continuously sink. Even when the baleful Yin energy was deep underground, the baleful Yin energy that could be sensed was mostly 100 years old or several hundred years old. After looking in a direction, Xiao Chan walked over based on his memory. Xiao Chan remembered that there was a dangerous geomancy land in the northwest. The land was away from the sun, and the surroundings were steep. Scattered starlight fell from the sky, surrounding many withered trees. Senior brother, follow big brother Xiao. Trust him. After Fei Er reminded Xiao Chan, she followed after Xiao Chan. You want me to follow him? Dream on. Luonan said furiously, feeling incredibly frustrated. After about 7 minutes, Luonan, who was at the back of the group, silently followed behind Xiao Chan and Fei Er with a sullen expression. Fei Er smiled and said, Senior brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Luonan blushed slightly. I was just worried about junior sister's safety. Fei Er covered her mouth and giggled endlessly, making Luonan feel even more embarrassed. After a long time, Xiao Chan stopped in front of a flat ground. Xiao Chan raised his head to look at the sky, then at the surrounding terrain. Then, he made some calculations in his heart. Xiao Chan was confident in using feng shui to find spirit veins and tombs. However, he did not dare to be careless when searching for baleful Yin energy. He could only say that there was a high possibility. Success or failure depended on luck. However, one thing was certain. Either he couldn't find it or once Xiao Chan found it, the Yin energy was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Therefore, even if there were occasional mistakes, it could be tolerated. There is baleful Yin energy in this place? Junior sister, you don't really believe it, right? Luonan closed his eyes and sensed. Not to mention the aura of baleful Yin energy, he did not even feel Yin-attributed energy. Fei Er rolled her eyes at Luonan. Then she looked at Xiao Chan and asked, Big brother Xiao Chan, is there really baleful Yin energy in this place? Xiao Chen answered honestly, I don't dare to be sure either. I can only say that there is a chance. In that case, let's give it a try. Big brother Xiao Chan, what should we do? Fei Er encouraged Xiao Chan. She rather trusted him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You should just call me Yi Bai here. It would not be good to give myself away. Fei Er stuck out her tongue and said, All right, I understand senior brother Yi Bai. Junior sister, let's go quickly. We cannot waste any more time. It would be too unfortunate if we do not find a single baleful Yin energy in 1 month. Fei Er smiled and said, Let's give it a try. Senior brother, go and help out. Senior brother Yi Bai, it's time to make a move. Luonan was not willing. However, since Fei Er gave the order, he could not disobey. Luonan drew out a divine weapon, infused his veritable essence energy into it, and stabbed it down. The ground immediately cracked, giving off loud sounds. Luonan, who was responsible for keeping watch, quickly sent out a hand seal. Space trembled slightly, scattering the loud sounds in the air. It was not enough to startle everyone. Xiao Chun glanced at Luonan and smiled to himself. This person really listened to his junior sister. Even though Luonan clearly did not like Xiao Chun, he still did his best to keep watch. As the crack in the ground deepened, there was still no baleful Yin energy. Fei slowly revealed a disappointed expression. Haha, how is it? I told you that there is no baleful energy, right? Luonan said with a smile at some point in time, revealing a cocky expression. Fei gave Luonan a strange look. Senior brother, why are you so happy that there is no baleful energy? Could it be that you are not here to search for baleful energy? Of course not, Luonan quickly denied. Then why are you smiling? Seeing Fei-er's innocent eyes, Luonan could no longer smile. If he continued, he would become a fool again. You two stand guard above for a while. I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Chun, who had been staring down, did not hear what the two said. Right after he spoke, he jumped down. This startled Luonan and Fei. The environment of Profounding Island's interior was complicated, even more dangerous than the surface. How could he jump down on a whim? Junior sister, stand guard. I'll go down and take a look. This fellow is too rash. Fei nodded and said, in that case, senior brother, be careful. Luonan smiled faintly and said, don't worry. This senior brother is not as rash as that white-clad brat. I will definitely be fine. The crack was very deep. The further down he went, the heavier the cold qi and inattributed energy. When Luonan landed, he fell heavily. It turned out that Luonan had not noticed the cold qi. His legs had already gone numb, and he could not feel anything before he touched anything. The moment Luonan touched the ground, he fell over and over. When Luonan managed to stand up after much difficulty, he saw a white figure flash in front, so he quickly gave chase. Bang! Luonan only cared about chasing after Xiao Chun, not knowing to lower his head. So his head crashed into the wall again. As Luonan chased after Xiao Chun, he panted. Even after putting in all his effort, he could only see a white figure. The underground environment was very complicated, so Luonan suffered a lot as he stumbled around. Fortunately, he did not run into any ferocious beasts as he followed Xiao Chun. After some time, Luonan sensed that the white figure in front finally stopped. Luonan's eyes lit up and he rushed over. Ignoring his aching body, tattered clothes and sorry state, he panted. I finally found you. Follow me, so cold, what's going on? Suddenly, Luonan felt that something was wrong. Only then did he discover the corpse of a ferocious beast in front of Xiao Chun. The entire area was filled with inattributed energy. Even Luonan felt a chill in his bones. Luonan looked around and saw a black, sinister wind silently gathering at the limits of the area, giving off a cold light. Baleful energy. Chapter 1566. Luonan shivered when he verified that he did not see wrong. There really was a clump of baleful energy in front. Based on the light it gave off and its color, it was definitely at least 1,000 years old. Then Luonan swept his gaze across the ferocious beast corpse in front of Xiao Chun, feeling somewhat incredulous. To think that Xiao Chun dealt with the ferocious beast guarding the baleful energy in such a short time. Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced at Luonan. Finding it strange, he asked, how did you end up like this? Luonan's clothes were tattered, and he looked haggard. Scratches covered his face. The other party had been following behind Luonan, but there had been no battle. Who knew? The moment Xiao Chun said that, Luonan immediately became angry. This fellow. If not for him, how could I end up in such a sorry state? To think that he even asked why. He must be doing this on purpose to anger me. Senior brother Luonan, senior brother Xiao Chun, are you there? Just as Luonan was about to lose his temper, his junior sister's voice rang out from behind. Luonan glared at Xiao Chun and said, the interior of Profounding Island is incredibly dangerous. If not on account of junior sister, I definitely would not care about you. I won't bother with you this time. After saying that, Luonan turned around to lead Fei over. 1,000-year-old baleful energy? After seeing the baleful energy, Fei's expression filled with pleasant surprise. Senior brother Yi Bai, you really found it. You are really incredible. Luonan coughed a few times to show that he had found it as well. Fei smiled and said, Senior brother Luonan is incredible as well. It was not easy for you to be injured to this extent. Fei glanced at the ferocious beast corpse in front and then at Luonan's injuries. Her first impression was that Luonan killed the ferocious beast. Xiao Chen smiled and did not refute. Feeling embarrassed, Luonan quickly changed the topic. This 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is sufficient for the three of us to advance to the Yin essence stage at the same time. With such a high-quality baleful Yin energy, the quality of the Yin essence energy we condense will definitely be extraordinary. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "We need to ensure that the baleful Yin energy is complete for it to bring out its greatest effect. After refining a complete strand of Yin energy, the primordial Yin energy will be even purer. When the time comes, the primordial core that I condense will also be of a higher grade." This was what Xiao Chen had seen in the Book of the Epochs. However, most cultivators rarely had such conditions. Ordinary cultivators used Yin essence stones. Being able to absorb Yin essence energy from baleful Yin energy was already a great blessing. Who would dare to think of refining the complete baleful Yin energy? Only the elite disciples of third-rank sects, the disciples of great clans, or the peerless geniuses who possessed the bloodline of the desolate era could have such conditions. Luonan immediately said angrily, "You aren't thinking of monopolizing this baleful Yin energy, right?" Fei quickly advised, "Senior brother, don't be angry. Big brother Xiao Chen definitely does not mean that." Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He took 2 steps back and said, "Choose for yourselves. This baleful Yin energy is not suitable for me." The moment Xiao Chen said that, Luonan and Fei immediately felt stunned. "I already said that big brother Xiao Chen is not that kind of person, right? You still do not believe me," Fei said as she rolled her eyes at Luonan, making Luonan feel very uncomfortable. "Senior brother, your talent is higher than mine. You can refine this baleful Yin energy. Remember to apologize to big brother Xiao Chen later." "Junior sister, how can I do that? Furthermore, I cannot apologize to him." "What's wrong? You are not going to listen to me?" Behind, Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he watched the two speak. Since coming out of the Kunlun realm, he had felt a rare warmth from the two. This baleful Yin energy was indeed not suitable for him. His goal was very clear. He needed a baleful Yin energy that was at least 5,000 years old. To become a deity, one had to first become a human. In the veritable personage realm, one had to lay a good foundation. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The process of refining baleful Yin energy was an extremely dangerous process. If one was not careful, one might suffer a backlash from the baleful Yin energy. This would injure all the meridians in one's body. Hence, one needed someone to protect them. Fei accompanied Xiao Chen the entire time. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Chen continued to cultivate the Divine Lightning Eye's 4th layer. Aside from refining the Cycle Throne, Xiao Chen spent most of his time on the ship on cultivating the Divine Lightning Eye. Xiao Chen could already layer 6 lightning tribulations. However, he was not very familiar with them. His success rate was not high yet, so it could not be considered a true breakthrough. More importantly, there were too many people watching, so he could not truly execute it. "Xiao Chen, little yellow feather is about to wake up. He can already communicate with me." Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then he revealed a smile on his face. "This little fellow is finally coming out. It looks like the solar true flame of the zodiac hall is still somewhat effective." Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he would have to wait another 100 years. Being able to wake up so quickly was a pleasant surprise. It told me that when it woke up this time, it even recovered some of its memories from its previous life. Take good care of it first. Remember, don't let it mess around. This place is not that difficult." "Yes." Half a day later, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a strong aura spreading out. The vast veritable essence energy contained an extremely cold energy. Everywhere it passed, a layer of frost covered the surface of the cave. Crack! Crack! When the cold wind blew, countless frozen rocks fell down and turned into ice shards flying everywhere. It looked like countless snowflakes drifted in the cave. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and 6 spinning purple petals flashed in his right eye. Success! Luonan successfully refined this 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and formally advanced to the Yin essence stage. As an elite disciple of the Tianyi sect, Luonan had been stuck at the veritable essence stage for more than a year, unable to advance. Now that he finally had this opportunity, refining a complete strand of baleful Yin energy, His strength naturally soared. Xiao Chan slowly stood up, and the frost covering his body fell off, unable to penetrate his physical body. Junior sister. I successfully refined this strand of baleful energy. Luo Nan's complexion glowed, and the injuries on his face vanished. His aura seemed to have changed significantly. Fei smiled and said, I just knew that senior brother could do it. Quickly, go and apologize to big brother Xiao Chan. If not for him, how could you have such an opportunity? You should know that not just anyone can enjoy a complete baleful energy, even a rank 3 sect disciple. At this moment Luo Nan felt incredibly confident. As he looked at Xiao Chan, he was filled with the pride of a superior. In the past, Luo Nan found Xiao Chan pleasing to the eye. Now he felt that Xiao Chan was not a match for him at all, that they were not on the same level. Apologizing to Xiao Chan was no big deal. Luo Nan casually stepped forward and smiled. Sorry for the earlier offense. Xiao Chan, sorry. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the other party, he nodded and said, Congratulations. For some reason, when Luo Nan heard these two simple words, he felt his pride vanish without a trace. After the three collected all the nearby essence stones, they walked out of the crack. By the time they came out, the sky was already dark. The three set up a bonfire and decided to rest for the night. Xiao Chan stood up and said, I'll stand guard. There's no need. Let senior brother Luo Nan stand guard. Senior brother Yi Bai should be rather tired today, Fei said quickly, not wanting Xiao Chan to be so tired. Luo Nan also volunteered, saying, Xiao Chan, just rest well. With my current strength, it would be more suitable for me to stand guard. Xiao Chan smiled to himself. Since this person wants to fight, let him. Stars dotted the sky, and the night sky was beautiful. By the bonfire, Xiao Chan took out a flask of wine and started drinking alone. The wine was the 1,000-year flame that Emo Chan brewed. However, he did not feel happy drinking it today, feeling somewhat bitter. He wondered how his old friends in the Kunlun realm were doing. Fei's bright eyes looked bright in the night. As she looked at Xiao Chan, she asked, Senior brother Yi Bai, why do you always look like you have something on your mind? Something on my mind? Xiao Chan did not deny it. Then he left the familiar Kunlun realm alone, thinking about his old friends who died in the demonic calamity. He felt like it was yesterday. The great 1,000 realms were boundless and boundless. He deeply understood how insignificant he was. He felt lonely, sad, and somewhat hesitant. How could he let go of these? There was also the Black Lotus Church, the faction that caused the demonic calamity in the Kunlun realm. He did not know when he would be able to uproot it. He also did not know if elder sister Ruyue was doing well. Xiao Chan changed the topic. He smiled and said, Junior sister Fei seems to like senior brother Luo Nan a lot. Fei blushed and said somewhat helplessly, even big brother Xiao Chan, an outsider, can tell. However, senior brother Luo Nan cannot. However, everything about senior brother Luo Nan is good. He's just somewhat. Somewhat what? He lacks some of his manliness. I like great heroes. Senior brother is sometimes somewhat childish. Xiao Chan smiled and said, One day he will become a great hero for you. Fei squinted slightly. Her large eyes, which had some baby fat on her face, looked exceptionally cute. I hope so. At the same time, the half-step primal core realm old man on the Tianysex ship received a piece of top-secret news. When the blue-clad old man heard it, his expression turned grave. Is this news true? This news was simply too shocking. Unexpectedly, the sect sent a portrait saying that this person was wanted by the Black Lotus Church and told them to keep an eye out for him. It is absolutely true. The news came from the Lotus sect leader. He accidentally leaked it to our great 1,000 realms. Rumor has it that the Black Lotus Church has already issued a bounty for all its subordinate factions. The blue-clad old man said gravely, To think that this fellow actually has a connection to a huge faction like the Black Lotus Church. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? There's no need. Although we are not a subordinate faction of the Black Lotus Church, we will still be rewarded for killing him. For the sake of the Black Lotus Church's rewards, we can bear this price, the blue-clad old man said coldly and emotionlessly. A murderous intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke coldly. Chapter 1567. The night was beautiful. Xiao Chun, who was drinking the thousand-year flame, did not know. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man knew of Xiao Chun's conflict with the Black Lotus Church because of a leaked arrest warrant. He was prepared to completely fall out with him and stop dealing with him. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from him there was also a bonfire. A man and a woman were chatting as they warmed themselves by the fire. The two of them came from another great world and came from the same sect, the Spirit Star Palace. The man was called Bai Feng and the woman was Lu Yi. They were the junior brother and junior sister. Due to their high strength and deep relationship, the two of them did not move together with other disciples. There was no lack of such groups in the hinterlands of profound Yin Island. After all, it was better to distribute baleful Yin energy with as few people as possible. Senior brother were really lucky. 300 years of Yin energy. Lu Yi said happily with a smile on his face. It is only 300 years of baleful Yin energy. It is nothing. It is not enough for us to reach the peak of the Yin essence stage. We were quite lucky. We were randomly chasing a ferocious beast, but we didn't expect to accidentally sense the existence of Yin spirits. Bai Feng shook his head, not satisfied. Furthermore, he was extremely cautious. We should be more careful from now on. It seems like someone is watching us while we are absorbing the baleful Yin energy. Senior brother, you're worrying too much. We've already walked so far and checked several times. We've already shaken off that person. Lu Yi said nonchalantly. It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's not sleep tonight. I'll listen to senior brother. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the bonfire swayed left and right. Who is it? Bai Feng and Lu Yi showed stunned expressions as they stood up at the same time warily. So it's a friend from the Spirit Star Palace. Don't be nervous, I am the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. I was just chased by a ferocious beast, and it wasn't easy for me to get rid of it. When I saw the fire here I came over. In the darkness, Wei He revealed an expression of pleasant surprise as he looked at the two. Seeing that it was only the other party, Bai Feng and Lu Yi heaved sighs of relief. So, it is the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. However, my junior sister and I do not accept outsiders as our team. Since you're alone, please leave. Bai Feng calmly asked the guest to leave. It was the middle of the night, and the other party clearly wanted to be his partner. Naturally, he would not allow it. Wei He smiled in surprise. I did not even say anything, and Brother Bai already guessed my intentions. In that case, I will not force you. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and the bonfire was suddenly extinguished. A terrified scream rang out in the dark night, and then abruptly stopped. Junior sister. Bai Feng cried out in pain. In that instant earlier, his junior sister, who had lost her vigilance, fell to Wei He's hands. So. A strong wind blew and in the darkness a few more figures appeared. Bai Feng focused his mental energy in his eyes. The darkness of the night could not obstruct his vision. He looked at the approaching people with a livid expression. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Clear Feather Sect, Lotus Sect Temples Feng Yun, Flying Cloud Manners to Obalang. I will definitely kill you all to take revenge for junior sister. Aside from Wei He, there were 4 other people. They were all Yin essence stage experts. Wei He sneered. Revenge? Don't think too much about it. Don't worry, I'll send you and your junior sister back to the sect later. Haha, it is just in the netherworld. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun laughed loudly and charged over with the other 4. After a while, Bai Feng, who fought 1 against 5, fell into a pool of blood, dying unwillingly. As Wei He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, he said coldly, Brother Feng Yun, it is your turn. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun smiled faintly. Then he formed hand seals, and a lotus flower appeared under his feet. A black Buddha image appeared behind him, and the baleful Yin energy in the 2 corpses was slowly forced out. The 2 had just refined the baleful Yin energy, and had not completely merged the Yin essence energy with their flesh. Hence, the Lotus Sect Temple's method could force it out. The 5 did not say anything. They just sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed this pure baleful Yin energy, consolidating their cultivations. When the baleful Yin energy was completely absorbed, Wei He opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. This is really comfortable. If this continues, our in essence stage cultivation will continuously improve. This is several times better than absorbing the baleful in energy on our own. This is all thanks to Brother Wei He and Brother Feng Yun. Without the two of you working together, we would not have had such benefits, Tuo Balang said with a smile at the soaring cloud mountain manor. Wei He said humbly, it is mainly thanks to Brother Feng Yun. Without Brother Feng Yun's Lotus Sex seal, no matter how good my eyesight is, it would not have been enough. Wei He's eyesight was startlingly good at judging people. He could tell who had just absorbed the baleful in energy, and who had completely refined the baleful in energy, and merged it into their flesh. With one glance, Wei He could tell who was the target for the 5. 1 month is just the beginning. When the time comes, all of us will definitely reach peaking essence stage. Bai Feng's and Lu Ye's corpses were still warm, covered in blood. However, the 5 seated cross-legged chatted happily, not caring about them at all. Even though the night was dark, it could not beat the hearts of these 5. Early the next morning, just as Xiao Chen's group was preparing to depart, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring that little yellow feather was about to break out of its shell. The two of you, I'll go and take a look first. Wait here for a while, Xiao Chun said to Fei and Luonan as he turned around. Luonan wished that Xiao Chun would go far away so that he could spend more time with Fei, so he quickly agreed. Big brother Xiao Chun, be careful, Fei warned, thinking that Xiao Chun was going to search for the hiding place of the baleful in energy again. After leaving the two, Xiao Chun saw that there was no one around, so he took out the golden crow egg. The golden crow egg was already covered in cracks. Soon the eggshell completely shattered. Then little yellow feather appeared amid the golden flames, spreading its wings. A large amount of golden light poured out. Xiao Chun had been prepared long ago. He flung out his sleeves and saber lights flew out. The saber lights formed a sealed saber formation, covering up all the mysterious phenomena. When the light scattered, little yellow feather, which had undergone a nirvanic rebirth, appeared before Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao. Compared to the previous glistening little fellow, this time, little yellow feather was covered in feathers with a withdrawn golden light. It looked rather ordinary. All its sharpness and the might of a holy beast were hidden under its feathers. Ao Jiao spread her arms wide and said joyfully, Little yellow feather, come over quickly. Little yellow feather spread its wings and happily flew to Ao Jiao's side, chirping non-stop. The last time little yellow feather was born, it had been like a baby. Ao Jiao had brought it up single-handedly. Xiao Chun knew that little yellow feather and Ao Jiao had a good relationship. He smiled faintly and did not disturb them. After a while, Ao Jiao turned her head and said, Xiao Chun, little yellow feather said that it can help us search for baleful in energy. This kind of cold in energy conflicts with its attribute, making it very easy to find. When Xiao Chun heard that, he rejoiced. The golden crow was an extremely young attributed creature. It was naturally sensitive to such baleful in energy, and found it uncomfortable. Although the golden crow did not like it, if it was willing, it would be much easier to find the source. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Chun still rejected it. Thank you for its kind intentions. However, it just came out, so don't let it take the risk. I have my own ways to search for baleful in energy. No, it said that there is a in-attributed energy that it particularly hates here. Even if it hides in the immortal spirit ring, it will still be able to feel it. It needs to be eliminated. Xiao Chun laughed hoarsely. So the golden crow was doing this for its own good. He had thought that the golden crow had changed its character. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chun's expression changed. It must be the 10,000-year-old baleful in energy. For the golden crow to feel uncomfortable in the immortal spirit ring, it had to be the 10,000-year-old baleful in energy. Other baleful in energy would not be this horrifying. Xiao Chun said gravely, Ao Jiao, tell it to find the source of this baleful in energy. However, it mustn't move alone. After it finds it, just inform me at the fastest speed. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chun's grave expression, she quickly reminded little yellow feather several times before letting it leave worriedly. Xiao Chun frowned and said, This little fellow won't mess around, right? I already reminded it many times. It should not mess around, Ao Jiao said uncertainly. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, Never mind. Let's go back first. If anything unexpected happens, We can just leave this profound star. Over the next few days, Xiao Chun used the dragon-seeking art to search for dangerous lands. Perhaps Xiao Chun used up all his luck on the first day. After searching several times, Xiao Chun and the others did not find any baleful energy. Instead, they ran into danger. Finally, just as Luonan could no longer endure it, the three found another 1,000-year-old baleful energy 10 days later. Xiao Chun did not say anything. No matter how Feier rejected, he gave up this baleful energy to her. When Feier successfully refined this baleful energy, the three came out of the crack. Brother Wei there are 3 people coming out of the ground. They seem to be disciples of the Tianyi sect. Take a look and see if they found anything. The scene of the 3 coming out happened to catch the attention of Wei He's group, who were searching for targets in the distance. The Tianyi sect? I have a deep impression of them. Let me take a look. Wei He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze over. Chapter 1568. After Wei He saw clearly, he nodded and said, "It is indeed the Tianyi sect's people. That girl should have just refined the baleful energy not long ago. Furthermore, that baleful energy is of high quality. The baleful energy we absorbed earlier cannot compare to it. However, the Tianyi sect's people are not easy to deal with, especially that Yi Bai. Even the 3 primal core realm cultivators have a whole new level of respect for him." That's right. Out of so many people, only Yi Bai was asked a few more questions by that old man. Should we make a move? The 5 hesitated somewhat. After all, although they were ruthless, they were not stupid. They didn't want to suffer a double loss after trying to get the bride. Just as the 5 hesitated and were about to give up, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. He said seriously, "There is no need to be so conflicted. No matter how powerful that Yi Bai is, he is just a veritable essence stage cultivator. How strong can he be? At that time we just need 2 people to delay him. As for the other 3, we can deal with Luonan and that girl after dealing with the other 2. It will be easy for the 5 of us to deal with Yi Bai." Furthermore, Brother Wei he already said that the baleful energy that girl absorbed is of extremely high quality. Why can't we take the risk? Feng Yun's long speech swayed the other 4 somewhat. Wei he entered deep thought and said, "That Yi Bai is indeed not simple. However, if we suddenly make a move, we will still have some confidence, just like how we dealt with Bai Feng and Lu Yi." Soon, the 5 of them came to a consensus and began to discuss countermeasures. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun revealed a smile. "Since we have already decided, let's discuss the details. We cannot make any mistakes," the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manor's Tuoba Yi said calmly. Wei he nodded and said, "Brother Tuoba is right. Otherwise, if we leave any loose ends, it will be problematic for us. I feel that we should do this." When Xiao Chen's group of 3 walked out of the crack, they did not know that they were being watched. "Senior Brother Yi Bai, many thanks. Unexpectedly, Feier would have such a day." Feier, who refined a complete strand of baleful energy, felt exceptionally happy. "You are too polite." Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. After all, he had no use for it. It was just nice to give it to someone who needed it. After Profoundine Island, he would probably leave soon. At that time they would not have much interaction. Xiao Chen still had to go to the Profound Light Great Realm and ask around. At the very least, he had to figure out where Ancestor Dragon City was. Actually, Luonan's opinion of Xiao Chen had already changed significantly. However, when he saw how much his junior sister valued Xiao Chen, he became unhappy out of jealousy. Let's go. There's no need to speak so much." Luonan forcefully interrupted the 2. Xiao Chen stopped and raised his head to look ahead. "What's wrong?" Feier quickly asked. "Ha ha ha ha. Brother Yi Bai, Brother Luonan, and Miss Feier, we meet again." Just at this moment, Wei he brought the other 4 people and appeared before the 3 of them. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, it's a small world. We meet again. Wei he quickly walked over and pretended to be happy as he said this with a smile. Luonan had always disliked this Wei he. Seeing Wei he smile so happily made him feel disgusted. "I am not familiar with you, yet you are smiling like a flower. Who are you showing this to?" Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. It looks like Brother Wei he has already found companions." As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling person. Xiao Chun still knew how to put on a good show. Right. Let me introduce you. Wei He said enthusiastically. This is an outstanding disciple of the Lotus Sect Temple. This is the Flying Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi. This is the Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yan. I have long heard of young Master Ye's great name. Brother Yi Bai, how about we travel together? We just discovered a place with baleful energy. The ferocious beasts guarding it are somewhat difficult to deal with. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun looked sincerely at Xiao Chun. Upon hearing that, Fei immediately felt tempted. Big brother Xiao Chun happened to need baleful energy. Just as Luonan was about to speak, Xiao Chun's voice projection rang out in Luonan's and Fei ears. Prepare to attack. Don't ask too much. This group of people is preparing to kill us. Don't show any mercy. Don't show any changes in your expression. In the first place, Xiao Chun did not like Wei He. He already suspected it to be a coincidence that Wei He appeared out of nowhere. Now that he invited them, it was clear that they were going to kill them. The 5 of them had already absorbed a lot of baleful energy. Now they needed 3 more people. How could it be so good? I understand. I find this group of people very displeasing, Luonan replied in secret. He also felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a thing since he entered the world of cultivation. What? With Xiao Chun's reminder, Fei quickly startled awake. Then she demanded angrily. How can this group of people be so vicious? After interacting with Xiao Chun for so many days, Fei already trusted Xiao Chun unconditionally. She was not stupid. After calming down and thinking for a while, she understood that something was wrong with these people. Listen to me later. I'll kill Wei He first. If the 2 of you work together, that Tuoba Yi should not be able to block you. As for Feng Yun, he was someone the 3 needed to kill as well. However, he was still useful to Xiao Chun and could not be the first target to be killed. The 3 quickly discussed and quickly decided on a countermeasure. Wei He and the others had ulterior motives and did not suspect anything. Feng Yun continued. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Are you not going to give us face? We are very sincere. Xiao Chun nodded and casually stepped forward. Then he performed a cupped fist salute to Wei He and said, Sorry, Brother Wei He. I'm afraid I'll have to let down your kind intentions. Wei He smiled and said, Not at all. Brother Yi is really too polite. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's work together. While Wei He smiled, he cursed in his heart. This little bastard is really shameless. He's so vigilant, why don't you just attack him directly? Do it. Wei He sent a voice projection, calling for the others to attack. However, the first to make a move was not them but Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, who had already reached the most optimal position, did not give Wei He any time to react. He immediately used the sharp spirit finger to tap Wei He's forehead. The sharp spirit finger was Xiao Chun's unique secret technique. He used all the energy in his body to execute it with one finger. Xiao Chun used all the energy in his body and pointed with 2 cauldron force, the thunder domain, the ice domain, and the vast ocean-like veritable essence energy. All of them gathered at one point. Its might was so great that even a half-step primal core cultivator would find it hard to endure. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had taken advantage of the situation and occupied the most optimal position. Before the smile on Wei He's face faded away, his life force immediately vanished, and he fell over. There were no signs of him dying. Fei and Luonan had grown up in the sect. When they worked together, they did not have perfect coordination. The instant Xiao Chun made his move, they charged at Tuoba Yi together. What's going on? Feng Yun, young Master Yan, and the others revealed extremely horrified expressions. They had not made a move yet, but Yi Bai and the others charged over. Oh no! They saw through us. Don't hold back. Kill them. Their reactions could be said to be extremely fast. After their expressions changed drastically, they immediately displayed their strongest techniques. Flying snow filling the sky. The Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yan waved his hand. Whoosh! Boundless visible icy qi directly encased Xiao Chun, and the temperature plummeted. The young Master Yan before them cultivated the will of ice pretty well. He had already condensed an innate ice crystal. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat weaker than Xiao Chan and had not comprehended a domain. Although Xiao Chan had not comprehended a domain, this flying snow filling the sky had many unique aspects. The snow filling the sky formed a great momentum, a momentum of winter arriving and sealing the world in ice. This was especially so when Xiao Chen's cultivation reached the Yin essence stage. The gentle baleful Yin energy in the flying snow made the flying snow even colder. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the martial techniques of the outside world did indeed have many aspects worth praising. However, that was all. The other party had not mastered it, and could not bring out the essence of this move. Lotus flower sword art. Buddha's rage. Feng Yuan held his palms together and executed a sword art. A black sword light shot out of his palm. A strong wind immediately spread out, and lotus flowers danced around. A Buddhist voice roared in the sky, causing the might of this sword light to multiply. Ice domain open. With a thought, the ice domain encased Xiao Chan for 1 kilometer around him. Young Master Yan's flying snow filling the sky immediately melted without a sound. As for that strand of sword light, Xiao Chan gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Without drawing the saber, Xiao Chan only gently rotated it, and the scabbard firmly blocked the other party's sword light. Xiao Chan, who had comprehended the saber great Tao, would feel like a child dancing with the sword when facing an opponent who had not comprehended the sword Tao, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. There were too many openings and the sword move was unstable. If the Tao might leaked out, Xiao Chan could easily resolve it. This battle could not be said to be very intense. The enemy had lost 2 of their men in a single exchange. Then Xiao Chan easily delayed 2 people, waiting for Luonan and Luonan to finish off their opponents. This resulted in a situation of 3 against 2. Wei He's group thought very well. In the end, Xiao Chen tricked them. Without much effort, under Xiao Chen's intentional control, only Feng Yun remained, holding on bitterly. Xiao Chen wanted to capture this person alive. Chapter 1569. Wei He's group of 5 surrounded Xiao Chen. At this moment, only Feng Yun was still fighting with Xiao Chen, holding on bitterly. The Lotus Sect Temple was a subsidiary sect of the Black Lotus Church in the Purple Sun region. Although they did not have much contact with the Black Lotus Church, they should have some information about the Black Lotus Church. Feng Yun, who was fighting Xiao Chan, felt miserable. The more he fought, the more fearful he felt. A sense of helplessness spread throughout his body. No matter what kind of strong martial technique he used, he could not pose a threat to Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen easily dealt with them. Feng Yun's cultivation approached the peak of the yin-yang realm. However, before Xiao Chan, a veritable essence stage cultivator, he felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was especially so when Xiao Chan drew his saber. Saber intent spread out in all directions, sealing off all of Feng Yun's escape routes. Lotus flower evasion. Seeing that he could not escape, Feng Yun suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then his figure turned into tens of thousands of lotus flowers, scattering in all directions. Xiao Chun looked around and found that the lotus flowers were hard to distinguish. He could not find any traces of the other party at all. He got away. Xiao Chun felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Originally, he had been determined to obtain this Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. However, Luonan said excitedly, 5 people surrounded 3 of us. We killed 4 of them and only 1 managed to escape. It looks like these people are only SOSO. Feier said calmly, don't speak nonsense. If not for senior brother Yi by reminding us and taking the initiative, this battle would not have been so easy. This battle would not have been that easy. Xiao Chan nodded and said, these 5 people are not too weak. If I got surrounded, I would not have been able to escape. This is Profound Yin Island's inner region. It is best to be more cautious. Senior brother Yi Bai, what should we do now? Feier asked as she looked at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The 2 of you have each absorbed a complete strand of baleful Yin energy. You have surpassed the goal of this trip. I feel that we can return first. It will be safer there. Feier hurriedly said. No, senior apprentice brother Yi Bai. You haven't refined the baleful Yin energy yet. How can we leave? Besides, even if you find a way to refine the baleful Yin energy, we still have to protect you, right? Otherwise, what will you do if you are injured by the demonic beasts? Luonan did not say anything. Luonan was indeed embarrassed to ask Luonan to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Qin's expression changed. He looked into the distance. The weak connection between him and Little Yellow Feather allowed him to sense that Little Yellow Feather was currently in the middle of a huge battle. Moreover, his condition didn't seem to be very good. Without thinking too much, Xiao Qin quickly rushed over to the place where the incident happened. Fei Er and Luonan did not know what was going on, so they quickly followed behind. In the depths of the Profoundine Island, there was a mountain range called the Profoundine Mountain. Strange beasts roamed the mountain range, powerful and vicious. It was a forbidden land. Very few sect disciples would go to search for baleful energy. There were too many ferocious beasts in that place. Most of the people who went did not return. At this moment, a giant bird with a golden luster was flying through the mountains. From time to time, it would let out an incomparably noisy cackle. Roar! The one that roared was a black ferocious beast that looked like a ferocious tiger, possessing the strength of a half-step primal core realm cultivator. Little Yellow Feather had stolen and eaten 1,000-leaf fruit that it had guarded for 500 years. When it roared, all the beasts in the mountains were startled and ran in panic. The sound waves snapped several large trees. Chi! Chi! On the ground, there was also a 1-kilometer-long snake spitting out its forked tongue as it looked coldly at the giant yellow bird in the sky. Everywhere it passed, cold chi penetrated 100 meters into the ground, directly turning the ground into frozen soil. The snake was very angry. This giant yellow bird had roasted and eaten the eggs in its nest. There was also a gargantuan golden-tailed eagle in the sky, closely following it. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that half of this golden-tailed eagle's feathers were charred. Aside from this, there were many ferocious beasts rushing over from the mountains. All of them were peak young essence stage ferocious beasts. A careful count showed that Little Yellow Feather had provoked at least 10 ferocious beasts. At this level, ferocious beasts were extremely intelligent. They raged, wishing that they could swallow this Little Yellow Feather alive. My goodness, I've gone a little too far this time. Although Little Yellow Feather could not speak yet, it had already gained intelligence. Its eyes looked around, and it was somewhat frightened. Little Yellow Feather had provoked too many ferocious beasts, so they surrounded it. Even so, Little Yellow Feather's nimble speed allowed it to dodge many attacks while surrounded. Sometimes, Little Yellow Feather even spat out flames, burning those ferocious beasts and making them cry out in pain. Every time this happened, even though the little fellow knew that it was dangerous, it could not help laughing cockily. When Xiao Qin arrived before Profoundine Mountain, Fei Er and Luonan were stunned. Senior brother Yi Bai, this Profoundine Mountain is very dangerous. Before we come out, Master instructed us to absolutely not go in. Fei Er revealed a worried expression in her eyes. Luonan listened carefully. The ferocious roars of many terrifying ferocious beasts came from the mountain range. What's going on? The ferocious beasts in this mountain are very angry. Luonan felt somewhat startled and could not help taking a few steps back. Xiao Qin thought for a while. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and slowly soared into the air, flying towards Profoundine Mountain. Fei Er shook her head but followed after. Junior sister. Luonan gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three saw the scene of 10-odd ferocious beasts surrounding and killing Little Yellow Feather. Luonan exclaimed in shock. Damn! Where did this huge yellow-feathered bird come from? How arrogant! Xiao Qin replied calmly. My spirit pet. When Luonan heard that, he exclaimed in shock. Your spirit pet? Fei Er asked directly. Big brother Xiao Qin, are you going to save it? Xiao Qin nodded. However, his expression was rather unsightly. This little fellow wanted it to go look for 10,000-year-old baleful energy. After not seeing it for a few days, it created such a huge mess. Luonan said sullenly. That is 10-odd ferocious beasts. There is even a half-step primal core realming flame tiger. Isn't that too risky? I can't care about that anymore. You all should back off first. Right after Luonan spoke, Xiao Qin quickly descended. Little human, what are you trying to do? As soon as he finished speaking, several messages appeared in his mind. Xiao Qin was not surprised. Ferocious beasts that had cultivated to this level would more or less have some intelligence. It's my spiritual pet. I'm taking it away. If I've offended you in any way, I'm sorry. Fei and Luonan were greatly startled. Xiao Chun, who had jumped down rashly, actually did not get eaten by this group of ferocious beasts. Berserk beasts had been honed in the cruel wild environment for a long time, and their instincts were the most accurate. When Xiao Chun landed, the young essence stage ferocious beast felt its heart palpitate and immediately hesitated. Even though he was infuriated, he did not make a move on the spot. Bastard, it roasted my snake egg. How can I let it go? My old nest in the mountains has been burned down by it. I can't bear it. Scram, you must swallow it alive. A series of furious voice projections rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, giving him a headache. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked at little Yellow Feather, who had already turned into an obedient bird. Then he smiled and said, I didn't realize that you have such talent in the past. Incredible. Little Yellow Feather puffed out its chest and flapped its wings, thinking that Xiao Chun was praising it. Little fellow, we ferocious beasts have an agreement with your sect. Profounding Mountain is a forbidden land. If we don't go down the mountain to eat sect disciples, the sect will not interfere in our business. That half-step primal core realming flame tiger stepped forward and gave off a tyrannical air. Then it continued, sending a voice projection. I'll give you two choices. The first is to obediently retreat, and we will pretend that we did not discover you. The second is to stay. We will eat your flesh and drink your blood to raise our cultivation. Chapter 1570. Roar. Xiao Chen's mockery immediately stirred up the violent ink flame tiger's temper. It roared ferociously and launched itself at Xiao Chun. The ink flame tiger moved very fast, tearing through space like a beam of black light, disappearing in a flash. Right after the ink flame tiger spoke, its gargantuan body appeared before Xiao Chun. This development startled Xiao Chun slightly. Unexpectedly, this ink flame tiger was so fast. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun executed the fish dragon art. In the blink of an eye, he left behind several afterimages on the ground. Kasie. The afterimages shattered. When Xiao Chun retreated far away and found his footing, two crisscross claw marks appeared on his chest. Blood seeped through his white robe and dyed a large area red. Luonan exclaimed softly, how did this fellow cultivate his physical body? To think that he only suffered superficial wounds from the ink flame tiger's attack. Senior brother, what should we do now? Fei paced around anxiously. She had a kind heart. When she saw Xiao Chun, who had helped her and her senior brother, in danger, she immediately started worrying. When Luonan heard this, he quickly pulled Fei behind him and took a few steps back. Then he said, at this moment, not interfering is the best help. His aura can suppress those young essence stage ferocious beasts. This already explains a lot. If we go down and help, those young essence stage ferocious beasts will immediately tear us to shreds. If we try to save us, we will end up distracting Xiao Chun. Believe in Xiao Chun. Since he dares to go down, he must be confident. Although Luonan was upset that his junior sister was so worried about Xiao Chun, he still did his best to calm Fei down for her sake. Below, Xiao Chun looked at the wound on his chest. Unexpectedly, the other party's claws were so sharp. They were much stronger than the golden-rimmed demon-tone bat. Xiao Chun no longer dared to be careless. He needed to use his full power to deal with such a half-step primal core ferocious beast. When the other ferocious beasts saw the ink flame tiger rage, they did not dare to interfere. This was good. Since coming to the Great Thousand Realms, Xiao Chun had never truly fought at full power before. He would use this battle to test his own strength. Xiao Chun waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Then he looked up at the ink flame tiger and unleashed his Dao might. The ink flame tiger felt a wave of pressure, and it roared somewhat impatiently. The ferocious aura emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a thick black smoke that soared into the sky. This scene was immediately sensed by the guards of the Profoundine Island stronghold. The ferocious beasts of Mysticine Mountain are on a rampage again. Should we go and take a look? What is there to see? Every year, there are people who are not afraid of death wanting to go to the Profoundine Mountain. If the old monster of Mysticine Mountain is provoked, then it will be a big problem. You're right. In Profoundine Mountain, Xiao Chun faced the ink flame tiger that had forced out all of its baleful aura. Feeling a trace of pressure, the might of the great Tao slowly condensed into a point. Roar! The roaring ink flame tiger roared at Xiao Chun, and a berserk aura surged towards Xiao Chun. Tao! Xiao Chun said softly, and the great Tao energy that he condensed into a point soared up by 1 meter. Then his aura clashed without fear. Boom! Amid loud sounds, the two berserk auras clashed, neither giving way to the other. Many ferocious beasts within 50,000 kilometers fled in panic. Countless birds soared into the air. Kill! Xiao Chun drew his saber and immediately charged out to deal with such ferocious beasts. There was no other way but to be even more ruthless than it, even more ferocious. After 20 years of experience in the Kunlun realm, the Emperor's Road, the demonic calamity, and the baptism of countless great battles, Xiao Chen's killing chi was heavy and stable, far from what this ink flame tiger could compare to. In this clash, this ink flame tiger's baleful aura was actually slightly weaker than Xiao Chen's. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out endlessly. One man and one beast fought in this mountain forest. Xiao Chun used the flawless saber technique together with the yin-yang saber domain to support his great Tao energy. He did not need to use Dermic World or the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, just his saber techniques and strong physical body. He was evenly matched with the ink flame tiger, not at all inferior. His white robes were dyed red, and there were many wounds all over his body. However, his aura did not weaken in the slightest. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. The saber light flickered and reflected in his eyes. His eyes revealed a calm and ferocious look, startling the surrounding ferocious beasts. The ink flame tiger didn't have it easy either. Although it was a ferocious beast, it had the advantage of having thick skin and thick flesh. However, Xiao Chen's saber energy was infused with great Tao energy, allowing it to permeate his body every time. This made it extremely uncomfortable, and many cracks appeared in its internal organs. Whoosh! The trembling man and beast moved away from each other. The ink flame tiger crawled on all fours, roaring continuously. Its ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. As it panted, black flames surged and danced all over its body. In the ink flame tiger's memory, there had never been such a ferocious sect disciple. Just at the veritable essence stage, he could force it into such a miserable state. If the ink flame tiger could not kill this white-clad bladesman today, it would not have a foothold in Profoundine Mountain in the future. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. The ink flame tiger before him was harder to deal with than he imagined. Even in the Kunlun realm, few people would be able to break the defense of that fur. Furthermore, its speed was even faster than lightning. The other party's slender, streamlined body gave it a natural advantage in terms of speed. For a long time, Xiao Chun had been very confident in his movement technique. However, his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, all from the other party using speed to forcibly break through his saber light. However, everything was still within Xiao Chun's control. He had not used any of his 4 trump cards yet. As long as he used any one of them, he could immediately turn the situation around. Chapter 1571. The 10,000-year-old yin energy had been found? Xiao Chun was delighted, but in the blink of an eye, he calmed down. Blondie had always been unreliable. Look at what it had done in the mysterious Yin Mountain. Roasting snake eggs, stealing spirit herbs guarded by others, burning bird nests. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't be too convinced. Xiao Chun asked suspiciously, "Is that place safe?" "Safe, very safe. There is only a small snake there," Ao Jiao said. Regardless of whether it was safe or not, he had to rest for a while and recover his yuan qi. After calling out to Fei and Luo Nan, Xiao Chun found a quiet place and sat down to recover his exhausted essence. The battle just now could be said to be incomparably delightful. This also allowed Xiao Chun to recognize his own strength. If he did not use his trump cards, he would be on par with a half-step primal core cultivator. It was hard to tell who would win. After all, half-step primal core realm cultivators were not like ferocious beasts. Their combat experience and intelligence were higher than ferocious beasts. No matter how ferocious a beast was, It could not be more dangerous than a human's heart. At the same time, Xiao Chun also realized the shortcomings of his movement technique. He seemed to be invincible among his peers. However, when he ran into this ink flame tiger, he suffered greatly. The other party's straightforward attacks were truly fast to the point that he could not predict them. There were still many areas that needed to be improved upon. Movement techniques generally consisted of 2 points. One was speed and the other was evasion. The fish dragon art mainly focused on changing one's surroundings, dodging within a small area. It was derived from the spirit fish of the immortal world and strengthened. The area that needed to be improved should be short-range ambushes, in other words, pure speed. Thoughts flashed through Xiao Qin's mind. The ink flame tiger leaped like thunder, launching surprise attacks faster than lightning. There were many things that could be used for reference. While Xiao Chun was recuperating and recovering his essence, Feng Yuan, who had executed a life-saving evasion technique and turned into thousands of lotus leaves, was also on the other side. It was also at this moment that he revealed himself. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his body was clearly much weaker than before. That life-saving escape technique obviously couldn't be used rashly, as the price would be unbearable. How unlucky! I actually used this life-saving escape technique in front of a true energy realm. Feng Yuan leaned against the wall, touched his wound and said weakly. At the same time his mind was spinning. He had long recognized Xiao Chun as the person on the wanted list issued by the sect. Now he seemed to understand why the sect had ordered him to keep a low profile when he saw this person. All Xiao Chun needed to do was report the exact location and wait for the Black Lotus Church's churchmaster to personally send someone over. After all, the Black Lotus Church was not in this astral region. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, the black-faced sect leader still regarded Xiao Chun with such importance. It was clear that Xiao Chun was not an ordinary person. Initially, he was thinking of capturing Xiao Chun alive and bringing him back to the sect to claim the credit. But from the looks of it now, that was no longer possible. As long as he could return alive and report the news of Xiao Chun, everything would be fine. What is this place? It's so cold. Feng Yuan looked around, tightened his clothes and asked doubtfully. Back then, in order to escape for his life, he randomly chose a direction and flew for half a day. As a result, Feng Yuan had no idea where he was now. There was a small river not far away. Strange. It is just ordinary river water. Why is the surroundings so frighteningly cold? Feng Yuan startled awake. Only then did he discover that he was in an extremely remote place that he had never heard of before. After checking the river water, Feng Yuan did not discover anything special. Just as Feng Yuan was feeling bewildered, he stumbled and fell into the river. The rapid flow of the river swept him to the bottom of the river in an instant. A bone-chilling cold immediately froze Feng Yuan's body. Oh no! I was already severely injured by Xiao Chun in the first place, so I risked my life to use an evasion technique. Injuries upon injuries, could it be that I, Feng Yuan, am going to drown to death? In his days, Feng Yuan maintained a trace of consciousness, doing his best not to faint. PFFF. After some time, Feng Yuan coughed a few times and spat out a large mouthful of cold water. It turned out that he had been washed to a shallow part of an underground river. In his fluster, Feng Yuan quickly got up in a sorry state. After calming down and recovering some essence, Feng Yuan's complexion improved significantly. He cautiously looked around and walked along the underground river. After a while, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Baleful energy. Feng Yuan felt an extremely dense baleful energy. He had never come in contact with such strong baleful energy before. Even from a distance it sent chills down one's spine. When Feng Yuan thought of a certain legend on Profound Island, his body trembled in excitement. Could it be 10,000-year-old baleful energy? Even if it isn't, it should be several thousand years old. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune. Is this my fortuitous encounter? Just as Feng Yuan was about to walk forward, he calmly stopped. No. Even if I were at my peak, it would be difficult for me to hunt for 1,000-year-old baleful energy. Furthermore, in my current state, it might be 10,000-year-old baleful energy. No matter how great a fortuitous encounter was, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Just me alone won't do. I have to work with others. They have to be the strongest of the sect disciples. Otherwise, no matter how many people come, they will all die. At this moment, many candidates appeared in Feng Yun's mind. For example, the Clear Feather sect's first senior brother, who was much stronger than Wei He. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu. The Soaring Cloud Mountain Manners Tuobayun. These were the disciples of the various major sects, the leaders of this trip to Profound Een Island. At this moment, they should be leading their junior brothers on an adventure. Aside from ensuring their own harvest, they also had the responsibility of taking care of their junior brothers. Settled then. After making up his mind, Feng Yun left behind a set of coordinates and quickly left. If 100 people absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy, it would be a great opportunity. He did not have to worry about sharing it with others. On the other side, Xiao Chen's group of 3, who had rested, quickly moved about under Little Yellow Feather's lead. Luonan exclaimed excitedly, "Is it really 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy? This is a great opportunity." Fei rolled her eyes at Luonan and said, "Why are you so excited? Just protect Big Brother Xiaochen later. Don't get any ideas about the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. Big Brother Xiaochen already found 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy for us. This is already a rare opportunity." When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled. He rather liked Fei's character. She was pure, naive, and knew how to be grateful. As for Luonan, although Xiaochen was disrespectful to Luonan, that was only because he was jealous. Luonan's character was not that bad. With the two of them protecting him, Xiaochen felt much more at ease. "Xiaochen, why do you not seem anxious at all?" Luonan asked, finding it strange when he saw Xiaochen's calm expression. Even an outsider like Luonan felt extremely excited about the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. To think that Xiaochen remained calm, his mental state like a 1,000-year-old ancient lake. "If one day you experience as much as I did, you will be like me," Xiaochen said calmly with a faint smile. Luonan's lips twitched as he said, "You make it sound like you experienced a lot of things." "Oh right, where did your yellow-feathered bird get its spirit pet? I don't know what kind of bird it is. It is very skinny and unprepossessing, but it is very arrogant. To think that you actually managed to find 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy for it." Boom! Right after Luonan spoke, a flame flew over. Caught off guard, half of Luonan's hair burned off. This startled Luonan. He jumped up and down, putting in a lot of effort before he managed to extinguish the flame. "Junior sister, don't stop me. Today I have to teach this yellow-feathered bird a lesson." In the blink of an eye, half of Luonan's hair was burned off. A charred smell spread from his head and white smoke rose. Luonan was so frustrated that he felt like exploding. Fei, who was currently tidying Luonan's hair, smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm not stopping you. However, that bird dares to provoke 10 odd ferocious beasts. Are you sure you want to seek trouble with it?" "Hey, Big Brother," Xiaochen stopped. "We should have reached the place. Let's quickly go and take a look." Under Little Yellow Feather's guidance, the 3 entered the river and sank along with it. Gurgle! Water splashed everywhere, and 3 bodies emerged from the river. They were so cold that they shivered. Xiaochen closed his eyes and sensed for a while. When he opened them again, he looked at the dark, unknown land in front. Then he said, "It is indeed 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. Its hiding place is really well hidden." Chapter 1572. There was a pitch-black cave entrance at the end of the underground river. The dense baleful Een energy came from there. When the two walked to the cave entrance, a berserk baleful Een energy had already formed. The fierce wind was like a knife, and even the wind contained a cold and bleak Een chi. Standing at the entrance of the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, Luonan and Fei felt the pressure. If not for the fact that they had already advanced to the Een essence stage and absorbed the 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy, it would have been very difficult for them to enter. "Big Brother Xiaochen, the baleful Een energy here is very strong. Be careful in front." Fei found it somewhat difficult to speak. Walking was even more strenuous. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Luonan looked worriedly at Fei as he shielded her. Suddenly, the pressure on the two lessened. They felt that the baleful Een energy in the wind had weakened significantly, becoming nearly negligible. It turned out that Xiaochen had blocked the Dao might that he sent out alone. This startled Luonan. As he looked at Xiao Chun in front, he vaguely saw a disk of light shining behind him. Even in the dark night, it did not look very conspicuous. However, that weak light deterred Luonan from looking at it directly. It felt like a saber light pierced their eyes. It's that light again. What kind of martial technique is that? Or is it some kind of realm? It feels like there are traces of saber intent in it, but it is not complete. What exactly are the origins of this Xiao Chun? When fighting the Ink Flame Tiger, Xiao Chun had released his Dao Might once, instantly suppressing the berserk aura of the Ink Flame Tiger. Now Xiao Chun released his Dao Might again, reducing the pressure on the two. This startled Luonan. Hee. Big brother Xiao Chun is really incredible. Senior brother, let's leave some restrictions here to prevent others from barging in. Oh. Luonan withdrew his gaze and nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. Then he and Fei left a formation at the entrance. The Tianyi sect had some accumulations in formations. These two were pretty skilled in them. Xiao Chun looked back from a distance. He felt that the restrictions the two left were much stronger than what he learned from Emperor Wu. The Great Thousand Realms martial Dao inheritances were much stronger than the Kunlun realms. And this was only a first-grade sect. How strong would a second-grade sect or a third-grade sect be? What kind of existence was Ancestor Dragon City, where Lu Ryue was? Xiao Chun turned his head around and looked ahead cautiously. He did not see the small snake that Little Yellow Feather mentioned. He wanted it to come out and give it some instructions, but no matter what, Little Yellow Feather refused to come out. It did not like this kind of cold environment. Luonan, who was laying the formation, appeared somewhat distracted as he looked at Fei Er's face. He and his junior sister had entered the Tianyi sect at the same time. He had fallen in love with this junior sister the moment he first learned to love her. However, junior martial sister Fei Er was kind-hearted and beautiful. She had countless suitors in the sect. Among them, there were many senior brothers who were more outstanding than him. Fortunately, his junior sister never agreed and even kept a certain distance from those people. This made his inferiority complex feel a little better, and he even felt a little happy. At the very least, his junior martial sister liked being with him. However, after Xiao Chun came out, everything changed. Luonan repeatedly spoke rudely to Xiao Chun, even mocking him. However, due to the sense of danger in his heart, Luonan felt that he was inferior to the other party in every aspect. His junior martial sister seemed to be overly concerned about Xiao Chun. The most important thing was that Luonan discovered that he was indeed inferior to Xiao Chun. Furthermore, he was far from it. Be it mental state, strength or bearing. Junior sister, I have something to say to you. Luonan, who was laying the formation, suddenly said to Fei Er. Fei Er was somewhat busy and did not raise her head. Senior brother, what do you want to say? Do you feel that I am very useless compared to Xiao Chen? Luonan asked softly after he drummed up his courage, blushing somewhat. Fei Er stopped what she was doing and looked up with a serious expression. Senior brother, why would you have such a thought? Luonan did not know how to answer. He could not say a single word of the words he had already organized in his mind. Fei Er smiled strangely and asked, Senior brother, what are you trying to say? Luonan endured the conflict in his heart and remained silent for a while. Then he said softly, I feel that junior sister and Xiao Chun are quite compatible. The moment Luonan said that, he no longer dared to look at Fei Er's expression. The smile on Fei Er's face immediately vanished, and she turned cold. Is this what senior brother wants to say to me? When Luonan heard this, he felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and said, No, what's wrong? Nothing. I don't want to speak. Fei Er remained silent, not saying anything more. After that, the two remained silent. Fei Er did not say anything either. This made Luonan feel strangely empty. However, he did not know what to say. He did not know how he had angered his junior sister. After traveling for 1.5 kilometers, the baleful winds grew increasingly stronger. Xiao Chun turned his head and said, Luonan and Fei Er, the two of you stay here. Don't advance any further. We will see the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy soon. Fei Er nodded, surprisingly not saying anything in response. Instead, Luonan said, Go on then. The two of us will stand guard here. We guarantee that nothing will disturb you from absorbing the baleful yin energy. Xiao Chun felt that the two were behaving strangely. However, this should be a private matter, so it was not convenient for him to say too much. Xiao Chun nodded gently and expressed his thanks. After some thought, Xiao Chun got little Yellow Feather to come out and stand guard here. It was better to be safe than sorry. Nothing could go wrong while absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not be able to endure the backlash. The 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy drew closer. Although his vision was obstructed, Xiao Chun could sense that it was not far away. After a while, Xiao Chun raised his Dao might to the peak. Then he endured the vast baleful winds. Xiao Chun saw a 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy hidden on a stone platform at the end of the somewhat dark space. That baleful yin energy was very dense and frighteningly black. It looked somewhat like some of the black whirlpools that Xiao Chun had seen in the starry heavens. As the whirlpools spun, strands of black light spread out in the surroundings like lightning. This formed an isolation zone, protecting the baleful yin energy. The black baleful yin energy spun like a hurricane in the quiet space. Suddenly, two clumps of green flames lit up in the hurricane. The glossy green light was like a pair of sinister eyes, making Xiao Chun's heart tremble. According to rumor, this baleful yin energy already gained some intelligence. Could it be true? Whoosh! A black light flashed, and the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy burrowed into the ground. The answer went without saying. The 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy used its reaction to tell Xiao Chun the truth of the rumor. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Xiao Chun had worked so hard to get here. Naturally, he would not let it slip away. A divine weapon shot out, and an intense explosion rang out where the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy originally was. The ground exploded and dirt flew everywhere. The 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy was blasted out. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. Every time the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy tried to flee, Xiao Chun forced it out. No matter how fast the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy fled, it was not as fast as Xiao Chun's saber light. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings. He grasped the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy's every move. Although this 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy had a ferocious nature, it also gained intelligence. However, its intelligence had not matured yet. Compared to Xiao Chun, it was just like a child. You can't escape. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, and his Taiji saber domain spread out, encasing everything within 10 kilometers. The 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy turned into an incredibly pitch-black clump of light moving about chaotically. However, the saber domain encased the surroundings, making it like an impenetrable fortress, preventing it from burrowing into the ground. Dao! Xiao Chun called out softly. Then, he gathered the great Dao's might in one direction and pressed it towards the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. The great Dao's might was like a formless mountain range, suppressing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy in a certain direction, greatly reducing its mobility. As Xiao Chun approached, the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy's range of movement shrank. Gather! Finding an opportunity, Xiao Chun focused the great Dao's might on one point. Then he took a step forward and completely suppressed the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy with his aura. The black baleful yin energy spun wildly, sending out many blade-like strong winds. It was obvious that he was furious. The strong winds also carried traces of sinister electric light. When one touched it gently, one would feel pain in one's finger. The 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy hid in a corner, looking like a porcupine covered in thorns as it glared at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. This 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy is really not easy to deal with. The other baleful yin energy were not as crafty and nimble. However, there was some risk in absorbing and refining it. If not for Xiao Chun having some means, he might not have been able to subdue it. The energy of the thunder domain gathered in Xiao Chun's palm and merged with the ice domain. Then a drop of dragon blood came out of his palm. When the three energies merged, Xiao Chun ferociously smashed his palm down, producing a loud sound. Under the suppression of absolute strength, all the lightning and wind blades that shot out shattered. This strike thoroughly injured the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Furthermore, with the suppression of the Dao's might, It weakened significantly. Xiao Chan took this opportunity to open his hand and ferociously suck, swallowing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy into his body. The berserk energy immediately surged about in his body, becoming like a wild horse galloping about, berserk and hard to tame. The rest would depend on Xiao Qin's ability to refine, absorb, and advance to the Yin essence stage. At the same time, Feng Yuan led a group of unwelcome guests underground. Chapter 1573. As expected of the Clear Feather Sect's senior brother Feng. Your mental strength is much stronger than ours. Feng Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flattered the other party. Some people would die from eating too much, while others could perfectly digest and replenish themselves after eating too much. The few of them were in high spirits and did not pay too much attention to it. His strength and talent were much higher than Wei He's. It's a restriction. Feng Yuan frowned slightly and said faintly, the method of setting up this formation is not simple. It seems that someone else came in ahead of us. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu's face sank. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said furiously, Feng Yuan, are you messing with us? Just this alone was enough to keep him busy. He could not afford to be distracted at all. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yuan nodded and said, that's right. There's no need to have any objections. The energy contained in the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is something that the four of us cannot completely absorb even after using all our strength. There's no need for any disputes or schemes. It's fine as long as we are of one mind. Lu Mu's eyes were sharp. He asked in a deep voice, Brother Feng Yuan, what's wrong? It was Feng Yuan again. This fellow from the Lotus Sect Temple was really like a ghost that refused to go away. That seems to be the case. The other two also noticed it after carefully sensing it. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense was much stronger than Fei Er's and Luo Nan's mental energy. He could grasp every movement around him. Among them, the black demonic ape was the strongest, an early-stage primal core cultivator. As for the other two ferocious beasts, they were comparable to the ink flame tiger that Xiao Qin had fought earlier. Little Yellow Feather stuck its head out from Luo Nan's side and looked around, showing that something was wrong as well. The two-headed hound and the blue lion transmitted their voices to each other. He had reached a crucial moment in refining this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If he was not careful, he might explode and die. Feng Yuan hid his smile and said, it's nothing. It's just that Yi Bai is not easy to deal with. I feel that we should be more cautious. That's right. He won't be able to swallow the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. If he doesn't know his place, I don't mind killing him as well. At this moment, the Yin Spectre sensed the fluctuation of Xiao Qin's heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it actually broke free from Xiao Qin's restraints and forcefully entered Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness. However, Feng Yuan's strength is indeed the strongest among the three, so Feng Yuan's first target is him. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, how could he be so trusted? Not to mention, if he was disturbed by an attack, the refinement would definitely fail, and he might even lose his life here. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance flashed between his brows. It was obvious that while he acknowledged Yi Bai, he was also extremely confident in his own strength. In front of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, this bit of risk was completely worth taking, and could even be said to be nothing. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card right away, not giving the other party a chance to escape. Perhaps such a thing would not have happened. Haha, Brother Wang, don't make things difficult for Brother Feng Yuan. We have to thank Brother Feng Yuan for sharing the information about this place with us. Just as the four of them entered the formation, water splashed out from the underground river behind them, and three ferocious beasts leaped out. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained an enormous amount of energy. Furthermore, it had gained sentience, making it even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yuan had a flushed complexion and a smile on his face. He was in a very good mood as he led the three Peking Essence Stage cultivators along the underground river. To think that this ferocious baleful Yin energy would fight to the death, turning from guest to host, wanting to directly swallow up Xiao Qin's soul and possess Xiao Chan. Tuoba Yun smiled and said, it is just one Yi Bai. How can he scare the three of us? At worst, we'll just kill Luo Nan and his junior sister, and the few of us can split the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Could it be that the person who came cannot even kill Lord Jiao Snake? The one who spoke was the Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun, Wei He's senior brother, the leader of the Clear Feather Sect disciples this time. Feng Yun's mental state experienced some disturbance, causing some fluctuations. Lu Mu smiled and said, I was just saying it casually. Brother Feng Yun already made a vow. How can I doubt you? Suddenly, Feng Yun's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to stop Lu Mu. Wait a moment. The moment Feng Yun's group of 4 stepped into the formation, Xiao Chan, who was anxiously refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy, sensed it. This was the advantage of having deep accumulations. The group of 4 advanced along the underground river. Soon they felt the cold, sinister wind, and they immediately revealed smiles on their faces. It has been more than 100 years. Lord Jiao Snake has not allowed any ferocious beasts to approach this place. Why did it send us here to kill people today? Something is wrong. Feng Yun stopped walking and said doubtfully, This sinister wind is much weaker than when I arrived. The difference is like heaven and earth. It is completely different from when I first arrived. Yi Bai was strong enough, but the 3 of them were not weak either. Their cultivations were even higher than Yi Bai's. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun said quickly, Don't get agitated. No matter what, Brother Feng Yun would not have the guts to trick the 3 of us at the same time. Should not be fake. Most importantly, I did sense lingering baleful energy. It is very dense and strong. The black demonic ape said indifferently, Don't overthink. Lord Jiao Snake is an existence that can speak directly with those sect elders. It definitely would not let us make a move against someone it cannot deal with. It must have some reservations. What was impossible about that? Little Yellow Feather was the one who found this place first. He just happened to find it. Inside the formation at the cave entrance. Of course, people like Xiao Chan, who possessed the bloodline of the Great Desolate 100 races and possessed incredibly deep accumulations, would definitely be different. What a hidden place. This place is already very desolate in the first place. Most people would not come here. To think that there is a hidden place under the river, a completely different world. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun nodded and said in agreement, A major primal core realm cultivator's judgment cannot be wrong. That Yi Bai is definitely not easy to deal with. However, since we are already here, there is no reason for us to retreat. Feng Yun was bold and skilled. He immediately led the way into the formation. Everyone was entrusted with heavy responsibilities by their sect, having the responsibility of protecting their juniors. Luonan sensed for a while, and his expression changed slightly. It's Feng Yun, Tuoba Yun, Lu Mu, and the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. Aside from Feng Yun, none of them were people that the 3 of them could deal with. What? The 3 were startled, finding this somewhat strange. He was the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manner's Tuoba Yun. His physical body movement technique and leg techniques were exceptionally strong. His thoughts were boundlessly chaotic, and it was hard for his mental state to fluctuate. What's wrong? The 3 looked at Feng Yun. The last person, a stout man, smiled boldly and said in a magnanimous manner. After walking a few more kilometers, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then their expressions turned grave. There was a standing black demonic ape, a 2-headed ferocious dog, and a gigantic blue lion. Whoosh! 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 At the mention of Yi Bai's name, an uncontrollable fear flashed on Feng Yun's face, and his body shrank back slightly. However, just these alone were not enough to cause Xiao Chen's mental state to fluctuate. Feng Yun's expression changed dramatically. That's impossible. Feng Yun's heart immediately sank. He could not afford to offend any one of these 3 people. With the strength of these 3, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were among the top 3 of the 100-odd elite disciples. Feier said somewhat anxiously, This is not good. They are all difficult people to deal with. It is indeed a completely different world. Who could have imagined that there would be a hidden path at the bottom of the river? Brother Feng Yun, how did you find this place back then? Was it really a coincidence? The main thing was that the other 3 were very strong. Even with the help of the formation, Feier and Luonan would find it hard to deal with them. Squeak! Squeak! Since the two had promised Xiao Chan, they definitely could not retreat. If that happened, the situation would be extremely dangerous. If the two left, Xiao Chan could still feel at ease. However, if they died protecting him here, he would not be able to feel at ease. They were like thousands of wild horses that needed to be tamed one by one. Feeling vexed, Luonan pushed Feng Yun to the side and said, "You little bird, stop causing trouble. Go and play with fire." Feng Yun quickly explained, "I really had a fortuitous encounter with this place. I only discovered it by chance after a series of accidents." The other person at the side, the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, looked at Feng Yun with some suspicion. "Right. Let's not delay any further. If we complete Lord Jiao Snake's task, we will definitely be heavily rewarded." The three strong ferocious beasts stopped communicating and carefully walked forward. It looks like the Tianyi Sex formation. It should be senior brother and junior sister Luonan and that Yi Bai. The Flying Cloud Mountain manners Tuoba Yun analyzed after checking. However, they could only feel anxious now. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained incredibly vast baleful Yin energy. "Come, let's break the formation together." The hearts of Luonan and Fei who were in a cold war, sank. They exchanged glances at the same time. Someone is coming. Chapter 1574. At the entrance of the cave, Feng Yun was the first to enter the formation. There were a total of 3 formations in the restriction. One was a bewildering formation, and 2 were killing formations. When used together, the threat was extremely great. But since Feng Yun dared to come in, he obviously had a plan. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene before them immediately changed. A white mist enveloped Feng Yun's group of 4. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow through the fog, interfering with one's senses. Feng Yun looked around and said, "This maze isn't too powerful. Give me some time and I can break it. Everyone, don't panic. Just deal with it calmly." No matter how strong the formation was, the people who laid it were just Luonan and Fei. It would not be overly strong. With their outstanding individual strength, Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and Tuoba Mu were more than enough to deal with them. As for Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun, he was at the very back, so he didn't need to do much. "Junior sister, let's activate 2 killing arrays at the same time and scatter their formation." "Yes." Fei nodded lightly and formed hand seals with a serious expression. "Gotcha." Amidst the white fog in front of Feng Yun's group of 4, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared. The wave was monstrous and terrifying. It was as if it wanted to devour everything. Insignificant skill. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu did not show any fear in the face of danger. He smiled coldly and threw a palm strike just as the towering waves were about to reach him. Hoo. This palm strike stirred up a boundless cold wind, and within the wind were pieces of flying snow. Every piece of flying snow was sparkling and translucent, flickering with flowing light. When the thousands of snowflakes entered the tsunami, the surging waves slowed down. As if in slow motion, it completely froze and was sealed in ice. Bang! Tuoba Yun charged forward ferociously and kicked out. Kase. The frozen sea immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. However, he didn't give them time to celebrate. At the same time the ice shattered, strong winds blew in from all directions, howling and moving astonishingly fast. The few of them hurriedly dodged. But when they looked back, they found that their formation had already been messed up. "Don't panic. Protect yourself. I'll break the maze immediately." Just as Tuoba Yun and the other 2 panicked, Feng Yun's calm voice rang out in their ears. "Who?" A cool breeze blew, and a note of the maze was removed by Feng Yun. The dense fog instantly dispersed, and the few people who were separated immediately calmed down. "We cannot let Feng Yun break the bewildering formation." Luonan felt very anxious. Unexpectedly, Feng Yun was so strong. If this went on and no one interfered, it wouldn't be long before the maze was broken. Once the bewildering array was broken, the 2-layered killing array wouldn't last long against Feng Chang's trio. At that time, the 2 of them would be crushed to death. Tuoba Yun and Lu Mu had already given them a hard time. With the addition of Feng Yun, there was no suspense at all. Luonan gave Fei a look. Fei nodded gently and slowly formed hand seals. In the maze, a murderous aura pierced through the thick fog, piercing towards Fang Yun, who was concentrating on breaking the array. Dang! Fang Yun raised his hand and slapped the killing intent away, only to discover that it was just a feint. Fang Yun, you've been tricked. Luonan rejoiced in his heart. His true body appeared behind Fang Yun and stabbed out at lightning speed. Who knew something strange happened? When Luonan's sword pierced through Fang Yun, it was just an illusion. Just as Luonan retreated, Fang Yun suddenly appeared on the left and landed a palm strike on Luonan's shoulder, causing him to vomit blood. Trying to trick me? The two of you are still too inexperienced. As Fang Yun watched Luonan's figure disappear into the thick clouds, he smiled faintly and did not give chase. Outside the cave, the three ferocious beasts rushed over. When they saw the heavy restrictions in the fog, they cautiously chose to stop. At this level, these ferocious beasts were no longer brainless wild beasts. There are sounds of fighting. It looks like there is more than one group of people. I wonder which group Lord Jiao Snake wants us to kill? The black demonic ape sent a voice projection since he did not say, then just kill them all. However, there is no rush. These sect disciples are rather strong. When they are almost done killing each other, we will attack. Right. After making up their minds, the ferocious beasts decided to watch from the sidelines, playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were very smart. Oh no. Fei and Luonan will not be able to hold on for much longer. Xiao Chun, who was currently fighting the 10,000-year-old baleful energy ferocious spirit, felt startled when he sensed the situation in the restriction. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned so bad. The bewildering formation had already been broken, and the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. The bewildering formation had already been broken. Under the attacks of the three, the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. However, Little Yellow Feather's sudden attack caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more unsightly. At this moment, Little Yellow Feather was very busy and could not afford to be distracted. The ferocious spirit rampaged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and the baleful energy rampaged in his body, troubling him on both sides. If Xiao Chun ignored the baleful energy, he could use his strong soul energy to kill this 10,000-year-old baleful energy remnant soul easily. However, he still had to worry about refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. It would be hard to avoid giving the ferocious spirit a chance to wreak havoc in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Chun had two choices. He could give up on refining the baleful energy and let it out of his body. He could focus on dealing with the 10,000-year-old baleful energy and help Luonan and Fei. Or he could gamble, using his life as the stake, taking the risk and forcefully refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. When he advanced to the essence stage, he could conveniently kill the 10,000-year-old baleful energy's remnant soul. The former was stable and could preserve his life. However, he would lose the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. The latter was radical. Once he failed, the three would lose their lives here. Gambling or not gambling? Gamble. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun quickly made up his mind. He had never been an indecisive person, someone who could not make up his mind when he should. After coming to the Great Thousand Realms, he wanted to stand out and not be satisfied with being mediocre. He wanted to fight with heaven, to fight with others, to fight with himself. With this thought, Xiao Chun endured the torment of the ferocious spirit in his sea of consciousness. He focused on refining the baleful energy, continuously circulating the veritable essence energy in his body. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 10th layer circulated wildly at an unprecedented speed. Boom! 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 Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from Xiao Chun's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chun circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to its limits, his skin turned purple. Sparks flickered all over his body. Crackle! Crackle! The sparks crackled endlessly. Xiao Chun's delicate face kept changing, looking ferocious and scary. That was the baleful energy's remnant soul surging in his sea of consciousness, trying to occupy Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness and body. In Xiao Chun's meridians, the baleful energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, obediently submitting. As the baleful yin energy was continuously refined, the pure baleful yin energy continued to be refined. Xiao Chun felt that his bottleneck was already teetering on the verge of breaking through at any moment. The yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy turned into was like a berserk flood accumulating. As for Xiao Chun's bottleneck, it was like a firm dam. Xiao Chun endured the increasingly ferocious flood again and again. It looked like he was about to collapse, but he did not. The situation at the cave entrance in front no longer allowed any delay. One of the 2 layers of killing formations had already shattered, leaving only 1 layer. At this moment, Xiao Chun wished that his accumulations were not so deep. Otherwise, the bottleneck would not be so hard to break through. Regular people could break through the bottleneck of the veritable essence stage with just yin essence stones. Xiao Chun's bottleneck was somewhat exaggerated. Only 1 layer of killing formations remains. Luonan, the 2 of you just surrender, and I can spare your lives. Fang Yun did not rush, slowly grinding away at the 2. Now that victory was in his grasp, there was nothing to fear. As for Yi Bai, he should be absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. There was no need to rush this. Even if he had 3 days, Fang Yun did not believe that the other party could refine much of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Damn it! Junior sister, you should go. I'll take care of it. I'll repay what we owe Yi Bai alone. At this moment, Luonan's clothes were tattered, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His complexion was pale, and the situation did not look good. It's too late. Now none of you can leave. Wind. Suddenly, a strong wind burst out from Fang Yun's body. Then, he threw a palm strike and detonated this boundless strong wind. Amid the intense explosion, the final layer of killing formations crumbled. Feier and Luonan both vomited blood and went flying back. However, the instant the killing formations broke, the smiles on the 4's faces froze at the same time like they had seen a ghost. Without the concealment of the killing formations, the scene of Xiao Chun absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy was completely exposed to the 4. Berserk purple lightning, strong winds, a ferocious face, and a horrifying aura all came from Xiao Chun's body. The 4 squinted, not daring to look directly at Xiao Chun. That aura forced them to retreat continuously. He is refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy alone. Fang Yun and the other 3 all exclaimed. The Yi Bai before them was actually refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy alone, trying to use it to make a breakthrough. Kill. Quickly kill him. Otherwise we will all die. Fang Yun revealed a horrified expression as he roared and led the other 3 to charge at Xiao Chun. Enduring the huge pressure, the 4 soared into the air and slowly approached Xiao Chun. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! An explosive shock wave surged out from Xiao Chun's body. The 4, who were just 1 step away from reaching Xiao Chun, were all knocked back. Aside from Fang Yun, the other 3 fell to the ground in sorry states, revealing pained expressions. Chapter 1575. Xiao Chun slowly stood up, and the strong yin essence energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The cave was suddenly filled with a chilly air. Mixed within this cold energy was Xiao Chun's original Thunder True Essence power. Ice and Thunder True Essence fused together. A visible purple cold chi, carrying with it an irresistible pressure, pressed towards them. The veritable essence energy lake in Xiao Chun's Dantian essence had already merged with the yin essence energy. The primordial yin energy refined from the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy completely covered the quintessential energy. The cold yin energy filled Xiao Chun's entire body. Since he had just entered the yin essence stage, the 2 had yet to completely fuse. Xiao Chun would have to spend a lot of time to consume the yin primordial energy of this 10,000-year-old yin qi. 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. As expected of a 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Right now, Xiao Chun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the yin essence stage. 10,000-year baleful yin energy. You actually refined it all. Fang Yun had a look of extreme disbelief on his face. He already expected Yi Bai to be very strong, but he didn't expect Xiao Chun to be this strong. Xiao Chun swept his gaze over Fang Yun, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his body appeared in front of Fang Yun. His fingers clenched into a fist. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sound of ice shattering rang out in the space, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. Xiao Qin's long hair and clothes trembled as he threw a simple punch. It was like a true dragon of thunder and lightning, with a body full of cold air, cold and violent. Bang! This punch was very destructive. It shattered the martial technique that Feng Yun sent out with his full power, leaving him unable to resist at all. The huge advantage brought by the powerful Yin energy allowed Xiao Qian to crush his opponent. He did not even need to use any martial skills. Just a light punch. Xiao Qian had a pensive look on his face. After absorbing this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, his combat power had at least doubled. More importantly, the bottleneck had been broken, and his potential had increased by countless times. In the following days, the berserking essence energy in Xiao Qin's body was slowly digested and refined. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Feng Yun's right hand was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Run! The group did not dare to stay any longer. They got up, turned around, and ran. What 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy! What fortuitous encounter! Fear spread throughout his body. Escaping was the most important thing. All of them ran for their lives at the same time. Xiao Qian couldn't chase after them one by one, but there was one person he had to catch. Sure of the Lotus sect, Feng Yun. Xiao Qian pushed his feet off the ground and tried out some of the footwork that he learned from the ink flame tiger, while executing his movement technique. When Xiao Qin's body shot out, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was because his speed was too fast, and the friction between his protective Zhen Yuan and the air caused it to burn. At this moment he finally understood why the ink flame tiger's body was always burning with a black flame. It was just a slight attempt, but Xiao Qin's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. When he reached Feng Yun's side, the latter was only halfway through getting up from the ground. Pussy. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand, grabbed Feng Yun's neck, and lifted him up. Only now did the others get up and flee. They were so frightened that they stumbled and nearly fell again. Right now, Xiao Qian focused all his attention on Feng Yun, not caring about the others. He urgently needed information about the Black Lotus Church. Speak. Do you know my identity? Xiao Qian looked at Feng Yun coldly, his gaze icy like that of a grim reaper. An intense feeling of suffocation accompanied by fear completely shattered Feng Yun's mental defenses. He spilled everything he knew without missing a beat. After hearing that, Xiao Qian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Black Lotus Church still did not know where he was. It seemed like the Black Lotus Church did not want to rely on an outsider to deal with him. No matter what the deeper meaning was, this was good news for Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian needed time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on the Black Lotus Church sooner or later. I already told you everything. Can you let me live? Feng Yun begged. Xiao Qian retorted indifferently. You are shameless. When you instigated Wei He's group to kill me, you already knew that this would happen. Naturally, Xiao Qian could not let off such a person. Berserk veritable essence energy mixed with Yin essence energy, and poured into Feng Yun's meridians. Instantly it shattered all of Feng Yun's meridians and internal organs, extinguishing his life force. When Xiao Qian let go, Feng Yun silently fell to the ground dead. Big brother Xiao Qian. Luonan and Fei walked over in fear and shock. As they looked at Xiao Qian, their eyes revealed some fear. After interacting with him for so long, this was the first time they saw Xiao Qian's cold side. I owe you two a favor. There is no need to say anything else. This place is not safe. Let's go first. Xiao Qian had always been cautious. He did not become arrogant just because he entered the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There were still many unanswered questions in this place. Furthermore, for some reason, Xiao Qian felt like someone was watching him from the moment he entered this place. His intuition told him that this place was not safe. Ah! Just as the three were about to leave, startled screams suddenly rang out in front. Those were the horrified voices of Feng Yun and the other two. What's going on? Luonan and Fei felt confused. In the next moment, Feng Yun and the other two, who had already fled, retreated in a fluster. Before Lu Mu and Tuoba Yun could stand firmly, two ferocious beasts bit them into their mouths and started chewing on them. The clear feather sex Fang Yun fell to the ground in fright, retreating continuously. The black demonic ape, the two-headed ferocious dog, and the blue lion appeared, radiating strong auras as they looked coldly at Xiao Chan. Ferocious beasts that just advanced to the primal core realm. Fei Er's and Luo Nan's expressions changed drastically. No wonder Fang Yun and the other two looked like they had seen ghosts. To think that there were 3 such horrifying ferocious beasts guarding this place. It looks like you are the person that Lord Jiao Snake instructed us to deal with. The black demonic ape did not even look at Fang Yun, staring straight at Xiao Chan. Upon seeing the 3 ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen's anxious heart calmed down. If the strongest existences here were just early-stage primal core realm ferocious beasts, then there would be nothing to fear. At the very least, leaving would not be a problem. As Xiao Chan stood in front of Luo Nan and Fei Er, he looked at the 3 ferocious beasts without fear. Then he slowly unleashed his aura, which contained Dao Might. Facing 3 ferocious beasts alone, he did not retreat at all. At this moment, Xiao Chan was confident of facing these 3 ferocious beasts. No matter how strong the black demonic ape was, it was just an early-stage primal core realm ferocious beast. Compared to a middle-stage minor primal core expert like the blue-clad old man, the black demonic ape was far from comparable. As for that two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion, they were merely on the same level as the ink flame tiger. When Xiao Chan was in the veritable essence stage, he did not fear the ink flame tiger, much less now. Wielding his saber, Xiao Chan stood upright with his head held high, not fearing a fight. Before Xiao Chen's sharpness, the two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion trembled and took a step back. Only the black demonic ape did not retreat. However, when facing such sharpness, its originally relaxed heart tensed up. Simply put, the black demonic ape was afraid. Ferocious beasts that could survive until now and reach such a cultivation were extremely precious, so they were not willing to take the risk. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire underground suddenly shook intensely. No matter who it was, they all felt an irresistible chill. Trash. All of you are trash. What is the point of keeping you around? A strange deep hoarse voice rang out in everyone's ears. The 3 ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into kneeling on the ground, trembling continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction came from the entrance of the cave. This was an irresistible suction. No one, not even Xiao Chan, could block it. Fear stiffened their bodies, and they flew forward uncontrollably. Kasie! Kasie! The 3 ferocious beasts and Fang Yun flew out of the cave and were instantly swept away. When the suction vanished, Xiao Chen's group of 3 stopped at the same time. A swallowing sound rang out, and a gargantuan snake head suddenly landed on the ground, blocking the 3. The snake head had scarlet eyes as it looked down at the 3 from above, making them tremble involuntarily. Xiao Chan was immediately struck by lightning. So, this is the little snake that little yellow feather mentioned. How small 2 half-step primal core ferocious beasts, an early-stage primal core demonic ape, and a little snack. Without waiting for a breather, the 3 directly swallowed them, not even leaving scraps behind. Chapter 1576. Xiao Chen's group of 3 stuck close to the cave entrance and looked at the gargantuan Jiao snake's head. They did not dare to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Jiao snake's head was like a small mountain blocking the cave entrance. Its scarlet eyes looked down at Xiao Chan from above. The Jiao snake brought with it an extremely strong pressure, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chan was still fine. However, Luo Nan and Fei are already flushed red, feeling the pressure on their qi and blood. If they continued like this, it would be hard to say whether they would explode in blood and die. At this moment, Xiao Chan even felt like eating little yellow feather. If Xiao Chan had known that the one guarding this 10,000-year-old baleful energy would be such a Jiao snake, he would not have taken such a risk. The Jiao snake before Xiao Chan could give off such strong pressure was not because of its huge size. Instead, it was because it was too strong. Xiao Chan estimated that this Jiao snake was already a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Its cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, and its strength was extremely horrifying. Cloud Sea realm experts could calmly cultivate their soul energy. Wherever they went, they would be considered experts. In the nearby Great Realms, Cloud Sea realm experts were the peak experts. A great realm would not have more than 3 Cloud Sea Realm experts. Even in the entire Purple Sun region, there would not be many Cloud Sea Realm experts. However, this Jiao snake before Xiao Chan was in existence equal to a Cloud Sea Realm expert. It went without saying how strong he was. Not to mention Xiao Chan, even the middle stage minor primal core blue-clad old man would be like an ant before it, easily crushed. An opponent on a completely different level would not be able to resist at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jiao snake seemed to have some reservations and did not immediately make a move to kill Xiao Chen's group. The Jiao snake glanced at Little Yellow Feather, and rage immediately blazed in its heart. It was this little bird. The Golden Crow Holy Beast. The Jiao snake in Profounding Mountain had been the spirit pet of a major character long ago. That major character had moved unhindered in the starry heavens. A character who could leave his name in the history books of the entire martial epoch. As the spirit pet of such a major character, the Jiao snake's eyes naturally would not be bad. When Little Yellow Feather came over, it immediately recognized the identity of the Golden Crow mythological beast, which was an extinct mythological beast. Even the Golden Crow race, which was the strongest of the Great Desolate 100 races, did not have a pure-blooded Golden Crow. The Jiao snake immediately turned small and chatted with it. When it learned that the Jiao snake would not consume 10,000-year-old baleful energy, it relaxed. He wanted to build a relationship with her. Back then they had agreed on a good deal. Who knew that he would change his mind in the blink of an eye and bring a group of people over? This was terrible. Snakes were of the Yin attribute, and 10,000-year-old Yin baleful energy was a rare tonic for Jiao snakes. The Jiao snake guarded this place because it wanted to wait another 1,000 years. When the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy matured, it could directly consume it and advance to the Cloud Sea realm. Who knew that the people brought by Little Yellow Feather were even more difficult to deal with? It had great eyesight and could tell that Xiao Chen's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. It vaguely felt that Xiao Chan must have the bloodline of the primitive 100 races. However, after observing for a long time, the Jiao snake could not figure out which Great Desolate Aeon bloodline it was. This was because the Blue Dragon bloodline had been removed from the dragon race for too long. Furthermore, Xiao Chan wore the Buddhist jade pendant, which suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Hence, the Jiao snake could not make an accurate judgment. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's bloodline would not be weaker than that of the Great Desolate 100 races. Such a character would definitely be backed by a powerful figure and a powerful force, no matter where he fell. No matter where he fell, the seniors behind him would quickly find out. At that time, the Jiao snake would not be able to escape responsibility, and would definitely die. In its early years, the Jiao snake had seen many things and was very clear on the means of those major characters. They were not things that it could contend with. Fearing Little Yellow Feathers and Xiao Chen's identities, the Jiao snake could only watch as Xiao Chan entered this place. Originally, the Jiao snake wanted to find some scapegoats to get the ferocious beasts of Profounding Mountain to come over. Who could have imagined that this group of ferocious beasts would not come even after so long? By the time the Jiao snake arrived, Xiao Chan had already completely refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, not even leaving a speck of it. What was the use of it? What was even more frustrating was that even though it was 3 against 1, the Jiao snake still cowered and did not dare to step forward. The Jiao snake raged but had nowhere to vent it, so it could only target these 3 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Jiao snake stared at Xiao Chen's group and Little Yellow Feather, who was hiding at the back. The Jiao snake's scarlet eyes flickered with a faint light. A sinister killing chi spread out, numbing everyone's legs and deterring them from doing anything overboard. The Jiao snake hesitated, wondering if it should go all out and directly swallow up this group of people, and that Golden Crow holy beast. However, when the Jiao snake thought about the terrifying consequences, it trembled in fear. Scram! In the end, between life and rage, the Jiao snake chose the former and roared. A berserk roar rang out in the minds of Xiao Chen's group of 3. The shock caused them to vomit a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably. A strong wind howled by their ears, and rocks fell continuously from the sky above. Xiao Chen was the first to land. He stabilized himself and caught Luo Nan and Fei before taking another step back. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked. After the two landed, they panted continuously. After resting for a long time, Their complexions slowly recovered to normal. Luonan said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a terrifying Jiao snake! It is much stronger than our sect master. Why did it appear here?" Feier whispered, "Let's leave quickly. Who knows when that Jiao snake will go back on its word." That Jiao snake frightened the two too much. Now that they had a new lease on life, their bodies were still trembling slightly. Xiaochen looked around. There were many top-quality Yin essence stones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Yin essence stones were also divided into different grades. The ones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy were clearly the best. It would be too much of a pity to waste so many top-quality Yin essence stones. You guys go first. I'll catch up soon. Big brother Xiaochan, you should leave with us, Feier said somewhat worriedly. Xiaochan shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He vaguely felt that the Jiao snake did not dare to fight the three of them. Seemed like it had some reservations. If it had attacked, it would not have survived until now. Now that he understood, Xiaochen's worried heart calmed down. The two could not go around Xiaochan. In the end, they left first and waited for Xiaochan to regroup. Without any delay, Xiaochan stayed behind and quickly mined the nearby Yin essence stones. Soon, Xiaochan finished mining more than 10,000 Yin essence stones. The cold qi in the cave vanished, and the air became much drier. The value of Yin essence stones was rather special. Cultivators with higher cultivations would not even bother to look at them. However, sects would purchase treasures like Yin essence stones in large quantities all year round to nurture their disciples. Some alchemists and blacksmiths also had special needs for Yin essence stones. Xiaochan had such a large number of top-notch Yin essence stones in his hands, so he did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. When everything was packed and Xiaochan stepped out of the cave, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Could it be that the Jiao snake hasn't left yet? Xiaochan was deep in thought. He was in no hurry to move forward. "Young man, you are really greedy." The Jiao snake suddenly appeared from the river, revealing half of its body as it looked down at Xiaochan. Just half of the Jiao snake's body was already several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. Xiaochan did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. If we are fated to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiaochen's ability to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and obtain such a fortuitous encounter was entirely due to the help of the Jiao snake. There was no falsehood at all. Humph! If it wasn't for the fact that I followed Lord Pan Huang in my early years and my fierceness had diminished greatly, I would have been killed by him. It really won't care about the great desolate Yin bloodline in your body. You're on your own. Not every ferocious beast has my good temper. Clearly, the Jiao snake was still in a bad mood. Even though Xiaochen's words were polite, it did not give Xiaochan much face. Lord Pan Huang. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the other party, he revealed a suspicious expression. "The Pan Huang you speak of, is he a bladesman who uses a saber?" The Spring Snow Bladesman and the Kunlun Realms Pan Huang. Could there be a second Pan Huang in the Great Thousand Realms? Chapter 1577. Xiaochan was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before? That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman. Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiaochan immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiaochan first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiaochan rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiaochan did not say anything, only taking out the Saber Sovereign medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock. "What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it." Looks like I was right. Xiaochan honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. Ha ha ha. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy without a word of complaint. After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiao Chun asked, "Is Senior Pan Huang still around?" "I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go." "Why?" "After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go." At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, his aura was still there. With a thought, Xiao Chun looked at the Jiao snake and asked, "Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now?" The Jiao snake smiled and said, "What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound yin mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm." "Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through?" "Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. After some consideration he said, "Senior Jiao snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness." The Jiao snake's eyes narrowed. "Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline?" "That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines: the white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them. I am of the blue dragon bloodline," Xiao Chun answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock. "The blue dragon bloodline. So that is the case. I was wondering why your great desolate Ian bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline." Xiao Chun nodded. Then, he looked at the other party and asked, "Senior, what do you think?" "It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have. Just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang, I will definitely help you with this." The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiao Chun what the trouble was or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiao Chun feel very touched. "Just cultivate properly first. Right now the baleful yin energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably. Not to mention the waste, if others discover the signs, they might not let you leave." Xiao Chun indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world. Even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy, like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiao Chun told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, "I was wondering what it was. Turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this. I will go to Profound Yin Mountain first and take a look around before leaving." "Many thanks." After leaving the underground river, Xiao Chun saw Luonan and Xiao Fei who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiao Chun, she revealed a smile. "Big brother Xiao Chun, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother and I would really have to go down and look for you." "It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the Yin Essence stones. There is still half a month. There is no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. "Right, that suits me." Since Luonan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire Yin Essence stage. The vast Yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy brought far surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. Right now, baleful Yin energy leaked out of Xiao Qin's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said. It was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and Yin essence energy in Xiao Qin's dantian mixed together and merged. Xiao Qian found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the Yin essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiao Qian guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the Yang essence stage in the future. Yin essence energy and Yang essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivator still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the Yin essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy had yet to merge with Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy. Just a simple mixture. What Xiao Qian needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast Yin essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the Yin essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the Yin essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiao Qian opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any Yin essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the Yin essence stage. Luonan and Fei opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei smiled and said, "Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy." Luonan smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei were still in a cold war. Back then, Luonan did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. Let's go. It's time to leave. 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of Profound Yin Island all rushed back. Near the transportation formation, when the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of Profound Yin Island. To think that the Clear Feather sects Feng Yun and the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luonan and Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiao Qian appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of Profound Yin Island. Then they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Tianyi sect's ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiao Qian and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao Qian, this old man knew that you would definitely bring them back safely, the blue-clad old man said with a smile as he strode forward. Ha 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 ha. Brother Fei and Luonan handed over their Yin essence stones. Fei and Luonan handed over their Yin essence stones. This is a superior grade Yin essence stone. Fei Luonan, you ran into 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, the blue-clad old man said as he looked at the two in shock. Fei nodded and smiled. Right. Big brother Xiao Qian helped me and senior brother each find a strand of baleful Yin energy. What? This time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man were even more shocked. As they looked at Xiao Qian, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. If they had not found out that the Black Lotus Church had placed a bounty on Xiao Qian's head, perhaps they could have let Xiao Qian off. For these 2 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, the Tianyi sect would have to thank Xiao Qian properly. Xiao Qian looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "These are my Yin essence stones. Seniors, please keep them well. I'll take my leave first." The blue-clad old man carefully put away the Yin essence stones that Xiao Qian handed over. However, he did not seem to care. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiao Qian, I really do not know how to repay this great favor. How about we return to the Tianyi sect together? At that time, I'll get the sect master to entertain us properly." Xiao Qian looked around and discovered that the Tianyi sect disciples on the fortress ship had already surrounded him without him realizing it, blocking his way out. That half-step primal core realm old man already placed his right hand on his sword hilt, storing up killing intent. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly in surprise. After the other party learned that he helped Fei and Luonan refine a strand of balefulline energy, they still wanted to make a move on him. Killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Chapter 1578. Xiao Qin repaid his kindness, only to receive such an ending. This was indeed somewhat disappointing. However, Xiao Qin had seen all sorts of people in his life, so his mental state did not fluctuate too much. Revealing a smile, Xiao Qin raised his head to look at the blue-clad old man and said, "Senior, are you planning to force me to stay?" Fei still did not know what was going on. She smiled and said, "Big brother Xiao Qin, how about you go over? Our sect master is pretty nice." Luonan felt that something was not quite right. His expression changed in astonishment. "Brother Xiao Qin, you should leave quickly. The situation is not right. My junior brothers are standing in the Tianyi sect's 9 sectors formation." Compared to Fei Er's naivety and kindness, Luonan would sometimes act foolishly because of her. However, Luonan was usually more observant. Although Luonan did not know what was going on, he immediately sent a voice projection to warn Xiao Qin after discovering that something was wrong. "Many thanks." Xiao Qin immediately felt gratified in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. However, only the young would not care so much about the pros and cons, master martial uncle. Since brother Xiao Qin is not willing to stay, then never mind. I'll go and send him off, Luonan said with a smile as he squeezed between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Qin. Luonan said with a smile as he squeezed in between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Qin. "Scram to the side. It is not your place to speak." The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luonan to the side with a palm strike. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luonan to the side. The force was so great that a strong wind suddenly rose on the deck, whistling loudly. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Fei felt startled. She ran over worriedly and helped Luonan up. Fei turned her head and frowned. "Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" Fei turned her head and frowned. "Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man did not even turn their heads. However, the blue-clad old man said coldly, "Luonan, watch your junior sister properly. Don't be a busybody." The atmosphere of the place instantly turned cold, as a murderous aura spread out. The 9 people behind him gripped their sword hilts at the same time, their killing intent firmly locked onto Xiao Qin. "Senior brother, what is master trying to do?" Fei asked, puzzled. "It looks like he's going to make a move on Xiao Qin." "Why?" Luonan smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows? It is probably just some benefits. Actually, it is easy to understand just by thinking about it. How could master be so kind as to tell Xiao Qin the location of Profoundine Island? He must have planned all of this beforehand." Luonan felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His martial uncle's palm strike was really merciless. It even broke his bones. The blue-clad old man looked at Xiao Qin and said indifferently, "Xiao Qin, you have to stay today even if you don't want to. It's not up to you." Xiao Qin sneered. "I, Xiao Qin, have never seen a shameless person like you in my life. On account of Luonan and Fei, I'll give you one last chance. Just obediently let me go, and nothing will happen. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." When the blue-clad old man heard that, he guffawed. "Is that so? I have never seen a youth as arrogant as you before. Let me ask you this. What right do you have to make me bear the consequences?" As the blue-clad old man laughed maniacally, his aura burst forth. The aura of a minor primal core venerate pressed down on Xiao Qin. The advantage of cultivation allowed his aura to look down on everyone present. Everyone felt a faint pressure, and they did not dare to resist it. The blue-clad old man looked like a king, unstoppable. "Xiao Qin, don't think that we do not know your background. We are spies in the Lotus Sect Temple. Our spies in the Lotus Sect Temple inadvertently learned that you are wanted by the Black Lotus Church. Now that the Black Lotus Church is after you, you are a street rat. To think that you still dare to be so arrogant. You must be tired of living." The half-step primal core venerate old man beside the blue-clad old man spoke maliciously as he glared at Xiao Qian. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Qian's fearlessness and arrogance. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, "So that is the case. I was wondering what was going on. Why did the two of you become so bold all of a sudden?" "Xiao Qian, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to my master." Just at this moment, Fei suddenly shouted at Xiao Qian with a stern expression. Before Xiao Qian could react, he saw Fei soar into the air and thrust her sword at Xiao Qian. This sword strike was strangely fast, and it was very sudden. Xiao Qian's timing was pretty good. However, there was no killing Qi at all, just a straightforward attack. However, the sword move was extremely chaotic, lacking any sharpness. Aside from speed, there was no other threat. Xiao Qian moved back slightly. Then, he flicked his finger and knocked Fei Er's sword out of her hand. "Big brother Xiao Qian, just hold me hostage and leave. Master has always been very good to me. He will not make a move on me." In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qian could not make a choice. He could only grab Fei Er's neck with one hand. "Junior sister!" Luonan cried out in fear. His complexion paled somewhat as he felt a strange heartache. "Fei Er, you don't have to do this. I can leave as well." "I know. From the first time I saw Big Brother Xiao Qian, I knew that Big Brother Xiao Qian would never boast. I'm just worried about Master and Martial Uncle. How about this?" After seeing Xiao Qian's various performances on Profoundine Island, as well as his coldness and emotionlessness when he killed Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and the others, Fei knew that Xiao Qian would not put on a show. He definitely had a trump card. Fei felt somewhat afraid. Fei worried about Xiao Qian as well as her master and martial uncle. Right now, this was the best solution. At the very most, her master would punish her when she returned. As long as Big Brother Xiao Qian, her master, and martial uncle were fine, it would be fine. Xiao Qian felt somewhat speechless at Fei kindness. After a while he said, "I promise you." Holding Fei hostage, Xiao Qian retreated step by step. The Tianyi sect disciples behind him had no choice but to open up a path for him. "Master, save me!" The blue-clad old man raged in his heart. How could he not tell that Fei was being held hostage by Xiao Qian on purpose? "You unfilial bitch. This old man raised you for 10 years and treated you like my own daughter. In just one short month you actually worked with someone else to cheat me. What use do I have for you?" Upon seeing Fei actions, the blue-clad old man became utterly enraged. Killing Qi spread out, and his figure flashed as he directly sent a palm strike forward. Boom! When the blue-clad old man sent out his palm strike, his body seemed to merge with space. As he moved forward, space compressed intensely. This put immense pressure on Xiao Qian and Fei. Being one with nature, the blue-clad old man's body seemed to merge with the surrounding space. As he raised his hand or raised his foot, he could compress space. This was a huge advantage that a primal core cultivator had over a veritable personage. The might of this palm strike did not exceed Xiao Qian's expectations. What exceeded Xiao Qian's expectations was that the blue-clad old man was deranged, losing all humanity. To think that the blue-clad old man would attack Fei, this stunned Xiao Qian for a moment. However, Luonan, whose heart had been on Fei from the start to the end, was not stunned. When Luonan saw danger, he did not even think, acting instinctively. Luonan leaped over from behind and shielded Fei in the time it took for a spark to fly. For the sake of receiving this palm strike, Luonan drained all his veritable essence energy, raising his speed to the limit. His defense was close to zero. Pusii. The instant the palm strike landed, Luonan vomited a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his chest broke, and his heart exploded on the spot. His internal organs all shattered. Luonan's life force vanished at a visible rate. Senior brother. Fei was so frightened that she started crying. Then she struggled free of Xiao Qian's hand and hugged Luonan. "Senior brother, why were you so silly?" Fei hugged Luonan, feeling incredible pain. When she checked his injuries, she felt despair, and her tears flowed even more profusely. "Junior sister, don't cry. It's fine as long as you are fine. Senior brother knows that you like heroes. However, I really can't do it. I've always been very, very weak. Senior brother, don't say anything. I don't know anything anymore." Don't say anything. Fei hugged Luonan tightly as if she could save him by doing so. No, there are some things that I need to say. Otherwise, I might not get another chance in this lifetime. I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. Back then, I did not really make Junior Sister angry. I just felt that I was not worthy of Junior Sister. Blood leaked out of Luonan's mouth continuously. However, he showed a smile on his face. This was his first time being so close to his junior sister. He was so close that he could hear her heartbeat, feel her warmth and understand her worries. Perhaps that was enough. Xiao Qin's expression turned scarily cold. He raised his head to look at the stunned blue-clad old man and said coldly, "Sometimes people really shouldn't be too kind, especially when facing beasts like you, who are even worse than dogs or pigs. You bastard! You are not qualified to scold me. Everything happened because of you. I'll kill you." The blue-clad old man roared somewhat crazily. "It's all because of you." Whoosh! However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura flew over. Before the 9 Tianyi sect disciples on the ship could react, a huge force pulled their bodies out. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and gulped, easily swallowing the 9 people. Then it leaped onto the ship. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. You are a beast tamer. A huge shadow immediately encased the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man. Sorry I came too late. Profounding Mountain is too big so I was delayed for half a day. It's fine. You are not too late. Xiao Chan said expressionlessly. The Jiao snake roared and swung its tail. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man could not block at all. Pussy-eye. The blue-clad old man vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. This was especially so for the half-step primal core realm old man. With this strike he directly fell to the ground, his limbs and bones suffering from a huge impact. Chapter 1579. Whoosh! The Jiao snake opened its mouth, and the half-step primal core realm old man, who could not move in the first place, got sucked into its mouth. The sound of swallowing rang out as the Jiao snake directly swallowed the old man. Such a huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with skill or experience. Before the Jiao snake, the old man had no chance at all. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and stopped the Jiao snake, which was preparing to attack the blue-clad old man. "Brother Xiao Chan, don't kill me. I can agree to anything. I'll give you this ship and all the spirit jades on me." When the blue-clad old man saw this scene, he thought that he had a chance to live, so he immediately begged Xiao Chan for mercy. Xiao Chan revealed a disgusted expression as he said indifferently, "Fei did not let me hold you hostage to help me but to beg me to spare your life. Unfortunately, you old thing, you do not treasure it at all. Is there any use in begging now?" "What?" When the blue-clad old man heard that, he looked at Fei in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Fei would not even look at him, only hugging Luonan tightly? "Young hero Xiao Chan, please spare my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Just take it as giving Fei some face. Fei help master and say a few words." The blue-clad old man was in a sorry state. He only wanted to live, so shameless that it made others want to vomit. "Do it then," Xiao Chun said coldly. The Jiao snake roared and launched itself at the blue-clad old man. Whoosh! The blue-clad old man knew that he was no match for the Jiao snake. After he stood up, he fled in a panic. The Jiao snake turned into a flash of black light and quickly followed. 1 man and 1 snake entered the starry heavens. Xiao Chun did not continue watching. It was just a matter of time before the Jiao snake caught up to the blue-clad old man. "Big brother Xiao Chun, please save my senior brother. Please save him." Fei was already covered in tears. When she saw Xiao Chun walk over, she quickly said, "You definitely have a way, right? You definitely have a way." Xiao Chun remained silent, not daring to answer. He only said softly, "Let me take a look." "Yes. Senior brother, don't fall asleep. Big brother Xiao Chun will definitely save you." After a simple inspection of Luonan's injuries, Xiao Chun frowned heavily. Actually, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the life essence that Luonan's body slowly gave off and his increasingly pale complexion, Xiao Chun knew that he was on the verge of death. Xiao Chun had seen too many parting by death in his life. During the Kunlun demonic calamity, Xiao Chun would never forget the scenes of the Kunlun geniuses dying one by one. However, when looking at Luo Nan's current appearance, Xiao Chun still found it hard to remain calm. That blue-clad old man was truly ruthless. Xiao Chun showed no mercy at all. He had used his full power as a minor primal core realm cultivator to kill Fei back then. Big brother Xiao Chun, how is it? Fei looked at Xiao Chun in anticipation. Xiao Chun shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, especially his heart. However, this was not a problem. At this cultivation realm, the heart was no longer a vital point. The most important thing was that the blue-clad old man's palm strike had destroyed Luo Nan's dantian. This had already destroyed a cultivator's foundation, causing the physical body to lose its ability to recover. Unless there was a supreme method to help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. Senior brother. When Fei heard that, she revealed a sorrowful expression and cried in pain. Luo Nan squeezed out a smile, wanting to console Fei. However, he found that he could not raise his hands. Fei quickly grabbed his hands and placed them on her cheeks. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he took out a medicinal pill from when he left the Blue Dragon Palace. This was one of the treasures that the item spirits left for him, the Blood Cloud Pill. No matter how severe the injuries were, it could heal them. However, it could not help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only preserve Luo Nan's life for now, unable to truly save him. Even so, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to let Luo Nan consume this precious Blood Cloud Pill. This is the Blood Cloud Pill. It can temporarily stabilize his injuries. When Senior Jiao Snake returns, I will think of a way with him. After consoling Fei, Xiao Chun left silently. Soon, the Jiao Snake's gargantuan body reappeared before Xiao Chun. I already killed him. Xiao Chun, what happened over there? The Jiao Snake asked in a whisper as it looked at Fei and Luo Nan, giving a simple explanation. Xiao Chun gave a rough account of what happened earlier. Sorry, I really came too late. I went to find the profound Yin fruit for you, wanting to help you refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy as quickly as possible. Had I known, I would not have let that old thing die so easily. He is truly heartless. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt both rage and regret. Xiao Chun thanked the Jiao Snake softly. Then he asked, Senior, do you know if there are any natural treasures or medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms that can reconstruct the dantian? I already used the Blood Cloud Pill to stabilize his injuries. It should be able to delay for some time. Blood Cloud Pill? That is a holy pill of the dragon race. Even among holy pills, it is at the peak. At the crucial moment, it is equivalent to having an extra life. You are really willing to part with it. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt greatly shocked. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, What's the point? His internal organs are all damaged from the inside out. The damage to his meridians is severe as well. His physical body's foundation is already damaged, and his dantian is destroyed. Even the Blood Cloud Pill cannot save him. We need to find a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can reconstruct the dantian. The Jiao Snake thought for a while. After a while it said, There are definitely medicinal pills that can reconstruct the dantian in the Great Thousand Realms. I followed Pan Huang when I was young and saw some. However, I do not know how long the Blood Cloud Pill can help him last. 1 month should be fine. In that case, bring him to Purple Sun City. That is the center of the Purple Sun region. There is the largest auction house and the largest market in the Purple Sun region. There is no lack of talented alchemists there. The experts of the other astral regions also come there. Purple Sun City, Xiao Chun thought to himself twice. The next destination should be Purple Sun City, right? Since it was the center of the Purple Sun Great Realm, there should be a lot of information there. He should be able to find out something about Ancestor Dragon City and the dragon race. Whoosh! The Jiao Snake opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored spirit fruit. A faint layer of frost covered the surface of the spirit fruit, exuding a cold qi. This is the profound Yin fruit. I specially found it for you. I fought with an old turtle for this profound Yin fruit, delaying me. Many thanks, Senior. After Xiao Chun received it, he immediately felt that this profound Yin fruit was very valuable. The most important thing was that it could help him quickly refine the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. There is no need to be so polite with me. Since I have nothing to do, I'll send you off. Purple Sun City has a lot of people. I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage when you go there. That would be great. The Jiao snake's figure continuously shrank, turning into a small snake and entering the ship's hold. Xiaochan turned his head back and glanced at Luonan and Fei who were still leaning on each other. Then, he sighed softly and returned to the ship's hold. Purple Sun City was a long journey. This ship happened to be ownerless, so it was best to use it as a means of transportation. Inside the ship's hold, Xiaochan continued chatting with the Jiao snake. He still had many questions to ask the Jiao snake. Since he had just arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, he could gain a lot of experience with a veteran around. Time slowly passed. The ship quickly flew towards Purple Sun City in the starry heavens. Purple Sun City was in the Purple Sun Great Realm. The ship traveled at full speed. Actually, 1 month was somewhat rushed. 4 days later, the ship flew past the Profound Light Great Realm. After another 4 or 5 Great Realms, it would reach the Purple Sun Great Realm. Xiaochan, who was doing his best to refine the 10,000-year-old baleful energy, was startled awake by Fei who knocked on the door. Big brother Xiaochan, there is a ship following us from a distance. An astral pirate ship? When traveling in the starry heavens, the thing one worried about the most was running into pirate ships. Such a ship following them from a distance was very likely a pirate ship. I'll go and take a look. Xiaochan followed Fei out to the top of the ship. He had already torn down the Tianysek's banner by the side. From a distance, there was indeed the silhouette of a ship. However, it was at the limits of Xiaochan's vision, so he could not see it clearly. Heavenly Eye. A divine eye quickly flew out from Xiaochan's forehead. After a while, everything on that ship appeared in his eyes. Black Scimitar. It was indeed a pirate ship. When Xiaochan clearly saw the banner on the ship, he muttered to himself in surprise. Wasn't the Black Scimitar pirate group already destroyed? Chapter 1580. Big brother Xiaochan, what should we do? This ship has been following us for at least 8 to 10 hours without changing direction. Fei said somewhat worriedly. I saw that big brother Xiaochan had been meditating, so I did not disturb you. Xiaochan smiled and consoled. It's fine. There's no need to worry. Just go and take care of brother Luonan. I'll deal with this. Fei nodded obediently and silently withdrew. After Fei withdrew, the shrunken Jiao snake slithered to Xiaochan's shoulder and said softly, There's no need to be nervous. This is just a mediocre pirate group. The strongest is just an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. After all, the Jiao snake was one of the top 10 pirate groups near the Profound Light Great Realm. However, in the eyes of the Jiao snake, it was not a mediocre pirate group. Xiaochan smiled faintly and said, I know. This Tianysek's fortress ship is a little slow, and my cycle throne is not completed yet. Coincidentally, I can borrow this pirate ship to travel, saving me some time. I was thinking the same thing. There are strict standards for the construction of pirate ships. The Pirate Alliance has refining rooms, formation masters, and other strange people who study all sorts of pirate ships and provide them to the various pirate groups. When Xiaochan heard that, he asked somewhat interestedly, Pirate Alliance? Yes. This Purple Sun region is rather remote. Most of the great realms it governs do not have any major factions stationed there. Only Purple Sun City is slightly more bustling. When you go there, you can see their branch. Interesting. Even the pirate groups have an open and above-board alliance. Haha, this Great Thousand Realms is much more interesting than you imagine. You just entered and have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. When you reach Purple Sun City, you will be able to broaden your horizons. They're coming. As the two spoke, the Black Scimitar pirate ship caught up at an extremely fast speed. They are rather tactful, taking the initiative to stop when they see the Black Scimitar. The merchant ship in front, hand over 10,000 spirit jades, and this great lord will let you off. When the black-clad man on the pirate ship saw the fortress ship stop, he thought that the ship feared the Black Scimitar. He rejoiced in his heart and did not demand an exorbitant price. When Xiaochan heard this, he revealed a faint smile. It was still an old acquaintance. He had not expected that Xiaochan would make a comeback and obtain another big ship. 100,000 spiritual jades? It's not a lot. Come and get it. The burly man in black frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Captain, this person is really tactful. I'll go and retrieve the spirit jades. The pirate at the side said with a smile. What are you laughing at? Give me the boat and drive closer. The black-robed man was a bit annoyed. He ruthlessly knocked on this fellow's head, got up and walked to the bow of the ship. When the ship came closer, they saw Xiao Chan dressed in white at the top of the ship. The eyes of the burly man in black immediately popped out. Motherf asterisk cur. So it's you, you little bastard. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge into it yourself. Charge over and kill everyone on the ship. Don't touch the one in white, leave him for me. His memory of Xiao Chan was still fresh in his mind. His pirate ship had been dismantled while he was still alive. This made the burly man the laughingstock of the surrounding pirate groups. This was a great humiliation that he would never forget. There's no need. I'll come over myself. Xiao Chan said indifferently. Then, he leaped into the air and flew towards the deck of the pirate ship. Don't stop him. Let him come over. The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile as he placed his right hand on the saber on his back. Come on. This old man will hack you to death with one saber strike. The black-robed man mocked in his heart. An insignificant in-essence stage cultivator dares to steal a ship single-handedly? I will definitely teach him a lesson today. Whoosh! The murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Xiao Chan landed, he suddenly drew his saber and hacked. Prediction. Given Xiao Chen's current speed, he would be struck by this saber light the instant he landed. The black saber light was like a terrifying gale. Incredibly tyrannical. This was the black-robed man's signature move, Black Wind Flash. However, who could have imagined that when Xiao Chan landed, he would suddenly accelerate? Xiao Chen's body tilted slightly, looking like a streamlined ink flame tiger. Flames burned on his body. Xiao Chen's speed suddenly tripled. The black-robed man's berserk saber strike instantly broke the afterimage that Xiao Chan left behind. The remnant saber light shot out, eliciting miserable cries from the surrounding pirates. Xiao Chan turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he also made a prediction. Whoosh! When the black-robed man's saber strike missed, he quickly changed his move and turned around to face Xiao Chan. A ghostly saber light suddenly appeared and sliced towards the black-robed man's neck. This startled the black-robed man into retreating frantically. His feet knocked over the railing and he stumbled, nearly falling over. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and hugged the lunar shadow saber. Then he looked at the black-robed man and said, There is no need to kneel. I cannot accept such a big bow. I'll kneel to your mother. Xiao Chen's mockery was like adding oil to the fire. The black-robed man stood firmly and leaped up, hacking down at Xiao Chen's head. The black-robed man only had one thought in his mind, to kill Xiao Chan to vent the hatred in his heart. However, when the saber light arrived, Xiao Chan did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man with a trace of mockery. A trick? After all, this brat before the black-robed man had managed to turn the situation around by sending out many demon tone bats for no reason. It was another ruthless person who had dismantled his pirate ship with his bare hands. He had to be careful. The black-robed man felt uncertain. He felt conflicted, and many openings appeared in his perfect saber technique. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not draw his saber. Xiao Chan struck the openings in his opponent's saber technique, before launching a strong counterattack. He brandished his scabbard and flustered the black-robed man. The black-robed man moved back continuously. He could not bring out the advantage of his cultivation at all. Damn you! How dare you toy with me? After being toyed with by Xiao Chan, the black-robed man was enraged. He wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chan. The black-robed man could no longer care about anything else. His aura suddenly surged. The aura of a primal core expert was completely unleashed, making the hearts of the surrounding pirates tremble, and forcing them to retreat. The pressure on Xiao Chan increased significantly. He knew that the black-robed man was truly enraged and wanted to fight it out with him. Xiao Chan could not help entering deep thought. This black-robed man's strength is passable. However, his mental state is extremely weak. Xiao Chun shook his head and said softly to the Jiao snake. Seeing that Xiao Chun still did not move this time, the black-robed man roared. Damn you! You want to toy with me again? If this old man does not chop you to death this time, I will change my surname to yours. Bang! 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 The black-robed man ran over quickly. With every step, the pirate ship shook intensely. The hull of the ship rocked as if it was being tossed by monstrous waves in the sea. All the pirates on the ship could not stand still. Their bodies swayed left and right as they did their best to grab onto something. It looks like you are destined to change your surname to mine. Boom! The unremarkable little black snake on Xiao Chun's shoulder suddenly swelled up. The Jiao snake stood upright beside Xiao Chun. The aura of a late-stage major primal core expert spread out from the Jiao snake's body. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down coldly at the black-robed man from above. Pussy eye. The black-robed man's aura instantly crumbled. A strong sense of helplessness spread throughout his entire body. Before the Jiao snake's cold gaze, the black-robed man trembled and took the initiative to scatter this move. His body trembled in fear. Then, he directly fell to the ground and retreated continuously. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. The black-robed man revealed an expression of extreme horror. The berserk rage of the black-robed man seemed to be extinguished by a pool of ice water, replaced by boundless fear. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. To senior, no; to young hero, no; to big brother, I apologize. The black-robed man put down his saber and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Xiao Chun. There was an uncrossable chasm between a minor primal core cultivator and a major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The Jiao snake, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, was like a god before the black-robed man, unable to exist at all. The Jiao snake could kill the black-robed man without any suspense, easily crushing him. Even if he did not want to, he had to kneel. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Get up. I already said that I cannot accept your kneeling." I can accept it, I can accept it. When Big Brother speaks, this lowly one will just kneel and listen. The black-robed man endured the humiliation as he spoke in a submissive voice. This person was someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. What is your name? This lowly one is Wang Suo. Good. Wang Suo, I'll tell you. This ship is mine now. You and your subordinates have to listen to me. Immediately change course and go to the Xiang Great Realm. Damn it. Wang Suo could not help cursing. Previously, Xiao Chun tore apart his ship. This time he was even more ruthless, directly confiscating it. Xiao Chun looked at the other party, not saying anything. Big brother is right. This little brother will change the contract and transfer this ship. The black-robed man Wang Suo felt his heart bleeding. However, he had no choice but to submit. Why am I so unlucky? I ran into this jinx twice, each time worse than the last. Chapter 1581. Pirate ships have contracts? Xiao Chun felt suspicious. When he saw the contract, he confirmed that it was true. Every pirate ship was custom-made by the Pirate Alliance and had a special serial number. The Pirate Alliance had a record of the purchase. If one wanted to transfer it legally, the contractor had to take the initiative to do so. Xiao Chun held up the contract and looked through it. When he saw the last line, he read it out softly. All those who officially own a pirate ship will automatically become an honorable member of my Pirate Alliance. This cannot be reversed or withdrawn. Our journey is far from just the starry sea. This last line was written in an extremely unremarkable font. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. Wang Suo, what's up with this last line? The black-clad man smiled and said, Big brother, call me Xiao. I already said that I will take your surname. This last line. Only the Pirate Alliance controls the manufacturing of pirate ships. This is the symbol of pirates. Actually, there is no need for proof. With one look, others will recognize you as an astral pirate. Xiao Chun gave the black-clad man a suspicious look. Then he turned his head to ask the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake said sullenly, He is right. However, you are currently poor. It is fine for you to join this pirate alliance. It will not prevent you from joining other sects in the future. Being a pirate is a free profession in the first place. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. I will be protected by the Pirate Alliance? You are overthinking this. Look at that man. He is so cowardly. If he really has the Pirate Alliance's protection, how could he be so cowardly? However, there are still some other benefits. For example, some profound tools, secret manuals, and natural treasures of unknown origins can be sold quickly in the black market that the Pirate Alliance controls. The black market that they control is also one of the largest in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Given this, there was nothing wrong with joining this Pirate Alliance. Right now, he did not have any status. It would be fine to use the identity of a pirate to cover it up. Big brother, the moment I saw you, I knew you had the potential to be a pirate. You will definitely have a great future if you join the Pirate Alliance. I already took the initiative to remove my name from this contract. Big brother, just leave your name. The black-clad man praised sincerely when he thought about how Xiao Chun dismantled the ship with his bare hands. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun finally made his choice. He needed to rush to Purple Sun City as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed an identity to deceive others. The moment Xiao Chun signed the contract, in the boundless starry sky, separated by thousands of great worlds, the primordial world, the most mysterious son of an era, you have finally appeared. A mysterious voice echoed in the gloomy black godly mountain. Countless black lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Amidst the solemn and dignified atmosphere, there was a sinister aura. Each lotus had a vertical eye on it, emitting layers of Buddhist light. Immediately after, a gigantic Buddha statue appeared behind the owner of the voice. However, this Buddha statue was completely black. Amidst the solemn appearance, the eyes that looked at the people of the world were cold, without any warmth. A ball of black light burst forth from the ancestral Buddha statue and radiated outwards. The might of the Buddha filled the air, reaching its limit and burning into black flames. All the vertical eyes gathered together, forming a huge divine eye. Its gaze enveloped the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then it spread out towards the boundless starry sky. That moment, everything in the great world where the black mountain range was fell silent, as if plunged into eternal darkness. At the same time, a small number of cloud sea powerhouses in the starry domains near the Purple Sun region vaguely caught some traces in the air. Inside the Black Mountain Range, an ancient Buddhist temple stood on every mountain range. Believers prostrated themselves on the ground along the mountain paths. Before this mysterious phenomenon, they prayed piously, not daring to show any disrespect. The sect venerate commands to summon the 4 protectors and 72 arhats. Within the dark and cold mountain range, a Buddhist voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. That voice reached the depths of every believer's soul, making them tremble. Right after the sect venerate spoke, the black flames burning in the sky suddenly extinguished, looking like resplendent fireworks that vanished in an instant. The boundless Buddhist might vanished. Black Lotus Secret Seal, Thousand Eyes Divine Eye. Master was injured by the Thunder Sound Temple's abbot 1,000 years ago, and has been recuperating. Why did he spend so much effort to execute this supreme mystic ability this time? On a lone peak in the Black Mountain Range stood a handsome monk with a peaceful expression on his face. This monk wore white monk robes and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he muttered to himself. Whoosh! No one knew how this white-clad monk stood up. Suddenly, this white-clad monk appeared in a cultured and elegant manner on the main peak of the Black Mountain Range. His aura was peaceful and serene, cultured and elegant, simple and serene. This was a stark contrast to this mountain range shrouded in darkness all year round. Holding the Buddhist prayer beads in his right hand, the white-clad monk walked in step by step. At the end of the mountain path was an ancient Buddhist temple. Black statues lined both sides of the road in front of the temple as the white-clad monk walked over. 72 arhats wearing black kasayas stood on both sides of the temple with cold expressions. The white-clad monk knew that these 72 black-clad arhats were all major primal core realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were the cream of the crop among major primal core realm cultivators. Regular major primal core realm cultivators were not strong enough before them. Aside from these, there were 4 protectors in gorgeous clothes holding Buddhist staffs. These 4 protectors were even stronger. having already broken through the primal core realm to the cloud sea realm. They were super experts who could cultivate soul energy. Even in the core of the Great Thousand Realms they could be considered experts. In the Grave Sea Cluster where the Purple Sun region was, they could be considered peak experts. Wherever they went, they would be overlord-level existences. Holy Sun Mingxian. Upon seeing this white-clad monk, the four protectors bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. After the four protectors bowed, the 72 arhats bowed in unison. Come in then. The doors to the temple opened with a buzz. A Buddha statue stood on the countless steps in front of the temple. A weak-looking old man sat on a black lotus platform below the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. This old man was the Black Lotus Church's church master. He was the mastermind behind the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity. Someone that Xiao Chan had to kill. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Black Lotus Church's church ancestor. In the dark hall, everyone respectfully bowed to the Black Lotus Church's church master. The lotus platform slowly rose, and the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at everyone below. Buddhist light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could destroy everyone present with just a glance. Sect ancestor, you spent so much effort to cast the Black Lotus mystic seal. Did you gather all of us here to discuss something important? Are we going to destroy a rank 3 sect and recruit more believers? With all the experts present together, they could easily annihilate a huge third-grade sect. I want you to personally find a person and bring him back to me. The Black Lotus Church's church master said slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone revealed flabbergasted expressions. They were slightly surprised, and their expressions were strange. For the sake of finding one person, they gathered nearly all the peak experts of the Black Lotus Church. Where did this person come from? The person I'm looking for is the reincarnation of the strongest expert of the immortal epoch. He possesses limitless potential. I need this person very much. The Black Lotus Church also needs this person. You have to find him for me. Do not be careless. The Black Lotus Church's church master's gaze sank, making everyone's hearts tremble as they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Did you hear me? Yes, we did. Sensing the gravity of the Black Lotus Church's church master's words, no one dared to show any dissatisfied expression. Where is this person? The Black Lotus Church's church master remained silent for a long time before replying. He is in the Grave Sea Cluster. The four protectors, the group of arhats, and the Holy Sun Mingxian were all stupefied. The Grave Sea Cluster was astonishingly vast. The entire Grave Sea Cluster had hundreds of starfields similar to the Purple Sun region. If one searched every starfield, one would not be able to find it all even after several decades. Search the starfields near the Purple Sun region. I planted the Black Lotus mark on this person. As long as you get within a certain range of him, you will be able to sense it. The Black Lotus Church's church master felt somewhat tired. Even after executing the magic skill of the Thousand Eyes magic skill, he could not pinpoint Xiao Chan, only a rough area. The Black Lotus Church's church master thought that Xiao Chan definitely had a treasure that could cover up the Black Lotus mark. Left with no choice, the Black Lotus Church's church master could only get the four protectors, the 72 arhats, and his proud disciples to go out and search. After the Black Lotus Church's church master carefully explained, these arhats and protectors understood. This way they could determine the general direction. Furthermore, this person had the Black Lotus mark on him, which greatly reduced the difficulty. That will be all then. Make your preparations and depart the day after tomorrow. Holy Sun Mingxian, you can stay behind. The others can leave. After everyone left, the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at the Holy Sun Mingxian and said seriously, "You must find it strange why I went to such great lengths to find such a person, right?" Mingxian nodded and said, "Disciple does not understand. However, Master's decision definitely has its reasons." The Black Lotus Church's church master looked at Mingxian. His eyes filled with anticipation. "I'll tell you this. He has the demonic bone relic of my Black Lotus Church's founding ancestor. In his previous life, he used this demonic bone relic to successfully reincarnate. Do you understand now?" The Holy Sun Mingxian's expression changed drastically. Clearly these words shocked him. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely bring this person to Master. Chapter 1582. The speed of the pirate ship had indeed increased significantly. Most importantly, there were sufficient crew members to operate the ship. This allowed the energy released by the formation to be fully utilized. In addition, the black-robed man was an experienced captain, so he was naturally much faster than the original ship. Xiao Qin's life didn't change much. With the help of the mysterious Yin grass, he quickly refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Now his strength was improving every day. The effect of the mysterious Yin grass was amazing. At the very least, it sped up Xiao Qin's refinement of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy by more than 3 times. Now he might not even need a month. As a result, Xiao Qin had no choice but to start thinking about the Yang baleful qi in advance. After refining 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, one had to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy as well. However, a fortuitous encounter like the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It required too many coincidences. For this reason, Xiao Qin had no choice but to discuss it with the Jiao snake. After learning about Xiao Qin's purpose for coming, the Jiao snake said, 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. You had better not think about that. Being able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is already a great fortuitous encounter. Everything in the world was predetermined, and everything had its own conclusions. It's impossible for you to encounter another 10,000-year-old baleful Yang. Xiao Qin nodded. I feel that it is impossible to. Being able to obtain the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is luck and Senior Jiao Snake's help. It was a coincidence that I encountered the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. It was even more of a coincidence that I met you. The Jiao Snake paused for a moment before saying, however, the cultivation of cultivators cannot always rely on coincidences. You were right to make plans for this matter. Xiao Qin looked at the Jiao Snake and said, given Senior Jiao Snake's experience, do you have any suggestions? The best way is naturally to join a sect. The outstanding talents of those sects will not worry about the baleful Yin and baleful Yang. The sect's old monsters will be running around looking for them. You can't compete in this, so you can only rely on external help. Senior, please elaborate. The Jiao Snake sighed and said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary person, this matter would be very easy to resolve. However, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy you absorbed must have a corresponding grade of baleful Yang energy. Lowering the standard is a little troublesome. However, I remember that Pan Huang obtained an alchemic recipe in the past. It recorded a method that could condense baleful Yang energy. Then, with the corresponding spirit herbs, one could refine the heavenly Yang pill. Sky Yang pill. Xiao Qin was confused. What did this pill have to do with the baleful Yang energy that he wanted to absorb? The Jiao Snake explained. This heavenly Yang pill can condense 100 strands of baleful Yin Yang. Think about it. If 100,000-year-old strands of baleful Yin Yang condense all their essence, would it be any weaker than 10,000-year-old baleful Yin Yang? Xiao Qin thought about it carefully and was shocked. Is there really such a pill? If that's true, then wouldn't the disciples of large sects be able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy at the perfected being realm? How strong would the sects be when they grow up? Xiao Qin had personally experienced the immense energy contained in 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If everyone in a sect could build such a strong foundation at the perfected being realm, it would be unimaginably terrifying. The Jiao Snake shook its head and said, you are overthinking. Firstly, 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy are already very difficult to find. It is impossible for a sect to prepare one for every disciple. Secondly, not everyone can absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. After all, some cultivators cannot even refine 2,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Xiao Qin felt enlightened. That seems to make sense. There is still the most important point. What? Senior, you don't remember the alchemic recipe? I remember the alchemic recipe. A snake's memory is the best. You cannot compare to me in this aspect. Most importantly, the alchemist who created this alchemic recipe did not create the heavenly Yin pill. Hence, many disciples who absorbed the heavenly Yang pill exploded and died when they advanced to the primal core realm. Seeing Xiao Qin's expression change slightly, the Jiao Snake continued. After that, This alchemic recipe became a forbidden medicine and was sealed away. Now it should be completely lost. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Senior, please give me the alchemic recipe first. I'll make a decision after that. All right. Think about it carefully. This is the final step. If you really cannot do it, you can only force a portion of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy out of your body. At that time you will have a better choice. After obtaining the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chen walked out with a somewhat sullen expression. Captain, we are almost at the Purple Sun Great Realm. The moment Xiao Chen left the ship's hold, he ran into an excited black-clad man on the deck. Oh, I'll go and take a look. When Xiao Chen arrived at the bow of the ship, he looked out into the starry heavens ahead. There was a purple star that stood out from the other stars, giving off a strange light. With one glance, one could tell the difference in the vast starry heavens. That was the Purple Sun Great Realm. The current Great Realms were formed from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent. Compared to stars, there was a unique field that existed in the Great Desolate Aeon, suitable for the reproduction of life and the birth of civilization. No matter how big a star was, without a field there could not be a civilization. Only terrifying astral beasts could survive on it. Captain, we are about to pass through the field. The field of this Purple Sun Great Realm is rather strong. However, it is clearly not a problem for Captain. There was no need for the black-clad man to say anything. Xiao Chen could already feel it. As Xiao Chen's physical body passed through the field, the scene before him magnified continuously. It was like a sesame-sized painting magnified 1,000 times before his eyes. This was the first time Xiao Chen passed through such a field. It felt rather novel. At the same time, he also felt that the field that the black-clad man mentioned was rather strong. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to pass through it. After Xiao Chen passed through the field, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The air was fresh, much better than in the starry heavens. When Xiao Chen looked around, this Purple Sun Great Realm was a boundless continent. Most of the place was desolate and uninhabited. Only a city stood in the center of the continent. That should be Purple Sun City. Even from several million kilometers away, one could still clearly see the city's silhouette. One could easily imagine how grand and majestic the city was. Above his head was a patch of purple sky that seemed to never disperse, as if it would forever be squeezed together. Captain, let's go to the Pirate Alliance first. After traveling in the starry heavens for so long, this pirate ship needs to be tidied up, the black-clad man suggested excitedly to Xiao Chen. Get your subordinates to leave. Accompany me to another place. Oh. When the black-clad man heard that, he immediately became somewhat dispirited. What happened next made the black-clad man even more depressed. Xiao Chen got off the ship and summoned a black chariot. To think that Xiao Chen wanted the black-clad man to be the coachman. Big brother, look. I am a minor primal core realm expert after all. Isn't it a little too? The black-clad man looked bleak as he looked at Xiao Chen, not willing to do this. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that this was fine. He took the reins and said, I'll do it then. You are responsible for showing me the way and helping me find a larger tavern. All right, that's a good idea. Xiao Sua laughed loudly. However, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, scaring him into trembling. He quickly said, Let me do it. How can I let Big Brother do such menial work for me? That Jiao Snake is still around. Senior Jiao Snake, there is no need to scare him like that. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that it was the Jiao Snake's doing. It's fine. I can tell that this person is a talent. I'll help you tame him during this period so that you can use him in the future. That's right. With a helper, it would be much easier to handle many miscellaneous matters. With this thought, Xiao Chen ignored the Jiao Snake's actions and entered the Cycle War chariot. Fei Er was doing her best to take care of Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's complexion clearly weakened. That was the effect of the blood cloud pill. As time went by, its effects weakened. Seeing Xiao Chen enter, Fei Er immediately said, Big brother Xiao Chen, you are here. Xiao Chen nodded casually. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, How is he? The worry on Fei Er's face did not fade away. She said softly, Senior brother's mental state has been deteriorating over the past few days. He seems a little afraid. Luonan revealed a smile as he held Fei Er's hand. Then he consoled. Junior sister, I am already very satisfied with being able to live until now. These days have been the happiest days of my life. Then Luonan turned his head and looked at Xiao Chun. Brother Xiao Chun, I'm sorry. I really misunderstood you in the past. I am already very grateful to you for doing so much for me. I feel that I do not have much time left. Brother Xiao Chun, please don't waste any more resources and time on me. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Don't overthink. Just because Fei Er calls me big brother, I should help you to the end. Furthermore, without you protecting me, I would not have been able to absorb the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Since you are already in Purple Sun City, don't overthink and rest well. Chapter 1583. Purple Sun City was the only large city in the Purple Sun Great Realm. It had millions of years of history and extremely long history. The vast and majestic ancient city had experienced the baptism of countless years, but it still retained its ancient charm, extolling the ancient legends. On top of the city gate, there was an incomparably beautiful beast carved on top of the purple clouds. That was the legendary divine beast Golden Crow that was born from flames. When its wings unfolded, every single feather was glistening with a brilliant golden radiance. It was filled with an ancient aura. Long ago, it was said that this Purple Sun Great Realm was a stronghold of the Golden Crow race. Purple Sun City was built on the Golden Crow race remnant. Although the pure-blooded Golden Crows were extinct and the descendants of the Golden Crows were long gone. However, the native cultivators still worshipped the divine bird that was born in the flames. This was evident from the various symbols on Purple Sun City. Purple Sun City sat in the center of this continent, surrounded by boundless deserts with surging yellow sand. However, none of this affected the prosperity of the city in the slightest. This was because it was the center of the entire Purple Sun region. Countless people from the thousands of great realms of the Purple Sun region would come here every day. Most of the businesses in this city were trading. There were very few native cultivators in the Purple Sun Great Realm. Rumor had it that a rank 3 sect had existed here a long time ago. But later on, for some reason, it declined. It was attacked by everyone and destroyed in the tides of history. This made Purple Sun City a neutral city. Right now, only a few strong rank 2 sects had taken root in the vicinity of Purple Sun City, forming an equal footing. Most of the cultivators who came here were looking for something they fancied or to sell their treasures. This city was also the largest city in the entire Purple Sun region. The martial artists who came here were at least at the perfected being realm. From time to time, one could see primordial core realm supremacies. The city's environment was complicated, and there were people from all walks of life. Sometimes a random person might be a peak major primal core expert. It would not be strange at all. At this moment, amidst the rolling yellow sands, a black horse carriage was galloping on the main road, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the carriage was naturally Xiao Chun and the other two. Warships like pirate ships had special docking points in Purple Sun City. They had already parted ways with Xiao Chen's group. There are so many experts. Xiao Chun had already walked out and sat beside Xiao Suo, observing the surroundings. Earlier, the two mutated beasts that brushed past Xiao Chun were both minor primal core cultivators. In the other great realms, it was not easy to see a primal core cultivator. Becoming a perfected master was already an expert. After advancing to the primal core realm, one would be a venerate, respected wherever they went. However, the rules in Purple Sun City were clearly going to change. Just as the Cycle War chariot was about to enter the city gates, two figures descended from the sky and blocked the chariot. Xiao Suo pulled the reins fiercely, his face filled with anger. Sizing up the two people in front of him, they were two middle-aged men. One of them had a thick killing intent on his face, while the other had an evil smile on his face. Clearly, he was up to no good. Big brother, the vicinity of Purple Sun City has always been very chaotic. There are often blind people looking for pushovers to collect tolls. Xiao Chun found this strange. These two people are only half-step primal core cultivators, yet they dare to target you? How would I know? There are always people who do not care about their lives in this day and age. The black-clad man, Xiao Suo, expressed his confusion. Xiao Chun sized up the black-clad man and somewhat understood. Xiao Suo was covered in dust along the way, and he withdrew his aura. It looked like he had completely integrated into the role of a coachman. The former pirate leader had turned into a coachman and was directly ignored by others. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot did not have any insignia, even looking somewhat crude. Hence he was treated as a pushover. In reality, that was indeed the case. The taller and skinnier of the two men blocking the chariot looked at Xiao Chen and said, "How many people are in the chariot?" "Everyone has to hand over 100 spirit jades. Otherwise, you can forget about entering Purple Sun City alive." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This Purple Sun City is an ownerless city, a neutral land where people can come and go as they please. Since when do we need to pay spirit jades? Why all the nonsense? Are you going to hand it over or not? Just say the word." The person who spoke looked at Xiao Chen with displeasure on his face, showing no patience at all. "Not handing it over," Xiao Chen replied decisively. "Are you sure?" The taller, skinnier man smiled coldly. Purple Sun City was a chaotic place with many experts. However, not all of them were experts. Every day there would be veritable personages like Xiao Chen passing through the field and entering the Purple Sun Great Realm, the targets of their plunder. Those who could come to Purple Sun City were either here to buy treasures or to sell them. These people all had some wealth. If this was not good, they would just kill them and snatch them. You'd best consider it. 100 spirit jades for a life. This is an easy debt to settle. The azure-clad man surging with killing chi at the side said coldly. "Consider it my ass. To think that you are trying to rob me, your grandfather. Kneel." During this period, Xiao Su had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was forced to be a coachman, he felt extremely upset. Now that someone blocked his way and tried to rob him, he completely erupted. Xiao Su grasped the horsewhip and suddenly stood up. The aura of a primal core realm expert burst out. The two middle-aged men who tried to rob him were instantly frightened to death. They had not expected this unremarkable coachman, who was covered in dust, to be a minor primal core realm expert. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Su smiled coldly and swung his whip. The two half-step primal core realm cultivators got chopped in half at the waist. They were not even on the same level. Xiao Su leaped off the chariot and searched the corpses. Then, he removed the spatial rings of the two before walking back happily. "It's an old habit. I can't change it. Big brother, sorry for the embarrassment. Let's go." After killing the two, Xiao Su was in a good mood. He drove the cycle war chariot straight into Purple Sun City. Only then did the onlookers startle to their senses, exclaiming softly, "What a mysterious chariot. There is no sex symbol on it, but the coachman is actually a primal core venerate. What is the background of that white-clad youth? This is really grand. Even a rank 2 sect disciple would not receive such treatment." That is right. Even in a rank 2 sect, a primal core realm expert is a martial uncle. How could he be a coachman for a disciple? That might not be the case. If it were the top disciple of a rank 2 sect, he would definitely receive such treatment. Could this white-clad person be the top disciple of a sect? However, he does not look like it. Although the black-clothed man had killed 2 people with 1 whip strike, everyone's focus was on Xiao Chen. Clearly, a coachman was already so strong. The identity of the white-clad person had to be even more incredible. Could that white-clad person be the Ice Snow Sword? A few figures below the city gates, 2 men and 1 woman, watched as the cycle war chariot entered the city gates. The one who spoke was the woman among them. The 3 of them had arrived long ago. However, they happened to see the earlier scene, so they stopped to watch the commotion. Who could have imagined that they would see such a shocking scene? That should not be the case. Although the Ice Snow Sword is also dressed in white, he has always been a loner. He is very proud and arrogant. He does not even think highly of his fellow sect members of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. The elite disciples of the rank 2 sects near Purple Sun City will definitely come to join in the excitement. This person might be a descendant of one of the elders of one of the sections. Unable to figure out Xiao Chen's identity, the 3 paused for a while before following the crowd into Purple Sun City. Chapter 1584. Most of the sects in the Purple Sun region were rank 1 sects like the Tianyi sect. Only a few of the stronger sects had Cloud Sea cultivators. As for the weaker sects, they did not have Cloud C cultivators. Rank 2 sects needed at least 2 early-stage Cloud C cultivators. Otherwise, the reputation of the sect would be in danger of falling off at any time. There was a total of 3 Rank 2 sects in the Purple Sun region. They were rooted in the vicinity of Purple Sun City. Of course, that was only in relative terms. They were still rather far away. The 3 Rank 2 sects were like the overlords of the Purple Sun region. Only they were qualified to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm. If the other sects wanted to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm, they needed the strength of a Rank 2 sect. Otherwise, their sect could be destroyed at any time. Setting up a sect around Purple Sun City would bring huge benefits. Xiao Chun could not just casually give them away. Of course, in the vicinity of the city, there were still a lot of small forces that didn't make much of a difference. Due to the large number of these factions, the strength of each faction was different. There were all sorts of people. The 3 Rank 2 sects could not be bothered with them, nor did they have the energy to do so. This was because it would not affect their fundamental benefits. The Ice Snow Sword Luofeng was the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, one of the 3 Rank 2 sections. Although he was not the top true inheritor, he had become famous in the past few years, rising extremely quickly in the entire Purple Sun region. Luofeng's sword had reached perfection. According to rumor, he had killed many early-stage minor primal core older generation cultivators while he was only a half-step primal core cultivator. Now that he had advanced to the minor primal core realm, he was only one step away. His strength was probably even more incredible. Furthermore, Luofeng was vicious and ruthless. He was a loner and had a prideful nature. Furthermore, he comprehended a sword soul half a year ago. His reputation caught up to that of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's top disciple. Luofeng always wore white and gave off an extraordinary air. Hence, people misunderstood Xiao Chun as the Ice Snow Sword. Aside from the Ice Snow Sword, the other 2 Rank 2 sects, the Burning Moon sect and the Wind Chasing sect, also had 2 new talents who were as famous as the Ice Snow Sword. However, these 2 were not as unique as Luofeng. They did not obtain the Ice Snow Sword's codename like Luofeng. From a certain point of view, being able to obtain this codename was an acknowledgement of Luofeng's strength. The largest restaurant in Purple Sun City was Leisure Cloud Restaurant. Most of the cultivators who came to Purple Sun City would come here for a drink. Most importantly, this place had a lot of people. Not only could one obtain the latest and fastest news, but there were also many scattered martial artists setting up stalls on the 3rd floor. It could be considered a relatively famous market. Many people, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, would go up and take a stroll. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked in on the floor paved with top-notch nanmu. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was as if even the air had become much colder. So cold. What a sharp sword intent. Many people focused their gazes on the entrance of the restaurant. They saw a black-haired man dressed in white walking in unhurriedly with a sword in his hand. This person did not have much of an aura of nobility on him. He was just ordinary. His temperament seemed to be somewhat similar to that of Xiao Chun. The only difference was that this person did not withdraw his sword intent. The ancient sword that this person held in his left hand also gave off the feeling that it would be unsheathed at any moment. After such a person entered, the hall and the 2nd floor of the restaurant fell silent. There was no reason for this other than the frightening sword intent that this person gave off. When this person looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a cold and aloof sword stuck in the vast white snow. The white-clad youth casually swept his gaze around the restaurant. Immediately, everyone that he looked at felt like a sword's edge flashed before their eyes. The people that he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding this sharp gaze. Suddenly, the white-robed young man stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on another young man who was also dressed in white. This person did not avoid the white-clad youth's gaze. After taking a glance, he casually picked up a wine cup and started drinking. Bladesman? Swordsman? The white-clad swordsman could only vaguely feel the sharpness of the other party. However, he could not confirm the other party's identity. After a while, the white-clad swordsman's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What a coward! To think that he does not even have the courage to compete with me. Shaking his head, the white-clad swordsman found a place to sit. The oppressive atmosphere of the restaurant calmed down. Xiaosu, do you know this person? Naturally, the one that the white-clad swordsman noticed was Xiao Chan. After the group passed the city gates, they headed straight for Idle Cloud Restaurant. They had not eaten a good meal in a long time. Naturally, they had to eat and drink their fill, enjoy themselves, and rest. Xiaosu put down his wine cup and said, "He should be the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. He is a disciple of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 2 sect. I heard that he is very strong. Of course, he is nothing compared to Big Brother." Xiao Suofeng habitually praised Xiao Chan at the end of his sentence. Xiao Chan could not be bothered with him. This Ice Snow Sword was indeed very strong. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were no cultivation bottlenecks like in the Kunlun realm. Everyone focused on raising their cultivation. Those who could comprehend a sword soul and a domain could be considered very talented. This person's sword intent already condensed a soul. Furthermore, it reached a 60% comprehended sword soul, which was pretty good. However, it was just so-so. Compared to a swordsman like Chu Chaoyun, who comprehended the sword Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Suofeng could not compare. Of course, with Chu Chaoyun's current cultivation, he definitely could not compare to the other party. If not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, refining the 10,000-year-old Balefulline energy, it would be hard to say who would win if the two fought. However, as time went by, Xiao Chen believed that Chu Chaoyun would continuously grow. In this Great Thousand Realms, the other party would be like a fish in water, improving at a startling rate. Interesting. You are just a carriage driver, and you actually dare to evaluate our Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Ice Snow Sword. Are you tired of living? Just at this moment, a voice came from a neighboring table. That voice looked mockingly at the travel-worn, crudely dressed Xiao Su. There were 2 men and 2 women at that table. The one who spoke was an alluring woman. As she looked at Xiao Chan and Xiao Suo, she smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can compare to the Ice Snow Sword just by wearing white clothes? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ignorant." Although our second senior brother is not the top disciple of the sect, when considering the entire Purple Sun region, his talent in the Sword Dao is definitely among the best. His talent in swordsmanship can definitely be considered one of the best. Who do you think you are? It's fine if you're ugly, but are your eyes growing on your butt? As Xiao Chan held up his wine cup, he did his best not to laugh. This Xiao Su was really unlucky. When Xiao Su entered the city, he was robbed. When he entered a restaurant to eat, he casually said something and got scolded by a young lady. This alluring woman clearly worshipped the Ice Snow Sword in the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, and could not tolerate any dust on it. Ignore her. Xiao Chan put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xiao Su had no choice but to sit back down and drink his wine. However, Xiao Su could not suppress the rage in his heart. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. He was an astral sea pirate with a fiery temper. Even Xiao Chan did not submit to him. If the Jiao snake had intimidated him, he would not have listened to Xiao Chan at all. Normally, Xiao Su would have drawn his saber and chopped someone down. As Xiao Su raged, the strong aura of a primal core cultivator spread out, startling the 4 people at the neighboring table. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed like an aurora, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Su stretched out his hand and caught this flash of sword light. The sword light contained a cup of wine. The people in the restaurant immediately exclaimed. It was the Ice Snow Sword. He made a move. What a fast sword light. It truly lived up to being the Ice Snow Sword. Most of the people in the restaurant did not see how the Ice Snow Sword made his move. This is my junior sister. I spoke rudely, so I'll treat you to a cup of wine as an apology. I'll punish myself with a cup first. After draining the wine, the Ice Snow Sword stood up and looked at Xiao Su. Then he said, however, I, the Ice Snow Sword, am not someone that just anyone can talk about. Although you are a minor primal core venerate, you are not qualified. How arrogant! Exclamations came from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, this Ice Snow Sword really dared to challenge a minor primal core venerate. It looked like the rumor of the Ice Snow Sword killing a minor primal core venerate was true. After I drink this cup of wine, I'll take it as nothing happened, the Ice Snow Sword said, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Su. The 4 people seated next to him, who were initially frightened, immediately regained their courage. This was especially so for that alluring woman. As she looked at the ice snow sword, her eyes sparkled. The ice snow mountain manor, the ice snow sword. Xiao Chun muttered this name in his heart. Then, he completely forgot about it. He had seen many of such people. They were arrogant and thought highly of themselves. They were extremely arrogant. However, the entire Purple Sun region was just an average-sized astral region in the Grave Sea Cluster. The Grave Sea Cluster could not be considered the core of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Where did this arrogance come from to be so arrogant? Although Xiao Chun was not as old as Xiao Sua, his mental state was much higher than that of this group of people. In Xiao Chun's eyes, this ice snow sword was just a dancing clown. He did not even need to remember his name. Xiao Chun's expression remained calm, not changing at all. Then he said indifferently, "Drink then." Xiao Sua revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, since Xiao Chun said so, he still drank all the wine in his cup. Chapter 1585. Xiao Chun knew that right now his main goal was to save Luonan. Don't let me catch a chance. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. The blade was extremely sharp. In Xiao Chun's opinion, it was a pretty good sword. Xiao Chun's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party could tell that this was the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. Most of the profound tools sold in this market were inferior grade or medial grade. Superior grade profound tools were rare. As for peak treasure tools like the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, there were practically none. It's fine. Just stroll around. Just let me know if there is anything you like. The stall owner seemed to fear that Xiao Chun would go back on his word. He quickly took the spirit jades from Xiao Chun and carefully put them away. Then, he quickly delivered the sword to Fei. In the Kunlun realm, the lunar shadow saber was a transcendent divine weapon. In this world, it was also a peak superior grade profound tool, not yet a treasure tool. Alright, let me take a look. The sword in Fei's hand was only an inferior grade profound tool. She had wanted to change it long ago. However, treasure tools were already extremely rare and expensive. Even a major primal core venerate might not be able to purchase a treasure tool to their liking. Luonan did not want Xiao Chun to spend money, so he only took a quick look and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Fei was in high spirits. She wanted to buy a sword, a medial grade profound tool. I'll help you then. The ice snow sword Lumu smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Chun's group. So what if he is a minor primal core venerate? Before senior brother Luofeng, he still has to be obedient. After being stunned for a while, Lumu said, "This young master is really generous." As Xiao Chun received the invitation, a melancholic voice rang out in his ears. Xiao Chun had not noticed it earlier. Now that he carefully sized up this old man, he discovered that this old man looked ordinary on the surface. However, his eyes were spirited, and a clump of flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. The onlookers in the restaurant were all shocked. To think that the ice snow sword Luofeng's aura could suppress a minor primal core cultivator. The aged old man, the handsome and elegant young master, the charming and alluring young woman, the pure and cute young girl, and the sloppy old man. At least you are sensible. In the future, remember not to casually mention my name, Luofeng, in Purple Sun City. Otherwise, even if you're a small origin core realm expert, I'll still teach you a lesson. The Jiao snake hidden in the immortal spirit ring nodded to itself. Such a mental state is truly rare. Above profound level weapons, there were treasured weapons. At this moment, Xiao Chun was in a great mood. He had suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man. How could he not be happy? The enchanting young lady glanced at Xiao Sua with a pleased expression as she spoke in an incomparably ear-piercing voice. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "It looks like you only have this much confidence. If we really fight, you are definitely not a match for me." There was no need to even mention medial grade spirit jades. Most of the time, people would carry a few on them at all times, using them for emergencies. The stall was set up very casually. At this moment, she was standing in front of a stall, playing with a blood-red longsword. This was a fire-attributed longsword, a medial-grade profound tool. Not only did it look exquisite, but one medial-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit jades. However, no one would trade for such a thing. The old man at the stall received the list with a smile. Then he casually read, Fishyong grass, white flame flower, firecloud fruit, dragon transformation night. These are all extremely strong young attributed herbs. This fellow. Seeing Xiao Chan so calm made the ice snow sword feel very upset for some reason. It was like the other party did not care about him at all. The might of a treasure tool was extremely horrifying. Even major primal core cultivators could not completely control it. As Xiao Chan spoke calmly, Xiao Sua had no choice but to swallow his anger, drinking cup after cup to drown his sorrows. Luo Nan and Fei Er showed shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan easily took out 200 medial-grade spirit jades. This somewhat startled Xiao Chan. The value of spirit jades seemed somewhat low. After Fei Er explained, she asked, "Big brother Xiao Chan, did you get it wrong?" Fei Er quickly said, "Senior brother, I will take care of you for life." Luonan forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak and do not have much strength. I'm afraid that even if I treat you, you will only be a cripple in the future. Cut the crap. Eat and drink." After haggling for a while, Fei Er bought the sword for 20,000 spirit jades. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Did you hear that? With such a junior sister, why are you sighing? Be happier. Come, let's go to the 3rd floor. I remember that you use swords, right? I'll get you a good sword. When you recover, you can use it." "Big brother, I have never felt so vexed before. This fellow is too cocky. No matter how powerful he is, if I really fight him, I will have a 50-50 chance of winning." When one drained their veritable essence energy during a big battle, they could quickly recover most of their veritable essence energy by absorbing a medial-grade spirit jade. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and casually dealt with this sharpness. Then, he casually turned his head and drained the wine in his cup. At the stall, Xiao Chun saw many cultivators selling profound tools, all sorts of weapons. Xiao Chun took out his spirit jades and handed them to the other party. How can I accept this?" After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Chun paid the bill. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is your body?" The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he saw the spirit jades that Xiao Chan handed over, his eyes immediately lit up with a fervent light. Medial-grade spirit jades. Given this, although Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine wings were replicas, they were indeed rather precious. When the 4 people at the neighboring table saw Xiao Sua drink that cup of wine under the pressure of the ice snow sword, Luo Feng, they immediately rejoiced. Back in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen already knew that the secret treasures of the Great Thousand Realms were known as profound tools. The group went straight to the 3rd floor. As for superior grade spirit jades, they were priceless treasures in the first place. They could only be exchanged for with treasures of equal value. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "There's no need. How can I take back something that I gave away? Senior, there is no need to mind it." When Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the ice snow sword, he happened to meet the other party's gaze. The other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife, radiating boundless pressure. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his expression changed slightly. "Old sir, please take a look at this list. Is there any way to help me obtain the herbs in it?" This old man was either an extremely skilled refiner or a strong alchemist. Xiao Sua said in a low voice, feeling aggrieved. Of course, Xiao Chun could still sense it from his lunar shadow saber. "Did I get it wrong? More than 200. Young man, this old man is sorry for taking advantage of you. Here is a VIP invitation from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If you go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion tonight, not only can you use this VIP invitation to enter the VIP rooms, but you can also get a 10% discount on the auction items." The ice snow sword said coldly in his heart, "Oh no, I still lack some spirit jades." Fei Er counted in her spatial ring and discovered that she was still short a few hundred spirit jades. As the old man continued looking, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Chan gravely and asked, "Are you still short 100 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful yang qi? 50-50? With 2 million spirit jades, wouldn't that mean that he could only buy 200 medial-grade profound weapons and only a few dozen superior-grade profound weapons? In that case, he would really be a poor man." However, he had already gained the upper hand in the earlier scene. There was no reason or opportunity for him to get angry. The 3rd floor of Idle Cloud Restaurant was very noisy with people coming and going. There were all sorts of people on the 3rd floor. Ordinary spirit jades were already extremely difficult to produce, be it for cultivation, setting up formations, refining medicinal pills, or refining profound weapons. Spirit jades were extremely valuable, and could be used to lay formations, refine medicinal pills, or refine treasures. The matter of the ice snow sword did not affect Xiao Chen's mood at all, nor did it destroy his mental state. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he heard Xiao Chen's question, he asked, "Young man, you really got it wrong. In that case, can this old man use something else to exchange for your medial-grade spirit jades?" "Big brother, this old man is not simple. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction tonight is an annual large-scale auction. The entire city will be watching, and it will be hard to get a ticket. What more a VIP invitation? Even someone like the Ice Snow Sword might not be able to get one. How much do you lack?" No wonder the Blue Dragon Palace's old dragon horse said that although there were not many spirit jades, their quality was rather high. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out a list of ingredients. There were many different herbs recorded on it. These were all supplementary herbs for refining the Heavenly Yang pill. They were extremely rare and hard to find. Chapter 1586. Xiao Chen composed himself. His expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Senior, a sage really does not reveal his true appearance. I have long heard that there are many experts in Purple Sun City. Indeed, the rumors are true." The stall owner looked a little excited and said with a smile, "An expert? Not really. May I ask if young master has the pill recipe for the Sky Yang pill?" Xiao Chen nodded. "That's right. I have the pill recipe. What advice does senior have?" "All right, as long as you lend me the pill recipe, I will help you obtain all the supplementary herbs on the list. Furthermore, I will help you find a way to purchase the 1,000-year-old baleful yang energy. I will also give you spirit jades." The white-haired old man appeared to be exceptionally excited as he anxiously said. It was clearly wrong to be in such a hurry during a negotiation. If he exposed his bottom line too early, he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those who were black-hearted. Looking at the white-haired old man's appearance, he did not seem to be an impatient person. It could only be said that he really wanted the Sky Yang pill's alchemic formula. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He did not let the other party's conditions get to his head. He said calmly, "I do not lack spirit jades. I can let this old man take a look at the alchemic recipe. I only ask senior to help me. If I can do it, I'm willing to give the pill formula to senior, and I'll also promise senior one condition." "What is it? Tell me." Xiao Chen pointed to Luonan and said, "Senior, please take the pulse of this friend of mine." Alchemists were not doctors. However, most alchemists would know some medical skills. The white-haired old man took a step forward and examined it. Then he frowned. What a vicious method. This injury should have been fatal and irreversible. However, it was forcibly suppressed by a saint pill. It should be a top-grade saint pill, the blood cloud pill. However, this medicine can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days, your friend will. When Fayer heard this, her expression immediately changed. She said hurriedly, "Senior, please save my senior brother." On the other hand, Luonan's expression did not change. His experiences during this period had made him very open-minded about life and death. However, his heart still ached when he saw Fayer sad. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and stopped Fayer. "Let senior finish." The white-haired old man continued. "If there is a medicinal pill that can reconstruct the Dantian, the blood cloud pill's effects will be completely unleashed, and there will be no danger to your life." After letting go of Luonan's hand, the white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I know what you want me to help you with. I remember that my friend has a medicinal pill recipe for reconstructing the Dantian. 3 days later we'll meet here and I'll give you what you need." The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone revealed expressions of joy. This trip to Purple Sun City was worth it. "Alright, it's a deal then. 3 days later, I will hand over the pill formula for the Sky Sun pill as promised." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then he said sincerely, "It has been a long time since I saw a young man as generous as you. You do not care about trifles and do not covet small benefits. What's hard is to be loyal to your friends." This old man's family name is Lu. Those who know me in the Purple Sun region will address me as Senior Lu. a dabbler in alchemy. May I know your name? If there's a chance in the future we can chat more. By introducing himself, Senior Lu was trying to befriend Xiao Chun. There was no fear of having too many friends when one was outside. Xiao Chun said, I am Xiao Chun. My family name is Xiao and my family name is Chun. If there is a chance, I will definitely chat with Senior Lu. Ha ha ha, there will definitely be a chance. Don't waste the VIP letter I gave you. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is considered a grand occasion. Senior Lu was in a good mood. After laughing loudly, he packed up his stall and left. After dealing with Luonan's matter, Xiao Chun was in a good mood. He looked at the VIP letter in his hand. He raised his head and said, Xiao Sa, you know where this Purple Cloud Pavilion is, right? Of course I know. After all, I have been here 3 times. Lead the way then. You did pretty well today. At that time you can choose whatever you like. I'll bid for it for you. Without Xiao Sua's reminder, Xiao Chun would not have discovered this hidden expert. Helping him bid for a treasure was worth it. Haha, big brother, you are my biological elder brother. That's it then. Don't ever go back on your word. Xiao Sa nearly jumped up in joy, feeling incredibly excited. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction would last for 2 days. Only 20 treasures would be auctioned each day. Every item would be carefully selected and extremely valuable. Most of the people who went could only be spectators. As the guests were too wealthy, every auction item would eventually fetch a sky-high price. After Xiao Chun understood this, he did not regret it. Instead, he became even more interested. Xiao Chun had 2 million spirit jades on him, so he was not worried at all. If converted to inferior grade spirit jades, that would be more than 200 million spirit jades. The old dragon horse did not say much humbly. However, Xiao Chun now discovered that, at least in the Purple Sun region, he was definitely rich and overbearing. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 great trading grounds of Purple Sun City. It occupied several kilometers of land, looking very grand and imposing. Purple Sun City's accumulations were extremely deep. Long ago, it was the stronghold of the Golden Crow race. In terms of accumulations, this city was even deeper than any sect in the Purple Sun region. Occasionally, strange treasures would appear. No one found this strange. Most of the people who obtained a strange treasure would choose the trading pavilion to entrust it anonymously to the trading ground. Large-scale trading grounds had good reputations and were safe and reliable. They were many people's first choice. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was such a large-scale trading ground. Naturally, its annual large-scale auction was a grand event. That was why the Ice Snow Sword Luofeng was here. Soon Xiao Sua led the way to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly, a scorching berserk aura came from behind. The cultivators in front scattered in all directions, immediately turning the place chaotic. What a tyrannical aura! It's the Burning Moon sect's strongest new talent, Yin Exine. Many startled cries came from the crowd. Many people looked behind them. They saw a group of figures walking over from there. The person leading them exuded a berserk aura from head to toe, scorching, cold and arrogant. This was the strongest new talent of the Burning Moon sect, one of the Purple Sun Great Realm's 3 rank 2 sects, Yin Exine. Xiao Chun looked in the direction the crowd pointed. When he saw Yin Exine, he was slightly stunned. This person and the Ice Snow Sword were practically polar opposites. However, they had one thing in common. They were both extremely proud, arrogant and conceited. Thinking about it, this had something to do with the rank 2 sects being the overlords of the Purple Sun region. These rank 2 sects were strong in the first place. Furthermore, their sects were strong. Who would dare to offend them? As Yin Exine walked over, the people at the side made way. Soon he arrived at Xiao Chen's group. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Were these people stupid? To think that they did not make way for Yin Exine. Yin Exine frowned, and a berserk fiery aura flew towards Xiao Chen's group of 4. The air immediately turned unbearably hot. Without needing Xiao Chun to make a move, Xiao Sua spread out his aura and scattered the fiery aura. Venerate. Yin Exine entered deep thought. Then he said coldly, just because you are a venerate, you think you can block my path? After dealing with Luonan's matter, Xiao Chun no longer had any qualms. However, he did not want to cause trouble either. Xiao Chun patted Xiao Sua's shoulder and walked to the side, taking the initiative to make way. Humph! Snorting coldly, Yin Xian led his junior brothers over with large strides. The people following behind Yin Xian all showed cocky expressions. In this purple sun city, they, the Burning Moon sect disciples, had never feared anyone. Little girl, you look pretty good. As a disciple was about to walk past Fei he stretched out his hand to touch her face. This startled Fei causing her expression to change drastically. Luonan also felt incredibly frustrated. However, before the two could do anything, they heard a miserable shriek. Xiao Chun directly tore off the arm of the person who stretched out his hand. Then Xiao Chun casually tossed the arm into the air. Bang! It exploded into a shower of blood. With this, there was no hope of reconnecting the arm. How dare you injure my junior brother? Yin Xian turned around and raged. Xiao Chun said indifferently, I have seen too many deaths in the past few years, so my temper has improved. However, there are some reverse scales. Once you touch them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. For no reason or cause, you tore off one of my arms. That person with the severed arm showed a pained expression. To think that the guilty party was the first to complain. For no reason or cause. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, Are the people of the Burning Moon sect also shameless? You. To think that you dare to say that I am shameless. If not for you sneak attacking me, given my strength, how could I have torn off an arm? You are clearly narrow-minded and unwilling to give way to senior brother Yin Xian, so you vented your anger on me. Are you very strong? Suddenly, Xiao Chun interrupted the other party's long speech. When the other party looked at Xiao Chun's questioning gaze, he suddenly felt fear spread through his entire body. A sharp saber intent spread out. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and a strong saber intent entered the other party's body. The other party trembled as he looked at Xiao Chun in horror. Blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. You! Before the other party finished speaking, he released many saber lights from his entire